Han Li rubbed his chin and swept his spiritual sense past the crowd of murmuring qi condensation cultivators. Who's that? What an unfamiliar face. Is he a new disciple? Why did he arrive with Martial Aunt Mu? Is he a relative of Martial Aunt Mu? Why else would he arrive together with her? Han Li clearly heard many suspicious and envious words from the crowd, and he inwardly sighed. Soon after, he stepped away from the hall's entrance and entered the crowd. Even within the crowd, Han Li could still feel plenty of gazes examining him. At that moment, Han Li heard a voice transmission with a straightforward tone. "Junior Martial Brother Han, I didn't think I'd see you again so soon." Han Li turned his head in surprise and spotted a large man standing about 10 meters behind him. He was Du Dong, the suspicious qi condensation cultivator that had entered Dayspring Mountain at the same time as him. He was currently calling out to Han Li with a wide smile. An odd expression flickered from Han Li's eyes, but he wore a smile and politely saluted him. "So it turned out to be Senior Martial Brother Du. Are you doing well with Martial Uncle Jiang?" Martial Uncle Jiang was the white-haired old man that Dong Du was assigned to. "Yes, I'm doing very well," the large man chuckled. He appeared to be a rather simple and honest character. Han Li inwardly sneered, but he maintained a polite exterior as they shared their experiences with each other from the past year. He heard that the white-haired old man believed that Du Dong was rather talented in refining talismans and wished to heavily nurture him. With that said, Du Dong wore a smile full of excitement. When Han Li heard him, he felt slight pity towards the white-haired old man. Du Dong wasn't someone who should be nurtured. The old man would likely be implicated in whatever plans this shady individual may have. Of course, Han Li had no intentions of warning Martial Uncle Jiang and continued to intermittently chat with the large man. At that moment, the large man suddenly wore a mysterious expression and said, "Junior Martial Brother Han, did you know? Your mentor, Martial Aunt Mu, is the top beauty in Dayspring Mountain, and she is also among the top 3 beauties in the Drifting Cloud sect. You may have caused quite the uproar by arriving with her." "May have? I already did." Han Li bitterly laughed and glanced around with a trace of helplessness. Du Dong then changed the subject and casually asked, "Since you two arrived together, did Martial Aunt say anything regarding what this meeting is about?" "Oh, no, but it seems Senior Martial Brother Du heard something. Wouldn't it be better for you to tell me?" Han Li's calm expression was replaced with a mysterious smile as he deeply looked at Dong Du under Han Li's penetrating gaze. The large man's honest smile had frozen. Du Dong was left overwhelmed from a sensation of immense scrutiny, as if his secrets were laid bare. But soon Han Li turned his head and this feeling disappeared as if it were merely a misperception. Regardless, the man was left bewildered and he quickly bid his farewells before heading to meet with a group of acquainted Dayspring Mountain disciples, not daring to stay in Han Li's company. A slight sneer momentarily appeared on Han Li's face when he saw him walking away. At that moment, Silvermoon spoke within his mind. "Brother Han, did you deliberately scare him? I fear that he will later hold suspicion towards you. Won't he be a detriment?" Han Li responded using his spiritual sense. "I might not clearly know his identity, but I am certain that nothing good will come of him, so I made sure that he'd take the initiative to distance himself from me. If something major did happen, then I will avoid being implicated. As for any suspicion he might hold, how would that affect me? He would merely become more careful of me, and it's not like he could succeed in attacking me. I merely wish not to be associated with him. I have no intention of interfering with his plans." Silvermoon didn't reply, and it appeared that she recognized the reason in Han Li's words. In the end, if Du Dong maliciously conspired against the sect, anybody close to him would certainly come under the suspicious notice of the sect's upper echelon, something that Han Li would certainly wish to avoid. In the following moments, Han Li examined the crowd of disciples in solitude. There were disciples of both genders and of all ages. There were also those with cultivations that didn't match their age, such as young cultivators already at the peak of qi condensation. There were also a few gorgeous young women, but all of them had a group of similarly aged men at their side. It seems young, beautiful female cultivators were pursued the same way in every sect. Just as Han Li was lost in thought, The hall's gate eventually opened and a dignified voice spoke out, leaving the Qi condensation disciples in silenced awe. All Dayspring Mountain disciples are to enter the hall. This faint man's voice belonged to the Dayspring Mountain Lord, the mid-core formation cultivator surnamed Xian that Hanli had met when he was assigned to the mountain. When the disciples outside the hall heard him, they all lowered their heads and respectfully said, "We sincerely accept martial ancestors' orders." Afterwards, the crowd immediately walked into the hall in 2 orderly lines. Because Hanli was among the last to enter, he saw that Dudong was also among the last to enter the Cleansing Heart Hall. The area within the large hall was vast, spanning at least a kilometer wide with several tens of lofty pillars scattered throughout. Each of the pillars were embedded with smoothly carved moonlight stones, illuminating the hall with a faint white glow. The hall was entirely empty apart from the 2 thrones that were placed at the very front. Within these 2 chairs sat a white-robed man with a scholarly appearance and a gray-clothed old man with fierce eyes and messy hair. In front of the 2 thrones stood 2 rows of over 10 foundation establishment cultivators. The elegant beauty surnamed Mu and the youth surnamed Yu that had led Han Li into the sect were both standing in the 2nd row. As for the youth surnamed Miao that had questioned him when he had entered the sect, he was standing in the 1st row, looking just as sickly and pale as before. When the disciples entered the hall, they all simultaneously knelt and saluted the 2 sitting in the chairs. Disciples pay their respects to Martial Ancestor Xian and Martial Ancestor Yu. "That's enough, stand." The middle-aged man swept his arm with a smile and had the crowd of disciples stand. The Qi condensation disciples then split off into 2 rows and stood at each side of the hall. Han Li and Du Dong both happened to stand near the hall's entrance. Han Li swept his spiritual sense past the old man with the fierce expression and found that he was only an early core formation cultivator. He was the deputy mountain lord that he had heard of but haven't seen, Martial Uncle Yu. After Han Li inspected him, he recalled his spiritual sense from a lack of interest. In the next moment, Mountain Lord Xian began to slowly speak. "I'm sure you disciples already know why I've summoned you all here. Yesterday, our sect received an official letter from the ancient sword sect. The next sword trial assembly will be held in a half-year's time. As we hosted the last competition, it is the 1,000 Possibilities sect's turn to host it in the east of the Dreamcloud Mountains. In accordance to the usual practice, each of the 3 sects will send 30 disciples to participate in the sword trial assembly. The final 10 that remain in the competition will be heavily rewarded. As such, we must first select the best of our sect to participate." With that said, he paused for a moment before continuing. "Of course, each of the sect's 6 mountain lords will be able to nominate 1 person that will be able to participate in the sword trial assembly without measuring their skill. As for the other 24 slots, they will be vied for by the disciples that meet the requirements. These victorious disciples will then be advised by sect elders in the time remaining before the sword trial assembly. Yesterday, I had a meeting with the sect master and the other mountain lords where we decided that the sect's sword trial selection will take place in a month. But first, I must give an explanation of the 2 conditions required to participate for those that are unaware. Any participants must be less than 30 years old and possess a minimum cultivation at the 10th layer of Qi condensation, else they will be barred from joining. That is all. Now, if you meet the minimum conditions and wish to vie for a position, you have until the incense burns away to decide. Oh yes, the disciple that I and Deputy Mountain Lord Yun selected to participate without trial is your Martial Aunt Mu. Juner, go ahead and light the incense." "As you bid, Master." The youth surnamed Yu immediately stepped forward and swiftly took out a bronze cauldron from his storage pouch. He then set it at the center of the hall and placed a stick of incense in it. With a flash of light from his hand, fragrant smoke began to spiral towards the sky. While none dared to make a commotion, those who held the qualifications to participate became restless as they watched the incense stick burn. When the incense stick burned halfway, Silvermoon saw that Han Li wore an aloof expression and couldn't help but ask, "Will Brother Han be participating?" "Why wouldn't I?" With the other disciples all stirring in excitement, it would draw quite a bit of attention if I didn't. With that said, Silvermoon grew silent. A short moment later, The incense stick had completely burned away, and the mountain lord opened his eyes. Those that don't meet the conditions or are unwilling to join may now leave. As you bid, martial ancestor. A majority of the present disciples then bowed and slowly left the hall. Apart from the Foundation establishment cultivators, there were only about 40 young disciples left in the room. When the middle-aged man examined the group, he nodded his head with satisfaction. Good. All the disciples present fulfill the conditions. I am quite happy. Even if none of you are selected to participate, your horizons will be greatly widened as you fight against your martial brothers from the other mountains. It will provide great benefits to your future cultivation. Your martial uncle will now explain some important points about the competition. As for martial ancestor you and I, we have matters to attend to and will be departing first. With that said, Mountain Lord Xian and Deputy Mountain Lord Yun departed from the hall. With a sickly appearance, the youth surnamed Miao coughed several times before calmly speaking to the Qi condensation cultivators. Since the Mountain Lord has handed over this matter to me, please listen carefully, martial nephews. After all, this competition will be a test of skill against your fellow sect members, and there are things that must be avoided. First of all, vicious and deadly techniques and magic tools are disallowed in the contest. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the sect and will have your cultivation scattered. Also, a quarter-hour later, Han Li and the rest of the disciples in the hall walked out. Most of them flew off with expressions of excitement. Han Li glanced at their departing figures and shook his head before taking to the skies and flying back to his cave residence. The journey back was smooth and uneventful. Inside his cave residence, he began his preparations for the sect contest. Since he couldn't display too much power in his pursuit for one of the 24 positions, he had to make use of talismans and several magic tools that he hadn't touched in countless years. Top-grade magic tools were more than plentiful. He had plundered tens of them from the core formation cultivators that he had personally slain. But in order to draw less attention to himself, he had to carefully select only a few of them. And since he didn't intend on using these magic tools in the sect selection, he also began to refine large quantities of mid-level elementary talismans. He planned on using these talismans to crush his low-grade opponents in a single blow. Of course, he wouldn't be able to make it through on talismans alone. Han Li especially refreshed his knowledge on the flame-handling arts he had acquired all those years ago from an old Taoist in the prince's mansion of the state of Yu. Although it wouldn't prove particularly useful to high-grade cultivators, it will prove more than effective in duping Qi condensation and Foundation establishment cultivators. When Han Li had first acquired the flame-handling arts all those years ago, he had gained many insights from it. But with his current cultivation as a late core formation cultivator, it had little value to him. As a result of only a few days of effort, he grasped the entirety of the methods of transforming flames. He had even acquired subtle understandings that exceeded what had been recorded in the flame-handling arts. For the rest of these days, Han Li wholeheartedly spent his time refining various talismans. During that time, his gold-silver-gold devouring beetles had already begun to cannibalize one another, much to his joy. He was sure that while the gold-devouring beetles were still far away from complete evolution, they were growing quite close to the legendary all-devouring stage. However, the weeping soul beast in the neighboring room was proving quite troublesome for Han Li. It had remained soundly asleep this entire time without any sign of awakening. Fortunately, with the weeping soul pearl refined within his body, he knew that there was nothing wrong with the beast. However, he couldn't help but feel worried. After all, it was taking too long to complete its transformation. A month later, the drifting cloud sect's main mountain was bustling with exceptional liveliness. Cultivators began to unceasingly gather at the top of the mountain, with several thousands cultivators that came to observe the contest. It appeared everyone that was off-duty had come. While they weren't participating in the battle, watching other cultivators battle in a contest of skill was a vastly enriching experience. The contest was being held on 3 large, flat stages near the top of the mountain. Each of the stages were surrounded by spell formations over 300 meters wide. They all raised a huge dome of light around the stage to prevent the spectators from receiving any injuries. There were 3 late Foundation establishment cultivators acting as judges to prevent any deaths from occurring. The sect selection was now undergoing its 3rd day. The past 2 days had resulted in many cultivators being sadly defeated. In total, the selection contest was being conducted between 500 cultivators. Although there were 3 stages to conduct battles, this process would take many days given the large number of participants. That being said, the 40 cultivators of Dayspring Mountain had been among the smaller factions. They paled in comparison to the number from Firecloud Mountain, which had over 100 disciples participating. There were only 4 Foundation establishment cultivators in the contest, but they weren't required to fight until the final round. Although they weren't among those that were chosen by the Mountain Lords, they had still managed to reach Foundation establishment before the age of 30. Since they were undoubtedly talented individuals, they would be given a position with just a single victory against a Qi condensation cultivator. At that moment, Han Li silently stood among several Dayspring Mountain cultivators. They were all watching a battle occur inside a light barrier between a cultivator of Dayspring Mountain and White Phoenix Mountain. White Phoenix was a peculiar existence amongst the 6 mountains. Not only did the mountain have 2 female core formation mountain lords, they primarily relied on female disciples. As a result, their mountain possessed few disciples and only a dozen female cultivators were participating in the battle. The Dayspring Mountain disciple that was fighting appeared somewhat aged, but he was actually in his late 20s. Although he was an external affair disciple, he was born in a reputable cultivation clan in the state of Xi. That was why he possessed a high-grade magic tool of considerable power, a white gold dagger axe. Although the young female cultivator from White Phoenix Mountain was being pushed back, her eyes were full of hope. The Dayspring Mountain cultivators beside Han Li were clearly good friends with the male cultivator and cheered him on with excitement. But just as the man's white dagger axe was about to chop down, the woman raised her brow and shot a ball of azure light from her hand, blocking the white streak. The woman's body then blurred and she disappeared without a trace. When the man saw this, he hurriedly formed an incantation seal with his hands as his expression vastly changed. Just as he thought to force back the woman with a magic technique, a red mist suddenly enveloped him from behind. Then, with a flop, the Dayspring Mountain disciple fell to the ground. The lanky cultivator that was floating above the stage announced, "White Phoenix Mountain's Jinrong is victorious." When the female cultivator heard this, she respectfully saluted the judge and took out a small bottle from her storage pouch. After she placed it next to the nose of the unconscious cultivator, he began to slowly regain consciousness. Once he realized what had happened, the Dayspring Mountain cultivator walked from the stage with a deep red expression. Afterwards, the female cultivator flew out from the spell formation with a proud appearance. The nearby female cultivators immediately surrounded her and showered her with praise, attracting the attention of a few nearby male cultivators. Above the dome of light, the lanky cultivator expressionlessly announced, "The next battle will be between Dayspring Mountain's Han Li and Firecloud Mountain's Sun Tong." Although his voice wasn't loud, the nearby cultivators heard him clearly. When Han Li heard this, he smiled and slowly walked into the spell formation. Not long after, a handsome, white-clothed cultivator entered from the other side. As soon as this person entered, an uproar was raised amongst the nearby spectators. "That's Junior Martial Brother Sun. He just entered the sect a few years ago." It's said that this junior martial brother possesses heavenly yang fire veins. Is it true? Isn't the Sun clan a cultivation clan of great renown in our state of Su? Surely he must possess mighty magic tools. Who is this junior martial brother Han? I don't think I've seen him before. Did he just enter the sect? I got to say that Han Li is sure out of luck. He came across a fearsome opponent. Before the battle even started, Han Li could clearly hear a lively discussion coming from outside the stage's light barrier. Heavenly yang fire veins? Han Li's expression slightly stirred upon hearing this and examined his opponent with interest. In addition to his handsome appearance and tall figure, his cultivation was quite decent at the 12th layer of Qi condensation. Seeing that Han Li had an ordinary appearance and only possessed a cultivation at the 10th layer, a trace of disdain appeared on the white-clothed youth's face. but he still saluted him nevertheless. When Han Li saw this, he inwardly sneered and indifferently returned the salute with a faint smile. The white-clothed youth revealed a trace of anger at his casual response. At that moment, the lanky cultivator up above indifferently said, "Start the battle!" As soon as this was said, the white-clothed youth wore a harsh expression and immediately formed an incantation seal with his hands. A flash of fiery light suddenly pulsed from his body, enveloping him in a barrier of scorching light. He then waved his hand and opened his fingers, revealing an egg-sized red ball that floated from his grasp. The white-clothed youth then started to mutter an incantation in preparation of attacking Han Li with the magic tool. When Han Li saw this, he felt a faint sense of familiarity with this method and couldn't help but feel surprised. At that moment, many yelps of astonishment came from the outside. "Quickly look!" Junior Martial Brother Sun instantly enveloped himself in a fire attribute barrier without a talisman. He really does have heavenly yang fire veins. What's that? That bead in his hand seems to be his clan's famed fire wave bead. That youngster facing him is certain to lose. Perhaps the match will be decided in an instant. Han Li inwardly sneered and calmly waved his hand, taking out a stack of about 40 talismans from his storage pouch. He raised his head to look at the white-clothed youth only to discover that the youth was completely focused on using his magic tool and was oblivious to Han Li's actions. It appeared he held absolute confidence in his barrier. Since this was the case, Han Li decided to cease any pleasantries and slapped his hands together. In a burst of red light, 40 fist-sized fireballs shot out from his hands in a dense barrage towards his opponent. The scene caused the spectators to shout in surprise. At that same moment, the fire wave bead floating above the white-clothed cultivator's hand was set ablaze and was now ready to attack. But just as he was basking in his delight, he heard the spectators cry in surprise and couldn't help but raise his head in confusion. As a result, he caught sight of several tens of fireballs simultaneously striking his barrier. With a series of loud explosions and flashes of glaring red light, the youth's senses were overwhelmed. As for the light barrier surrounding him, it shattered in a pitiful display, lasting for only a moment. The roasting flames rushed towards him before his eyes and were one step away from completely enveloping him. Although this young talent was gifted with the heavenly yang fire veins and had been meticulously nurtured by his sect elders, he now found himself on the verge of death. He cried out with a pale face and lost himself to fear, wanting to turn around and flee. But during this moment of peril, the youth felt his collar tighten and his body became lighter. He was immediately lifted in the air and the wave of flames completely passed him by. Still in a panic, the white-clothed cultivator turned around to see the lanky judge grasping him by the collar. He indifferently muttered, "Dayspring Mountain's Han Li is victorious." At that moment, the white-clothed youth realized that he had already lost. His face then turned deathly pale after realizing that he had been easily defeated by talismans of the lowest grade. As for the many cultivators spectating, after recovering from their shock, they all looked at each other in dismay. They all knew that while the Fireball Talisman was the simplest low-grade elementary talisman, they each cost a spirit stone to purchase. However, Han Li had used 40 of these talismans in a single breath, equating to 40 spirit stones that had been thrown away in the fight. That was the price of a good low-grade magic tool. This wasn't merely being loose with money. He was completely squandering it. Could it be that he planned on sparing none of his wealth in order to prevail in the selection? Underneath the peculiar gazes of the drifting cloud sect, Han Li saluted the lanky Foundation establishment cultivator and walked out of the light barrier with an unchanged expression. As for the white-clothed youth, he resentfully glared at Han Li as he departed, but underneath the cold watch of the lanky cultivator, he could only helplessly depart. With his first battle concluded, Han Li had no thoughts of observing others' battles and returned to his cave residence. 2 days later, the first round of the competition came to a close. There were many marvelous battles during the contest that were being enthusiastically discussed by the spectators. While Han Li's use of tens of fireball talismans had left many speechless, it had aroused much admiration as well. Many of the spectators believed Han Li to be a disciple of a large clan for him to be able to spend so many spirit stones. This had led to Han Li developing somewhat of a reputation among some of the spectating disciples. In the second round of the competition, Han Li was selected to fight in the afternoon of the first day. He arrived at the center of the stage with a calm expression. A few of the disciples that had watched Han Li's last battle were currently muttering to each other. "It's that guy from Dayspring Mountain. 2 days ago, he defeated his opponent in a single blow by using several tens of talismans. Is that the truth? He appears completely unremarkable. Could he be feeling a hole in his pocket? There doesn't seem to be a cultivation clan with the name of Han in our state of Su. Could he have come from a different country?" Han Li listened to all of their words with a calm expression. He was currently examining his opponent with a calm expression. He was a male disciple in his mid-20s who possessed a refined appearance. He had well-fitted azure robes, and apart from the storage pouch at his waist, there was nothing about him that seemed out of place. He was watching Han Li with a solemn expression. It seemed their discussions had reached his ear as he soon frowned. "Start." As soon as that was said, the young disciple reached for his storage pouch and rushed to raise his hands. In a flash of white light, 2 sparkling icicles shot in Han Li's direction. His body then flickered with azure light before directly pouncing towards Han Li in a gale. It seemed this person had heard of Han Li. He thought to forcefully interrupt Han Li by using the 2 ice spike talismans and charged towards Han Li with a body lightning technique. After some brief surprise, Han Li couldn't help but smile. His body then blurred, having the 2 icicles brush past his body. Then seeing that his opponent was excitedly charging towards him with an outreached hand glowing with yellow light, Han Li grew indistinct before disappearing by using his shifting smoke steps. The young disciple's pounce had completely missed, much to his shock. The yellow radiance in his hand dimmed as well. It was actually a net-type magic tool. But before the young disciple could search for Han Li, he suddenly felt a sharp pain from the back of his neck. The world around him became black and he fell to the ground, oblivious to what had happened. A trace of astonishment flickered across the lanky cultivator's face, but he calmly declared, "Dayspring Mountain's Han Li is victorious." A moment ago, Han Li had appeared behind his opponent and chopped at the back of his opponent's neck, knocking him out. Several cultivators had rushed onto the stage and examined the unconscious disciple. After nodding to the lanky cultivator, signifying that there was nothing wrong, they dragged him off the stage. Of course, an uproar was raised from the spectators outside. "Did you see that? What magic technique did he use to appear behind his opponent in the blink of an eye? That's inconceivable. Fool! That isn't a magic technique. That was clearly a movement technique from the mortal world's martial arts. But I've never seen one used with such high skill." A few of the more experienced disciples managed to recognize the source of Han Li's movements. On the 13th day of the Drifting Cloud Sect selection, the final round was currently being concluded. At that moment, there were 8 core formation cultivators assembled together in a pavilion at the center of the mountain discussing something. 2 of them were the mountain lords of Dayspring Mountain, the middle-aged man surnamed Xian and the fierce-looking, gray-clothed old man surnamed Yu. A blue-robed old man with a white fluttering beard and a face full of wrinkles frowned and asked, "Are there any junior martial brothers willing to escort the disciples to the sword trial assembly?" A middle-aged man with a lazy expression and a long, thin mustache snorted and indifferently replied, "Senior martial brother Feng, the sword trial assembly will always be dominated by the ancient sword sect, and that vitriolic fellow Jiang Yun is always the one to bring the ancient sword sect members. I don't wish to be embarrassed without reason." A yellow-faced old man shook his head and said, "That's right. I've even heard that in the past few years, the ancient sword sect picked up a disciple that possessed a 9-sword constitution. They will be certain to have him participate. As such, there is no hope of winning this sword trial assembly. Although we do hold a few disciples that possess a peculiar constitution, they are inferior in comparison. And there is also news that the 100 Possibilities sect had acquired a direct descendant of the Guan clan. It is said that while he was still in chi condensation, He defeated his clan's elders by using his personally refined magic tools. I fear this could be quite a difficult trip. When the white-haired old man heard this, he revealed an expression of dissatisfaction. He gravely said, "Junior martial brothers, you aren't wrong. The sword trial assembly has already become a stage for the ancient sword sect to display their power, but that is something beyond our control. If our sect does not send over any disciples that participate in the assembly, I fear we won't even acquire a quarter of the wine nectar. Besides, this could easily cause the ancient sword sect to view us with hostility. It would be detrimental to our sect's development in the Dreamcloud Mountain for ages to come. We have more things to worry about, like the many clans that are covetously eyeing the 3 sects of Dreamcloud Mountain. We cannot reveal any weakness to them." A square-faced, red-robed old man with a formal appearance suddenly proposed. "Since Senior Marshal Brother Feng said this, I'll be the one to bring the disciples. Rather, I haven't seen the 100 Possibilities sect's elder Changzheng in quite a while. A chance to chat would be nice." Old man Feng glanced at him and hesitantly said, "Junior Marshal Brother Duan, as the Mountain Lord of Firecloud Mountain, you have the most disciples under you. It would be improper for you to leave the sect." The red-robed old man nonchalantly said, "It is of no matter. Junior Marshal Brother Li will still be there to handle Firecloud Mountain. Besides, it's not like I'm leaving the Dreamcloud Mountains. I'm just traveling to the Western Range." With that said, the white-haired old man didn't persist in his objections and nodded his head. He then swept his gaze over the other cultivators before staring at the fierce-looking, gray-clothed old man. He slowly said, "Junior Marshal Brother Yu, I know that you don't have any pressing responsibilities at Dayspring Mountain. How about you assist Junior Marshal Brother Duan? Junior Marshal Brother Xian, do you have any objections?" The middle-aged man surnamed Xian faintly smiled and said, "Of course not. I'm sure Junior Marshal Brother Yu is completely willing to go." The gray-clothed old man cold expression stirred for a long while before he briefly said, "Fine, I'll go." The white-haired old man smiled and nodded his head, saying, "The group of disciples will be headed by Junior Marshal Brother Duan. Junior Marshal Brother Yu and Junior Marital Sister Song of White Phoenix Mountain will be accompanying him. Once the final round has been concluded, you will meet with 30 selected disciples and give them guidance. Perhaps there will be a chance for our sect yet. After all, we have quite a few powerful candidates this time around. We should be able to give the Ancient Sword sect and the 100 Possibilities sect quite the contest." A sly-faced cultivator that had been hiding in the corner yelped in surprise, "Junior Marshal Sister Song will also be coming along? How did I not know of this? If that's the case, I can take the place of Junior Marshal Brother Yu." When the rest of the cultivators in the pavilion heard him, there was a brief moment of restlessness. 3 of the cultivators wore an annoyed expression. The white-haired old man's face grew sullen and he snorted, "Junior Marshal Brother Meng? What do you mean? I've spoken for half a day, and you didn't speak a single word. But now that you've heard Junior Marshal Sister Song wishes to go, you jump at the chance. I'll tell you the truth, Junior Marshal Sister Song raised the condition that she would only accompany the disciples if I didn't mention that she was going to begin with. Otherwise, given her temperament, why else would she depart from White Phoenix Mountain?" As this old man had already reached late core formation, the sly-faced early core formation cultivator didn't dare to dispute this and lowered his head. There were other cultivators that were also tempted, but each of them glanced at one another in dismay, not daring to speak. At that moment, footsteps suddenly came from the outside. A man's voice said, "Reporting to Master and Martial Uncles, the last round has just finished. 3 Foundation Establishment disciples have been selected along with 21 Qi condensation cultivators. I've come with the list of names." The white-robed cultivator's expression relaxed and he said, "Oh, since that's the case, come in. Let's take a look." "As you wish," the man respectfully replied. Afterwards, he opened the door and entered, revealing himself to be a late Foundation Establishment cultivator with a stately appearance and a tall body. "Here are the names and details of the 24 finalists." The man took out a white jade slip from his robes and handed it over to the old man. I'll be taking a look first. The old man nodded his head and took the jade slip into his hand. Ha! After taking a look at it with his spiritual sense, he revealed a trace of astonishment. The red-clothed cultivator's expression stirred and he asked, "What's the matter? Is there something amiss with the list of names?" The others also oddly glanced at the old man. "It's nothing. Junior Marshall brothers, have a look." With that said, the old man calmly passed the jade slip to the yellow-skinned old man at his side. After taking a look at the jade slip, he also revealed astonishment and handed the jade slip to someone else. Not longer after, everyone had looked at the jade slip and each of them had turbulent expressions. When the Dayspring Mountain Lord Xian read through the jade slip, his expression stirred with particular surprise. The middle-aged man with the thin mustache sighed and slowly said, "I truly didn't expect that there would be 6 disciples from Dayspring Mountain to be selected. It seems Junior Marshall Brother Xian has instructed his disciples well." The sly-faced cultivator sourly said, "It seems Junior Marshall Brother Xian is determined to win this sword trial assembly. You must have spent quite some effort to cultivate these disciples." Only 3 disciples from his hidden sword mountain had made it on the list, which lost him a considerable amount of face. "No, it definitely wasn't like that. I myself am surprised to see so many people from my Dayspring Mountain being selected. And 2 of them are even at the 10th layer of Qi condensation, named Han Li and Du Dong. If I'm not mistaken, those 2 entered the sect just this past year. It is baffling how they managed to take a place on the list." The middle-aged man surnamed Xian then muttered to himself for a moment and calmly said, "Marshal Nephew Gao, how did they manage to acquire victory?" The man who had just entered the room promptly replied, "Their methods weren't anything strange. Marshal Nephew Du Dong possesses an extremely powerful ice attribute top-grade magic tool. It seems capable of both attacking and defending, and it perfectly complements his techniques as well. As a result, once he froze the ground with his magic tool, all of his opponents were left helpless against his strikes." The middle-aged man with the long mustache interrupted, asking, "Oh, what kind of magic tool is it? Can you give us a description?" "It is a wheel-type magic tool. It has a diameter of about a foot and is engraved with a curved moon. It sparkles with white light when it is activated, can activate an ice attribute barrier in an instant, and can attack with a mist of freezing qi." The middle-aged man's eyes flickered and he said with surprise, "That seems quite similar to the clan-suppressing treasure of the Du clan, the Ice Moon Wheel. The Du clan was exterminated 200 years ago. Could this Du Dong be a descendant?" The white-haired old man curled his beard and unhurriedly said, "That seems quite possible. After all, the Du clan wasn't a small clan. There were sure to be a few direct lineage disciples that escaped calamity and lived in concealment. They probably now believe that, with so many years having passed, their enemies are no longer paying any attention to them. As such, they revealed themselves once more." Senior Marshall Brothers' words are reasonable. But while it is reasonable that Du Dong managed to triumph given his Ice Moon Wheel, what about the one named Han Li? Does he also have a high-grade magic tool? The thin-mustached, middle-aged man asked. "Although I don't know if Marshal Nephew Han possesses any high-grade magic tools, his methods are quite costly." "What do you mean by costly?" the yellow-faced old man asked with obvious interest. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator explained, "In the first round, Marshal Nephew Han Li defeated his opponent by using several tens of fireball talismans to break through his opponent's barrier before they could react. In the rounds afterwards, he complemented his talismans with the use of mortal martial arts and an ingenious flame manipulation technique to arduously triumph against his opponents." The white-haired old man sullenly said, "The martial arts and flame technique aren't particularly notable. There are many who use them. However, he must possess many spirit stones to be able to use so many talismans. This amount may mean nothing to us, but to a Qi condensation cultivator it is rather extravagant." "Have you investigated this disciple?" The Foundation Establishment Cultivator respectfully replied, "I have. A few of his acquainted disciples noted that he is skilled in talisman refinement despite being a vagrant cultivator, and he possesses quite a bit of wealth. That is how he is able to so generously use low-grade talismans. The white-haired old man's expression relaxed and he muttered, "Oh, so it was like that. It seems there are no problems with the two then. However, since this person is capable of refining talismans, wouldn't it be better to have him join Firecloud Mountain?" Cultivator Xian faintly smiled and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Fong, that reasoning is a bit amiss. Our Dayspring Mountain also possesses disciples that are skilled in talisman refinement. They will be able to mentor him properly." Senior Marshal Brother Duan, "Don't tell me you actually want him." The red-clothed cultivator waved his hand and grinned. "Hee! Our Firecloud Mountain already possesses many talisman refining disciples. One more or one less won't make much difference. I won't fight Junior Marshal Brother Xian over a single disciple." Cultivator Xian responded with a silent smile. In the following moments, the core formation cultivators chatted about a few sect matters before bidding their farewells. Han Li had already returned to his cave residence and was standing outside his spirit beast room with a solemn expression. His gaze wandered as he stared into the room. Not long before, when the disciples of Dayspring Mountain were congratulating Han Li over his victory in the final round of placements, the weeping soul pearl began to burn within his body, much to Han Li's alarm. It was about to finally awaken and complete its evolution. Han Li was overjoyed and hurriedly took his leave in order to return to his cave residence. But when he arrived outside the spirit beast room, he was greatly shocked by what he saw. For some unknown reason, the spirit beast room was completely devoid of light and was filled with ghastly wisps of black ghost chi, spilling an extremely icy yin chi out from the room. The weeping soul beast could no longer be seen. Instead, a 3-meter-tall cocoon had taken its place at the corner of the room. It was emitting a jet-black light and faintly released black glimmers as if it were alive. Han Li instantly knew that the weeping soul beast was within the black cocoon, and he grew immensely excited. However, a trace of worry blossomed within his heart as well. Han Li wasn't about to boldly enter the room. After some pondering, he decided to meditate outside the spirit beast room. From what he had previously read in old records, during a spirit beast's evolution, it was best for its master to stay close and wait by its side. However, the spirit beast must be left alone during its evolution unless it failed in its transformation and suffered a grave injury. With apprehension lingering in his heart, Han Li felt time slowly pass by. Han Li originally assumed that the transformation would take several days at the very least before the cocoon was broken. But on the morning of the second day that he sat outside the spirit beast room, the black cocoon of light began to change. As Han Li remained cross-legged on the ground, he suddenly heard a clear explosion from the room. Although the sound was muffled, he opened his eyes with delight. He peered into the room and saw that a majority of the ghostly chi had been absorbed into the black cocoon of light in the corner of the room. The black light then suddenly grew dazzling, causing Han Li to unconsciously turn his eyes away. In the next moment, Han Li felt a strange but somewhat familiar aura coming from the room. With raised brows, Han Li stood up without any further thought and lightly pushed open the door to the spirit beast room. Han Li swept his gaze through the room from the outside and saw that the black cocoon had already broken in two, and was empty as could be. But aside from the broken cocoon in the corner of the room, nothing else could be seen. Han Li was startled and thought to release his spiritual sense when black light began to shine from an empty corner of the room. With a low-pitched cry, a black blur shot towards Han Li. In his alarm, Han Li though to dodge out of the way, but after some thought, he remained in place. As a result, a small, icy object flew into Han Li's chest, and he grabbed onto it with both hands. "This is..." Han Li glanced at the small object in his grasp and couldn't help but appear shocked. There was currently a tiny, fist-sized monkey in his hands that should undoubtedly be the evolved weeping soul beast. At first glance, there was nothing that had changed about it apart from its silver fur turning pitch black. But after glancing at it several more times, Han Li eventually discovered two differences from before. The weeping soul beast now had a slim cavity between its two nostrils. After meticulously glancing into it, he discovered nothing out of the ordinary about it. The weeping soul beast had always relied on the soul-swallowing light from its nose to suppress souls and ghosts. Did the appearance of an additional hole in its nose mean that this ability would become more powerful? Not knowing whether he should laugh or cry, Han Li decided to look forward to testing this in the future. As for the other difference in the weeping soul beast, for some unknown reason a crimson pattern depicting an evil spirit had appeared on the fur of its back. The evil spirit on its back had a single horn and 3 eyes. Although it appeared rather faint, it also appeared true to life and gave any onlookers a feeling of malicious pressure. Silvermoon clicked her tongue in astonishment at the weeping soul beast's evolution, but she couldn't offer an explanation on what it was. Because Han Li had refined the weeping soul pearl, the beast had become far more affectionate with Han Li. It appeared delighted as it rubbed its small furry head on Han Li's jacket. Han Li couldn't help but smile at the small black monkey in his hand. However, he faintly felt that the monkey seemed to possess human-like emotions. He played with the monkey for a moment with great interest before carefully putting it away in his spirit beast pouch once he saw it yawn from fatigue. Once Han Li departed from the spirit beast room, he took a look at the neighboring insect room and saw that only several tens of gold devouring beetles remained. It appeared they had already finished devouring one another and were about to lay eggs. Han Li was satisfied to see that these beetles were all slightly larger than before. He then left the insect room and returned to his quiet room for routine cultivation. When he claimed victory in the selection, the judge had already told him that he was able to receive guidance from a core formation cultivator. However, they were to continue to bitterly cultivate before their turn came. The guidance would only last for a few sparse days, and he would be notified by voice transmission talisman once it was his turn. Han Li wasn't worried in the slightest about receiving guidance from a core formation cultivator. He'd deal with it once he was summoned. Currently, he was holding the Jade Spirit Well in his hands and was cultivating inside his quiet room. As for the artifact Spirit Silvermoon, it was cultivating in the neighboring room inside of the Demon Fox body. With that being said, it was rather inconceivable that Silvermoon was able to cultivate in a possessed body. According to what Silvermoon said, although she had the cultivation equivalent to late core formation stage, once she entered the fox body, she possessed the cultivation of a low-grade demon beast that had only reached grade 1. As a result, although she could display her astonishing cultivation in the demon fox's body, she could only maintain it for a very short time. Additionally, as an artifact spirit, her cultivation was eternally stagnant. Fortunately, Silvermoon was able to slowly increase the cultivation of the demon fox body over time, making the body her future home. As a result, Han Li fed a few medicinal pills to Silvermoon's fox body, allowing her cultivation to rise at an astonishing speed. 3 months passed by in the blink of an eye while Han Li remained in bitter cultivation in his cave residence. During this time, Kuei Huan's group had paid a visit to Han Li to apologetically tell him that they had informed the sect elders of Han Li's skills in talisman refinement, hoping that he wouldn't take offense. Because Han Li had already planned on using his talisman refinement techniques as a cover, he didn't mind in the slightest. After giving a few words of forgiveness, he sent the group of chi condensation cultivators on their way. As for Dayspring Mountain, because Han Li had unexpectedly made it into the 24 finalists, Mu Peeling had made a trip to the medicine garden and gave Han Li a long explanation on the intricacies of the profound ice arts. This surprising action had left Han Li at a loss for words. Apart from those 2 times, no one else disturbed Han Li during his cultivation. One day, as Han Li was strenuously cultivating the Azure Essence sword arts, he abruptly frowned and stood up. By the time he left his cave residence and entered the medicinal garden, a voice transmission talisman knocked against the medicine garden's restrictions. When Han Li saw this, he opened the garden's restrictions and waved his arm. A moment later, the sound transmission talisman flew into his hand in a streak of fire and soon disappeared. Han Li expressionlessly muttered, "White Phoenix Mountain's martial ancestor song. Isn't that the number 1 beauty in the Drifting Cloud sect? Will that woman be instructing me? If that's the case, these coming days shouldn't be too boring." He then released a flying sword magic tool and directly flew in the direction of White Phoenix Mountain. White Phoenix Mountain was at the eastmost side of Drifting Cloud Sect and was particularly distant from the other 5 mountains, as if it were standing proudly in solitude. Although this mountain was the shortest of the 6 marvelous mountains, it was by far the most verdant and beautiful. Not long after leaving the garden, Han Li appeared near White Phoenix Mountain. Because this mountain was made up of mostly female cultivators, White Phoenix Mountain had a few strange rules. Ordinarily, any male cultivators arriving at the mountain were required to land at the base of the mountain and receive permission to enter. Otherwise, they would only have themselves to blame for falling into White Phoenix Mountain's restrictions. Naturally, Han Li had no intention of forcing his way through and obediently landed at the base of the mountain. There were currently 3 Qi condensation female cultivators at the mountain gate happily chatting. When they saw Han Li drop down, they couldn't help but curiously examine the unfamiliar male cultivator. Han Li saluted the 3 female disciples and said, "I am Dayspring Mountain's Han Li. I've come to accept cultivation guidance from Martial Ancestor Song. I hope senior Martial sisters can make a report." A young, freckled female cultivator smiled and promptly said, "So you're Han Li. The Martial Ancestor has already notified us of you. Junior Martial Brother Han may directly head to the Phoenix Court Pavilion at the top of the mountain. Martial Ancestor is waiting for you there." Han Li uttered a word of thanks before immediately flying up the mountain. However, not long after he departed, the 3 female disciples began to gossip without restraint once they believed Han Li was out of earshot. Is Junior Martial Brother Han truly a disciple that will be participating in the Sword Trial Assembly? His cultivation doesn't seem very high. He doesn't appear to be anything special. Hee. So you two don't know. I've seen all of Junior Martial Brother Han's fights. Let me tell you. Having heard all of that, Han Li recalled his spiritual sense with a wry smile. After shaking his head, he flew towards the mountain peak. White Phoenix Mountain wasn't very tall. After only a moment, Han Li managed to reach the top of the mountain. A flat plateau that spanned 300 meters. It was surrounded with white clouds with abundant spiritual qi, as if it were an otherworldly realm. Within this fantastic scene stood a soul pavilion that was only 60 meters tall and was divided into 3 stories. The building was constructed from an unknown white wood. Its natural, untouched form produced an air of simple elegance. Han Li landed in front of the pavilion and loudly shouted, "Disciple Han Li pays his respects to Martial Ancestor Song." Once that was said, Han Li felt a trace of spiritual sense sweep over him. He stood in place with a calm expression, feigning ignorance of the matter. A long while later, a woman's gentle voice said, "Since you've arrived, come up to the 2nd story of the pavilion. I'll be waiting for you there." As you bid. Han Li then walked forward and gently pushed open the wooden doors which swung freely. The 1st floor of the pavilion was completely empty apart from a spell formation to aid in cultivation. Han Li swept his gaze past the 1st floor and directly headed towards the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was also quite bare. Apart from a few racks of jade slips and magic tools, there were only a few chairs and a short stone table. Han Li also saw a blue-clothed woman sitting in one of the chairs. She was looking at a worn jade slip on the table as if she were attentively reading through it. After a moment of hesitation, Han Li thought to say something when the woman raised her head, revealing a heart-stirring beauty. She appeared to be in her mid-20s and was an early core formation cultivator. "You're Han Li?" the woman calmly asked. "Yes, Martial Ancestor," Han Li respectfully replied. She stared at Han Li with her bright, clear eyes and said, "Since you were able to come here, then it can be considered fate. I will instruct you as best I can. However, you will only remain at the Phoenix Court Pavilion for 3 days before you depart. What you will learn during this time will depend on yourself." For some reason, although her cultivation wasn't very high, Han Li felt as if both his body and mind were clearly revealed underneath her gaze, and he couldn't help but feel alarm. Given Han Li's immense spiritual sense, it was extremely strange for him to experience this sensation. Clearly, she had used some sort of mind-reading divine ability. Without any further thought, Han Li gave her a polite reply as he stealthily circulated the entirety of his great development technique throughout his body, shielding his true thoughts. As Han Li became inwardly alarmed and vigilant, a strange expression appeared in the blue-clothed woman's eyes before closing them with a tired expression. The woman gently said, "First, recite the chant for your cultivation art and then head down to the second layer. Do not come back up without my command. After I've obtained some enlightenment of your cultivation art, I will give you a detailed explanation on any of its intricacies. Now start." Yes, disciple cultivates the technique that Martial Aunt Mu had given him, the profound ice arts. This cultivation art. Han Li began to slowly recite it with a calm expression. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Han Li had finished. The woman nodded her head and waved an arm, indicating for him to go down. Han Li saluted her and wordlessly climbed down the stairs. The blue-clothed woman looked at Han Li's departing figure and motionlessly sat down in her chair with a frown. She then took out a sound transmission talisman and calmly said a few words into it. It turned into a streak of fire and flew out the window without a trace. At the center of the main mountain of the Drifting Clouds sect where the core formation cultivators had last met, a white-haired old man was leisurely standing at the window when his eyes suddenly began to shine as a streak of fiery light flew towards him from across the sky. The old man wordlessly raised his hand and emitted a mist of white light, catching the fiery light. It fiercely burned, releasing the curt voice of the blue-clothed woman. Han Li passes, but Du Dong harbors malice. With an icy expression, old man coldly muttered, "Humph! Harbors malice? I knew something was amiss." The Du clan had a deep relationship with the 100 Possibilities Pavilion's Fu clan. If he truly was a descendant of the Du clan, he should have entered the 100 Possibilities Pavilion rather than our Drifting Cloud sect. The white-haired old man thought a moment more before muttering to himself with an expression of admiration. However, Junior Martial Sister Song's harmonic mind is becoming truly fearsome. I myself am uncertain as to whether or not I can block it. I know only my two martial uncles to be capable. 2 months later, at the western portion of the Dreamcloud Mountains in a deep valley surrounded by mountains, there were several thousands of 100 Possibilities Pavilion disciples converging at the heart of the valley. They were excitedly talking with each other as their clamor filled the air. There were many disciples that repeatedly gazed to the skies with impatient expressions as if they were feeling anxious. At the very front of the several thousands of disciples in the plaza, there stood several tens of rather noteworthy individuals. 8 of them were core formation cultivators who stood with calm poise, with several tens of foundation establishment cultivators standing behind them. They were the 100 Possibilities Sect's Institute Masters and Elders, but a majority of them were merely stewards. "They're coming!" A sharp-eyed disciple saw something off the horizon and shouted in excitement. Suddenly, many low-grade cultivators began to look expectantly up at the sky, catching glimpses of light in the distance. Soon, a large group of variously colored dots of light began to fly towards them. "It's the ancient sword sect. They're all using sword magic tools." As soon as that was said, the crowd began to roil. Many of them began to point to the incoming lights with varied expressions. "Silence! Do you wish to make a joke of us to the other 2 sects?" a tall old man coldly uttered with a sullen expression. His voice resonated to everyone present and caused a few of the overeager disciples to shut their mouths, bringing silence to the plaza in an instant. When the tall old man saw this, his expression relaxed and the other core formation cultivators glanced at one another with a smile. They didn't seem surprised at all by this. At that moment, the ancient sword sect cultivators arrived at the plaza. A vast majority of them had flown on swords with hardly any exceptions. A short and small old man flew out from ancient sword sect cultivators and descended with a chuckle. "I didn't expect that Brother Fu would personally come to greet us. I am truly overwhelmed by your grace." A blue-robed scholarly man and a white-clothed young woman both descended at his side with a faint smile. From their appearance, they appeared to be married. At that moment, the ancient sword sect's young, low-grade cultivators each began to descend onto the plaza. The tall old man calmly saluted the 3 and said, "So it is Brother Jiang Yun who is bringing the disciples this time. We extend a respectful greeting to you." And there is also the famous bye-bye swordmates, we welcome you as well. Enough. Let's not flatter each other or we'll make a laughingstock of ourselves in front of our juniors. However, it seems that the Drifting Cloud sect has yet to arrive. They've become increasingly disinterested in the sword trial assembly. Don't tell me they've grown cowardly because they've placed last a few times. The cultivator surnamed Jiang seemed to dislike the Drifting Cloud sect and spoke with a trace of schadenfreude. The old man surnamed Fu wore a wry smile, not daring to rashly reply. The 100 Possibilities Pavilion differed from the ancient sword sect. If such words left his mouth and they managed to reach the upper echelon of the Drifting Cloud sect, they would certainly cause trouble. But before old man Fu thought of how he should reply, a middle-aged man with long dark green robes grinned and interrupted him from behind. There is no need for fellow Taoist Jiang to be so impatient. I've heard that White Phoenix Mountain's fairy song is escorting the Drifting Cloud sect disciples this time around. She is a fine beauty that is rarely seen in our 3 sections. It is a pity that fairy song has always kept herself hidden away. Now, we finally have a chance to look upon her. Jiang Yun wore a face of excitement and nodded his head. Brother Shi mentioned the fairy of White Phoenix? I've long heard rumors that this woman's beauty is incomparable. If this woman is truly escorting their disciples, then there is no harm in waiting. When the ancient sword sect pair cultivators heard this, they wore a surprised expression. The azure-robed scholarly man astonishedly said, I've heard the fairy of White Phoenix possesses heavenly spiritual roots, and that she was able to easily enter core formation in less than 100 years. She could be said to be a cultivation genius that is only spotted once in 1,000 years. It is quite surprising that we'd be able to see such a figure at the sword trial assembly. Although the white-robed woman's expression was calm, she spoke with an enchanting voice. That's true. Even as a woman, I hold quite some curiosity towards the greatly renowned fairy song. I have yet to catch sight of her. Surely she must be wondrously beautiful. Old man Fu smiled and thought to say something when he suddenly shouted towards the sky. Huh! It seems the Drifting Cloud sect members have arrived. When the others heard this, they gazed upward and saw that a huge black dot was gradually growing closer to them from the east. That's... Jiang Yun's expression stirred. Seemed he knew what it was. Once it grew closer, the others were able to clearly see what it was. A huge, monstrous bird that was flying towards them with astonishing speed. There seemed to be many cultivators standing on the bird's back. Upon spotting the huge bird, Jiang Yun sourly said, Humph! The Drifting Cloud sect is merely showing off its mutated azure hawk. The only thing impressive about it that has mutated is its size. It is still only a grade 5 demon beast. Old man Fu and the other 100 Possibilities Pavilion cultivators pretended to have not heard this. However, the youths nearby gasped at the sight of such a large spirit beast. They all stared at the huge bird's astonishing figure with awe. Each flap of its glowing azure wings brought it forward with astonishing momentum, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the plaza. Its huge wings cast a shadow upon the entire stage and blew fierce winds downward, causing a few of the low-grade disciples to lose their balance and turn pale from fright. Stop! A man's voice suddenly sounded out from atop the bird. The huge bird folded its wings and floated motionlessly in the air as many cultivators began to drop down from its back. Isn't that Firecloud Mountain's brother Duan? What a pleasant surprise! When old man Fu saw the red-robed old man in the front, his eyes brightened and he hastily went forward to meet him. The old man chuckled and smiled. Hardly. I've held quite the impression of you ever since I last saw you in the Yun province. At the same time he was speaking, he swept his gaze past the many people behind him. Old man Fu casually said, Brother Duan wishes to look for Changzhen? That's too bad. Junior Marshal Brother Chang is currently handling affairs outside of the sect. However, he should return by the end of the assembly. The red-robed old man appeared slightly disappointed, but his expression soon recovered. So it's like that. Can't be helped. Being able to talk about old times is quite a problem of chance. Back to the matter at hand then. This is Junior Marshal Brother Yu. There should be no need for introductions, as everyone should recognize him. As for Junior Marshall's sister song, I believe this should be everyone's first time seeing her. Let me introduce you. He pointed to the stunning blue-clothed woman behind him. Old Man Fu looked at Cultivator Song with narrowed eyes and gasped. I've known of your grand reputation for many years as the Fairy of White Phoenix. Now that I've witnessed your elegance, I must say that your reputation is well-deserved. The blue-clothed woman gently smiled and replied, Senior Marshal Brother Fu wrongfully flatters me. I hardly deserve the title of fairy. The woman had an aura of peaceful charm to her, causing the nearby low-grade male cultivators to look on with thumping hearts. Although a few of the high-grade cultivators were better off than their bewitched juniors, passion flared within their eyes as well. Next, the Drifting Cloud Sect's core formation cultivators greeted the Ancient Sword Sect. Although Jiang Yun appeared indifferent, he reluctantly uttered a few words. As for the white-robed young woman, she stuck close to Cultivator Song and began to enthusiastically speak with her as if they were sisters. Despite this, Cultivator Song maintained an elegant demeanor throughout, revealing not the slightest flaw in her actions. The following matters were simple enough. Once the 100 Possibilities Pavilion finished their formalities, they brought the two sects to their respective huge courtyards and had them rest for the day. The official competition would begin on the next morning. The night peacefully passed by. With the coming of the second day, the three sects fiercely began the competition. The competition was conducted in 3 groups of 30, with each sect sending 10 of their own disciples into each group. Each group would then battle among themselves in a single elimination format until only 4 were left. The final 12 disciples would then draw ballots and fight for the top 10 rankings. Because there weren't many disciples competing, there was no need to have multiple fights occurring at the same time. The fights were to be held sequentially on the same stage. As for how the order was decided, there were lots that were drawn by each of the group's leaders. As for the judges, they would come from the sect that didn't belong to either of the competitors, making it quite fair. With countless 100 Possibilities Pavilion disciples densely surrounding the stage, a bald man stood at the center of the stage and slowly announced, "The first fight is between the Drifting Cloud Sect's Han Li versus the Ancient Sword Sect's Yao Feng." Following the bald man's announcement, a disciple walked out from each group of disciples. A torrent of whispers began to pour from the surrounding 100 Possibilities Pavilion disciples once they clearly saw the contestants. Am I not mistaken? One is a Qi condensation cultivator at the 11th layer, and the other is a foundation establishment cultivator. The difference in their cultivation is far too great. The Ancient Sword Sect cultivator looked at his opponent with a strange expression. Soon after, disdain momentarily appeared on his face. He felt it would be extremely easy to deal with an opponent with such shallow cultivation. As for his opponent, he was a youth with a common appearance that was tightly frowning, as if he felt perplexed and anxious. Of course, the core formation cultivators of the 3 sects were separated from the rest of the disciples. They were floating in empty space above the light barrier and leisurely chatting. Brother Duan, does the Drifting Cloud Sect truly plan on abandoning this sword trial assembly? How was an 11th layer disciple able to prevail through the selections? Was he someone you brought to make up for a lack of numbers? Jiang Yun couldn't help but laugh upon seeing the Drifting Cloud Sect disciple. The red-robed cultivator calmly replied, "Huh, 11th layer? Not bad. I recall that he was only at the 10th layer when he acquired victory in the selections. It is quite impressive for him to have cultivated so quickly." Jiang Yun wore a doubtful expression. What? He made it through the selection at 10th layer? Are you joking? This time, the red-robed cultivator merely replied with a silent smile. When Jiang Yun saw this, he felt slightly apprehensive and said nothing else. He began to pay attention to the stage below. Match start. The bald man from before suddenly shouted. As soon as the Ancient Sword Sect youth heard this, he had a red and a blue sword fly out from the sheaths on his back. They floated above him as green light flickered from his hands, forming a green light barrier around him. Afterwards, the youth quickly formed a hand incantation, intending to have his flying swords attack. But before he could carry out this well-practiced series of actions, he suddenly spotted 60 fireballs heading towards him in an overbearing wave of blistering heat. "Ah!" The youth loudly shouted in alarm, and his face became deathly pale. However, he was someone who had experienced many battles and quickly regained his composure. He gave up on using his flying swords to attack and immediately fell to the ground, dropping the light barrier around him. In that same moment, he felt his body covered in cold sweat, but he soon felt a furious rage overwhelm him as the wave of fireballs brushed past his head. Wishing to make a show of Han Li in revenge, he was about to jump up when a black leg blurred in front of him, relentlessly stomping down on his head. Suddenly, the world around him turned black. The crowd outside the light barrier roared in amazement. Even the bald judge gazed at the youth with an odd expression. After a short moment, he loudly announced, "The drifting cloud sect's Han Li is victorious." Han Li bowed to the judge with a calm expression and walked out of the light barrier. Soon after, 2 ancient sword sect disciples rushed onto the stage and then carried off their unconscious sect member. The short old man surnamed Jiang stared at the stage in disbelief and then grimaced. Although he knew there would be a few unorthodox tactics in a competition between low-grade disciples, he absolutely didn't expect talismans to be used in such a manner. He had teased the red-robed old man earlier because he held high hopes for this disciple, but he didn't expect for it to backfire. A moment later, an embarrassed expression appeared on the man's face and he gloomily kept silent. Old man Fu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Han Li's battle. "Brother Duan, that disciple of yours is truly quite interesting. He used up many spirit stones worth of talismans. Although it was quite the trick, it must have taken quite a bit of practice in order to simultaneously use so many fireball talismans at once. Ordinary disciples would find it quite difficult to do." The red-robed old man was immensely pleased with the ancient sword sect's Zhang Yun's deflated appearance, but he played down the victory with half-truths. "It's nothing. This disciple of ours is a talisman refinement expert. Attacking with talismans should come naturally to him. However, even I am somewhat surprised for him to use so many talisman at once." Zhang Yun resentfully muttered, "Humph! He's only capable of using many talismans at once. Now the others will know of his tricks. In the later rounds, this disciple of yours will definitely be defeated." The red-robed old man chuckled and said, "Is that so?" The azure-robed, scholarly man glanced at Han Li down below and casually nodded his head. "However, I think that this disciple's movement techniques is a body lightning technique from the mortal world. How else would he have so quickly caught martial nephew Yao off guard? Fellow Taoist Bai has seen through it as well. This disciple of ours was once a vagrant cultivator and has learned many mixed techniques. It is very much our sect's embarrassment." The scholarly man smiled and said, "Not at all. Long ago, I also held somewhat of an interest in mortal martial arts and studied them a bit. Although these martial arts have no use to high-grade cultivators, in the hands of a skillful qi condensation cultivator they will greatly add to their might. Furthermore, this disciple of yours seems extremely practiced in his techniques as if he has experienced many battles. It isn't unfair for our own disciple to have lost against him." As the 3 sects experts calmly continued their discussion, the bald referee from the 100 Possibilities Pavilion was replaced by an old man from the Drifting Cloud sect. He expressionlessly said, "The second fight will be the 100 Possibilities Pavilion's Xianxia versus the ancient sword sect's Zhou Su." Soon after, a youth from each sect walked onto the stage and bowed to each other. Once the old man announced the start of the battle, they each formed incantation gestures and began to use their magic tools. The 3 sects' core formation cultivators soon placed the previous fight in the back of their minds and began to watch this new battle unfold. Perhaps due to the incisiveness of Han Li's previous fight, the current careful and deliberate battle caused boredom in the spectators. Eventually, the ancient sword sect disciple was able to use his sword magic tool to break the opponent's defenses and claim victory. Each fight then successively continued until the first round of the competition was concluded 2 days later. The ancient sword sect cultivators' strength was as great as their reputation described. Apart from Han Li and a few others, the majority of the rounds had been dominated by ancient sword sect disciples. This scene was cause for great joy for Jiang Yun, and he wore a wide grin, releasing him from his previous gloom. Of course, the 100 Possibilities Pavilion and the Drifting Cloud sect cultivators had already anticipated this outcome. Although they found this somewhat embarrassing, they didn't show it on their faces and pretended not to care. From their bearing, it appeared as if they were on the winning side. During the second round of the competition, Han Li's opponent was a 100 Possibilities Pavilion female Qi condensation cultivator with a valiant appearance. After seeing that she was facing Han Li, she immediately took to the air on her magic tool as soon as the match started. According to her understanding, she would be able to dodge any of Han Li's talisman attacks in the air and would also be safe from his swift movement techniques. Han Li sighed upon seeing this and tossed out a stack of fireball talismans without a word. Just as the woman thought to dodge the incoming fireballs, Han Li formed an incantation gesture with both his hands and caused the approaching fireballs to flash with a red light. The barrage of fireballs turned into small flock of firebirds that spiraled around without approaching her. When she saw this, she was greatly frightened and thought to use her magic tool to protect herself. However, Han Li wasn't about to give her the opportunity. He muttered an incarnation in a superficial display and commanded the flame birds with his spiritual sense. The flock of fire birds then flew towards the woman and struck her from all sides. Although the woman managed to envelope herself in a water attribute barrier through a talisman, it was incapable of enduring such a fierce attack. In a mere moment, the barrier shattered. Helpless, the young woman could only take the initiative to concede defeat. After that battle, the disciples of the other two sects were greatly moved, having previously believed that Han Li merely abused his abundance of talismans without any skill. However, a few Foundation establishment cultivators that possessed powerful magic tools merely viewed Han Li's flashy actions with disdain. But in the end, there was an obscure, desolate valley at the center of the Dream Cloud Mountains. This valley had long been enveloped with waves of mist over countless years. It was dark to the point where one couldn't even see their own hands if they entered it. Additionally, all sorts of venomous serpents and insects entrenched themselves within the mist in countless numbers. And due to the valley's small size, they were easily overlooked by any cultivators that passed it by. But one day, the valley's mist became denser than usual. But the mist at the deepest depths of the valley was particularly chaotic. In a flash of white light, two figures suddenly emerged beside a mysterious pile of rocks. One of these figures was a man who wore gray robes and had fierce expression. The other was a scholarly man with azure robes and a jade belt. Although there was clearly no one besides the rock pile, a man's hoarse voice lazily said, "Well, if it isn't the ancient sword sect's brother Bai and the drifting cloud sect's fellow Taoist you? Could it be that the sword trial assembly has already ended? So Brother Yu is on duty today." "Yes, the assembly has already ended. We've come to see whether or not the Brightsite water has been prepared. If it is ready, then we'll directly transport the 10 disciples here to prevent anything unexpected from occurring." As for the gray-clothed old man at his side, he remained silent with an indifferent expression. The previous man's voice spoke with objection. "Something unexpected? This place is guarded by 3 core formation cultivators at all times. Why not bring the low-grade cultivators along with you? Are you afraid that they'll bring some trouble?" Cultivator Bai shook his head and said, "The spirit well tree is an immensely important matter. It is better to be careful. Besides, dropping the wine nectar into the Brightsite water is the most crucial step. Once this is done, the spirit water must immediately be used to cleanse their eyes. Otherwise its efficacy would greatly decrease. Why else would we be required to bring the 10 disciples over here?" The man chuckled and confidently said, "All right, the Brightsite water has already been prepared. When they've cleansed their eyes, have them immediately depart. Since this area is heavily covered with restrictions, if you teleport them here they won't know where this place is." Cultivator Bai nodded his head and said, "That would be for the best. Brother Yu, stay behind for the time being. I will notify our fellow Taoists and have them teleport the disciples over." The man's voice suddenly thought of something and asked, "Ah yes, I suppose the winner of the sword trial assembly from your ancient sword sect?" The azure-robed scholar smiled and said, I'm afraid I must indeed disappoint you. The winner of this sword trial assembly is our ancient sword sect's martial nephew Meng Di. The man's lazy voice revealed a trace of satisfaction. Humph! It isn't surprising that the foundation establishment cultivators of your ancient sword sect are stronger than ours. However, when one reaches core formation stage, it's hard to say who is weaker or stronger. If there is an opportunity, bring over that senior martial brother San of yours. I wish to compare notes with him sometime. The scholarly man grew silent for a moment and casually smiled. It seems brother you still broods over his defeat by senior martial brother San long ago. However, I fear I must disappoint brother you. Senior martial brother San has already entered seclusion in an attempt to break through to late core formation stage. He's going into seclusion to reach late core formation stage? The man was clearly surprised, but he soon sighed and spoke no further. The ancient sword sect's cultivator by then wordlessly raised his hand and struck the pile of rocks nearby with a streak of white light. The pile of rocks suddenly flashed with light and he disappeared. The pile of rocks was clearly a well-hidden transportation spell formation. After seeing the gray-clothed old man depart, he sat down on the ground nearby. At the other end of the transportation formation was a small stone room in the 100 Possibilities sect. The scholarly man appeared within the formation with a flash of white light. Several high-grade cultivators from the 3 sects were surrounding him. Cultivator Jian asked, "How is it, junior martial brother? Are the preparations finished?" The scholarly man replied, "Senior martial brother, relax. Everything is ready at the sacred site. We may take them in now." The old man surnamed Fu nodded his head with satisfaction. "Good. Then we must trouble brother Duan to bring the 10 juniors over here." As soon as he finished, the red-robed old man wordlessly pushed open the door and left. Old man Fu continued, "As arranged, our 3 sects will each send a core formation cultivator to accompany them. The Drifting Cloud sect's fellow Taoist Yu is already on the other side. Brother Jiang, who will you be sending over?" Jiang Yun casually replied, "I've already seen it once before and there is little to see. How about junior martial brother Bai goes?" Old man Fu smiled and said, "That's fine. Although fellow Taoist Bai hasn't had his turn guarding the sacred site, he was once one of the 10 finalists in the sword trial assembly. Could be considered revisiting a memory." Cultivator Bai nodded his head with a calm expression but said nothing. The white-clothed young woman charmingly smiled at him and rubbed shoulders with him in a rather romantic manner. At that moment, footsteps came from outside of the stone room and the red-robed old man walked in with a calm expression, leading the 10 finalists. Although the Drifting Cloud sect hadn't acquired first place, there were 4 disciples that managed to make it into the final 10, occupying the most places amongst the 3 sections. This had caused old man Duan to feel quite pleased in contrast to his calm exterior. With that thought, he unconsciously swept his gaze over the 4 disciples. There was the Firecloud Mountain Sun Hua, a staunch-faced youth, Mu Peeling of Dayspring Mountain, Han Li and Du Dong. When he caught sight of Du Dong, old man Duan couldn't help but inwardly snort, and a trace of derision momentarily appeared within his heart. As for the disciple that had acquired first place, he was a black-clothed youth with an expression as clear as a drawn sword. He was the ancient sword sect's Meng Di, who possessed the 9-sword spirit constitution. The 9-sword spirit constitution was among the 3 great sword bodies in the cultivation world. It wasn't something to take lightly. With a top-grade sword magic tool in hand, there were no opponents in the competition that were capable of withstanding his strikes. In only a few short moments, he was able to crush any opposition that stood in his way en route to first place. Having thought that, the red-robed old man felt somewhat envious of the ancient sword sect's good luck. Han Li indifferently glanced at the core formation masters in the room. He felt neither joy nor alarm. After his victory in the 3rd round, he had deliberately lost to a skilled 100 Possibilities Pavilion Foundation establishment disciple. He then participated in a battle against the 6 who lost for the final 4 positions in the top 10. In the end, he had nearly spent all of his talismans to forcefully enter 9th place. As for Du Dong, perhaps having held the same plan in mind as Han Li, He had also suffered a defeat at the 4th round and then deliberately suffered a loss against him, landing him in 10th place. Those actions had left Han Li dumbstruck. As for the top-ranked disciple amongst the Drifting Cloud sect disciples, that would be the youth named Sun Hua. His cultivation was quite strong and he managed to land in 3rd place. But from how Han Li saw it, apart from the black-clothed youth whose techniques greatly matched his magic tool, he would be able to defeat all the others using his previous methods. Once the assembly concluded, the top 10 disciples each received a top-grade magic tool. As for Meng Di, he also received a jade box that contained a spirit-tempering pill. When Han Li saw the jade box, he instantly grew determined. If this goes smoothly, and I'm able to acquire the root of the spirit well tree as well as the pill formula, it'll be over. If that isn't possible, I'll take the pill from the hands of that ancient sword sect disciple. After all, that pill will greatly aid in condensing a nascent soul. As Han Li thought this, Old Man Fu began to teleport the gathered disciples. The 3 sect's youths already knew where they were going and wore cheerful smiles. As white light flashed, Cultivator Bai and a middle-aged cultivator from the 100 Possibilities Pavilion teleported alongside them. Han Li and company were left dazed from the teleportation and found themselves amidst a dense fog and a pile of rocks. Han Li narrowed his eyes and unconsciously swept his spiritual sense past the area. However, once it extended out 100 meters, he immediately felt a restriction block his path. His heart trembled at the discovery. Knowing that there were powerful spell formations in place, he decided that stealthily completing his objective would be best. Seeing that they had all arrived, the gray-clothed old man calmly stood up and raised his hand, shooting out a yellow spell seal into the dense mist. The surrounding mist began to roil and suddenly dispersed. Not far ahead of them was a wall overgrown with dense moss as if no one had ever passed it by. Cultivator Bai warned the 10 finalists with an icy tone. Listen well. You must cleanse your eyes as soon as the spirit water is refined. You are allowed to enter the restricted area for that reason alone. Normally, even we are not allowed near this place. After you enter, you are only allowed to stay here for the day and must immediately depart on the next. This place is also heavily clad in restrictions. Absolutely do not roam this place as you please, else you will be subjected to the entirety of the consequences. The disciples naturally acknowledged his words. At that moment, a man's voice was heard from the direction of the stone wall. All right, if you have anything else to say, leave it until after you enter. I am going to open a way through the great formation. When the man surnamed you said this, the stone wall rippled throughout the air and disappeared in flash of green light. A moment later, the disciples were left astonished as the stone wall disappeared before them and was replaced with huge, tightly shut stone gates. The stone gate was densely covered in talisman characters and pulsing with rainbow light. It was unknown just how powerful this restriction was. There were also several barriers of yellow light surrounding the gate. At that moment, a yellow-clothed cultivator with his arms behind his back was standing outside the 30-meter-tall gate. He appeared to be in his 40s, and he had thick, slanted eyebrows that gave him a fierce appearance. If an ordinary person were to see him, they would grow fearful and wouldn't dare to meet his gaze. When the middle-aged cultivator from the 100 Possibilities Pavilion saw his fearsome appearance, he revealed trace of admiration. Hee. Senior martial brother, you seems to have made much progress in his ghost fiend arts. It seems cultivating near the sacred tree has made cultivation far easier. Although his words weren't loud, they had clearly reached Cultivator Yu's ears. The yellow-clothed cultivator immediately rolled his eyes and snorted. If you're willing to be confined to this place for 60 years, you can diligently cultivate as well. Though I wonder if Junior Martial Brother Pai would be able to endure it, given his temperament. The middle-aged 100 Possibilities Pavilion cultivator wore an embarrassed expression and said, I was merely speaking without consideration. It must be extremely difficult for Senior Martial Brothers Yu, Wu, and Tian to stand guard here. My words? Enough. No need to speak any further. These restrictions are something that our nascent soul martial uncles placed down. I will only be able to open the restrictions for a short amount of time. Hurry up. The yellow-clothed cultivator then slapped his hands together and summoned a yellow command medallion. He then began to chant with a solemn expression. The command medallion suddenly glowed with a grand yellow light and began to radiate nearby, melting away the light barriers in an instant, revealing a 10-meter-wide passage. "Everyone go! Be quick!" The scholarly man urged them as soon as he saw this and took the lead, flying forward in a streak of white light. The other two core formation cultivators gave similar commands and shot forward as well. When Han Li and company saw this, they hastily followed after them on their magic tools. As soon as the party reacted, the stone gate, the yellow-clothed cultivator's command medallion dimmed and the passageway completely disappeared. Facing the group, he indifferently said, "Follow," before turning around and forming various hand incantations with his fingers. He then raised his arms and shot out a scarlet and yellow light from his hands towards the huge stone gate. Suddenly, talisman characters on the tightly shut stone gate began to stir, and it began to release a series of low hums. The gate slowly opened to reveal a long passageway. The yellow-clothed cultivator wordlessly stepped through the passage, and the others glanced at each other before closely following after him. Han Li stood at the center of the disciples and seemed to be staring forward with great intensity. But in actuality, he was sweeping his spiritual sense across everything nearby. This rectangular passageway was a man-made tunnel that led into the heart of the mountain. Not only were the walls smooth, but there were a few profound talisman characters every couple of steps. Although Han Li couldn't study them for the time being, he was certain they weren't only there for decoration. After walking for only about 300 meters, their surroundings brightened and they arrived at a tidy stone hall that was about 200 meters wide and 80 meters tall. The center of the stone hall had a meter-high limestone platform with 10 lines perpendicularly intersecting from each side. From the sets of black and white pieces arranged on the platform, it appeared to be a chess game during a crucial moment. There was an old man and a young boy sitting cross-legged across from each other on the platform. The old man appeared to be in his late 50s, while the young boy appeared to be less than 10 years old. From his flawless appearance, it appeared as if this were a perfect child that had reincarnated. "Marshal Uncle Lon, what is Senior doing here?" When Cultivator Bai saw the child, he suddenly shouted in surprise and hastily saluted him. "Marshal Uncle Lon?" The gray-robed old man and the 100 Possibilities Pavilion cultivator were initially surprised to see the child there. But after hearing Cultivator Bai address him by name, their expressions greatly changed. Once they saw the boy's ponytail, bare feet, and the golden band on his arm, they suddenly recalled the name of a legendary senior. Juniors Du Bei and Yu Shannon pay their respects to Senior Lon. In their alarm, the two rushed to salute him. "Stand. Didn't you notice that I am at a crucial point in my game with Marshal Nephew Who? Let's talk after I've finished." The boy's voice was as young as his appearance, but each of his words carried an aged tone filled with poise. "As you command." Cultivator Bai and the other two core formation cultivators instantly acknowledged him and silently loitered nearby, not daring to appear sullen in the slightest. As for the old man playing chess with the boy, he wryly smiled at the three but remained silent. As for the yellow-robed cultivator, he respectfully stood behind the boy as if he were deferentially waiting upon him. When the young cultivators heard their three martial ancestors suddenly call out to the boy as martial uncle, they became restless. They instantly realized what this meant and stared at the boy with anxious hearts. In the instant Han Li saw the boy, he felt his heart drop. This was a genuine early nascent soul cultivator. Why had he appeared here? However, he soon recovered his calm. While he wasn't currently an opponent for an early nascent soul cultivator, it wouldn't be any problem for him to escape. Additionally, he was confident that the nascent soul cultivator wasn't here for him. With that in mind, Han Li began to plan for any contingencies that may occur. In the end, the boy and the old man played for another quarter hour before the old man stepped back from the chessboard and respectfully said, "Senior Lan's chess skills are excellent. This disciple concedes." A trace of happiness appeared on the boy's face, but his gaze soon turned and he doubtfully said, "Marshal Nephew Who? You didn't deliberately lose to me, right? We agreed that you wouldn't hold back against me." When the old man heard this, His face appeared to have grown longer, and he hurriedly said, Junior wouldn't dare to deceive Senior. It is just that Senior's chess skills have made massive improvements. The boy smiled and said, Hee hee. I also feel that my chess skills have made quite the improvement from before. It seems that it was quite worth it to practice against those mortal chess masters. The boy's smile then faded away as he changed topics. All right, let's put the chess pieces away. There is business to attend to. He turned around to face the cultivators that were waiting on him. After sweeping his gaze over the core formation cultivators, it finally settled onto the scholarly man's face. The boy leisurely asked, Martial Nephew Bai, how many years has it been since you entered the ancient sword sect? Cultivator Bai's face revealed slight puzzlement, but he sincerely answered, This junior entered the sect over 100 years ago. A strange expression flickered within the boy's eyes and he sighed. 100 years? It must have been quite tough for you. The scholarly man's expression changed and he forced a smile. Martial uncle, what do you mean? The boy stared at the scholarly man and said with an icy tone, What do I mean? As the successor of the righteous Tao's overwhelming pavilion sect master, your esteemed self has maintained you cover in the ancient sword sect for quite the while. Haven't you had any thoughts of visiting your master? When Cultivator Bai heard the boy, his complexion instantly paled. The other two core formation cultivators revealed shock in their eyes and unconsciously took several steps back from Cultivator Bai. Fellow Taoist Bai, is Senior Lan speaking the truth? The middle-aged cultivator asked in disbelief. Cultivator Bai's face fluctuated between red and white, unable to give an excuse. After wearing an unsightly expression, the scholarly man said, Since Martial Uncle has already fully investigated me, there is no use in denying this. However, I will not idly stand by and allow myself to be captured. As soon as he said that, his body flashed with white light and he shot towards the disciples behind him. His glowing white hand was reaching out towards the black-clothed Meng Di, who possessed the nine-sword spirit constitution. What are you doing? The two core formation cultivators furiously shouted. Their bodies flickered with light and they moved to rescue Meng Di, but they were clearly too late. However, Meng Di managed to react in his alarm, and he raised his hand to fiercely release a dense strike of sword chi. Unfortunately, there was too great a difference in their cultivations. The sword chi wasn't even able to injure Cultivator Bai in the slightest and was dissipated in an instant. But before Meng Di was captured by him, Cultivator Bai's body suddenly trembled and he fell flat on the ground. The light shining from his hand had disappeared without a trace. Meng Di couldn't help but blankly stand in place at a completely loss. The young boy expressionlessly rubbed his small hands and snorted. Your sect's grand chi hand has been well refined. But you forget that I didn't come here only to play chess. Apart from Han Li, no one else in the room noticed how the boy had restrained the scholarly man. Han Li narrowed his eyes as he watched the scholarly man fall to the floor and then looked at the boy with an odd expression in his eyes. In the same moment Cultivator Bai took action, Han Li was astonished to discover that a red string had suddenly shot out from the boy. The string suddenly shot into the scholarly man's body and he promptly collapsed. Han Li had initially believed the string to be a flying needle magic treasure, but under his spiritual sense, he was astonished to discover that the red string was made of a dense, icy chi. Much to Han Li's amazement, this string was actually refined from an icy sword chi. He recalled having heard that once talented sword cultivators reached a certain stage of cultivation, they were able to transform their sword chi into a string as they desired, turning it into a battle-deciding attack. This was the first time he had witnessed this, and it was unfathomable to him just how sword chi was able to reach this stage. The boy turned to the old man he was playing chess with and said, Martial nephew who? Lock him up in the dragon cave. Keep him alive. Your seniors still have a use for him. The long-faced old man felt his heart tremble before he acknowledged his instructions. He stepped over to the fallen Cultivator Bai and carried him to the side of the room before disappearing without a trace. Han Li's gaze then turned to look at Du Dong. He noticed that his expression appeared calm, but under closer scrutiny, Han Li noticed that he was clenching his hands into fists. When Han saw this, he faintly smiled and paid him no more attention. All right, the matter has already been settled. Do as you will. You don't need to mind this old man. I still need to properly analyze my moves from the last game. The boy waved his hand toward the other cultivators and lowered his head as he closely examined the chessboard. When the core formation cultivators heard this, they hurriedly brought the party over to one side of the hall. Shortly after leaving the stone hall, the 100 Possibilities Pavilion cultivator couldn't help but sigh. I truly didn't think that fellow Taoist Bai was actually Junior Marshal Brother Yu. Did you know about this beforehand? I didn't. Senior Lon merely said that he was coming here for a bit of business. How could I pry any further? The yellow-clothed cultivator's expression grew somewhat unsightly when he spoke. With that said, the 100 Possibilities Pavilion cultivator shut his mouth and didn't mention the matter any further to the group of disciples behind him. Under this gloomy atmosphere, Han Li and the rest of the party continued walking through a long corridor. After making a turn, they arrived before a set of faintly yellow stone doors that had a man with disheveled hair sitting in front of it. Although this person's face was covered by his messy hair, one could tell his age from his white hair. The yellow-clothed cultivator wore a respectful expression when he spotted him. Brother Wei, I've brought the disciples of the Sword Trial Assembly. Is it all right for them to come in? The disheveled-haired man responded with a profoundly deep voice. Since they've already arrived, they may come in. But since the wine nectar is shedding slower than we anticipated, they must wait a while. Han Li quickly swept his gaze towards the man and a cold glint flickered from his eyes. This man was a core formation cultivator at the peak of the false nascent stage. Han Li couldn't help but take notice of him. When the gray-clothed old man heard him, his expression revealed a trace of excitement. He stepped forward and said with a trembling voice, Senior Marshal Brother Wei, are you doing well? This person was a drifting cloud cultivator. The disheveled-haired cultivator sighed and slowly said, It seems that during the many years I haven't seen Junior Marshal Brother you've grown quite elderly. Senior Marshal Brother, why? This Senior Marshal Brother Wei calmly said, Enough! Since we've reunited, our destiny together hasn't run out. Don't speak any more of what happened that year. When I entered this place, I made a death oath to condense a nascent soul or never leave. Besides, I've also found out from our 2 martial uncles that the sect is being cleanly handled by Junior Marshal Brother Feng. I'm not worried in the slightest. When the gray-clothed old man heard this, his expression grew dim and he stifled the questions that he wished to ask. Junior Marshal Brothers, wait for a moment. I will open the restrictions and allow you into the sacred area. Old Man Wei stood up and shot a magic seal towards the yellow stone door, which silently opened in response. Having yet to clearly see what was behind it, Han Li first felt a wave of pure spiritual qi envelop him. As expected, this was where the spirit well tree was located. He felt that this pure spiritual qi wasn't inferior to the jade spirit well in the slightest. In fact, it felt as if it were slightly superior. It was truly worthy of its reputation as the best spirit well. Under Old Man Wei's guidance, Han Li and company were brought through the door into a huge cave. This cave was about 1 kilometer wide and 100 meters tall. It appeared as if they were underground. What was particularly shocking about the scene were the many various-sized stalactites and stalagmites that formed a natural stone forest. A majority of the cave was densely filled with them, forming a small maze. Under closer examination, Han Li discovered faint white lights twinkling from between the stone pillars. It seemed as if someone had placed some sort of restriction there. As Han Li continued to ponder, Old Man Wei led the party to the edge of the stone forest and took out an ancient, palm-sized white mirror with a flip of his hand. Then, with a quick mutter, he raised his hand and shot a white beam of light from the mirror into the stone forest. With a whoosh, the beam of light disappeared into the stone forest. He soon put the mirror away and wordlessly stood in place with his hands behind his back. While the young cultivators were left confused, the ground suddenly trembled and a shocking scene occurred. The forest of stone began to glow with a milky white sparkling light. Soon after, The light turned yellow and the various stone pillars began to move away. By the time the young disciples recovered from their shock, a straight path through the stone forest had emerged. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, but his expression remained calm. The many cultivators walked down the small path and headed towards the center of the stone forest at a leisurely pace, eventually reaching the legendary spirit well tree at the center. Han Li glanced at the 10-meter-tall object in front of him and thought, "Is that truly the spirit well tree?" The object in front of him was as thick as an arm and a faint green. It appeared entirely unlike a tree and more like a pillar of stone. However, the entirety of the cave's astonishing spiritual chi was truly coming from this bumpy stone pillar, and there was a faint golden barrier of light around it that covered even the roots that emerged above the ground. From how carefully it was protected, it appeared to truly be the spirit well tree. As Han Li silently cursed, the other cultivators wore fiery expressions as they gazed at the tree. If they were to directly cultivate underneath the three, they would be able to make rapid progress so long as they avoided any bottlenecks. Han Li didn't pay attention to the spirit well tree for long. His attention soon dropped onto the jade bottle at the foot of the spirit well tree. The bottle was about halfway full and slowly emitted a strong medicinal aroma. Han Li mused, could that be the half-refined bright sight water? When the others arrived 10 meters away from the spirit well tree, they stopped. Only Old Man Wei continued to walk forward. It seemed the barrier had no effect on him as he managed to pass through without obstruction. When the old man arrived in front of the spirit well tree, he circled around it and raised his hand, pressing it against the center of the tree. His fingers then began to sparkle with green light as he released spiritual power. When the others outside the barrier saw this, they couldn't help but hold their breath, fearing that they would disturb the old man. A short moment later, Old Man Wei shook his head and withdrew his hand. The green light promptly faded away. The old man turned around and calmly said, "The spirit well tree hasn't reached the optimal point to extract the wine nectar. There are still 8 hours to go. Before this, you may rest nearby the tree. I have already prepared the bright sight water. It only needs the wine nectar to finish. Then we'll do as Brother Wei says." The two core formation cultivators nodded their heads. The old man surnamed Yu appeared particularly obedient. As for Han Li and company, they each sat around the stone tree under the instructions of the core formation cultivators and began to cultivate. Old Man Wei then lowered his body and grabbed onto the jade bottle by the spirit well tree, casually tossing it into his sleeve. The faint light barrier then suddenly released a blinding light and prevented anyone from clearly seeing what was happening within. Han Li frowned, seeing that the others were indifferent to the scene, and began to speak with Silvermoon. Silvermoon slowly said, "Brother Han, why have you called for me?" Han Li insipidly responded, "Your earth movement techniques are superb. Would you be able to secretly enter the light barrier? I only need to you acquire the root of the spirit well tree and take it back to me. Brother Han, please wait a moment. I will make an attempt in my tool spirit form." Once that was said, Silvermoon materialized as a fist-sized wolf and secretly bore into the earth underneath Han Li. Han Li closed his eyes with an unchanged expression and sunk into a meditative state. Han Li then suddenly raised his brows and narrowly opened his eyes as his gaze dropped onto Dudong. Sitting at the corner to the group, he motionlessly drooped his head down with his hands forming an incantation gesture, appearing as if he was in cultivation. When Han Li saw this, he smirked and inwardly scoffed at him. The others didn't perceive of Dudong's small movements, but Han Li had already detected his every movement. He had earlier spread out his spiritual sense to observe his surroundings in case of contingencies. Although Dudong appeared to be meditating, his lips trembled. He was clearly speaking through voice transmission to his conspirator in the room. Fearing that he would alarm Dongdu, Han Li didn't forcefully eavesdrop. Instead, he swept his spiritual sense for any hidden cultivators and ended up finding nothing out of the ordinary. Han Li's mind quickly stirred and his gaze swept past several people. For a while, he was unable to determine who was the suspect. But Han Li then heard Silvermoon's voice in his mind. "Brother Han, the spirit well tree's light barrier reaches underground as well. Although I have a way for forcing through it, I cannot guarantee that it won't disturb the core formation cultivator within the barrier. Should I break through? Silvermoon softly said. Hanli replied without a moment of thought. Don't rashly take action. Force will only be used as a last resort. I reckon that in the chaos soon to come, there will be an opportunity to take action. Come back for now. Silvermoon obeyed and silently returned into Han Li's body. He then closed his eyes and did nothing else apart from taking note of Dudong's actions. After an unknown time has passed, Dudong ceased speaking and he raised his hand, glancing around with a strange expression. Han Li's heart trembled. Just as he wondered whether or not he was about to take action, Dudong unexpectedly lowered his head once more. Nothing had occurred, leaving Han Li baffled. At that moment, a huge quake violently reverberated throughout the cave. All the meditating cultivators suddenly opened their eyes in alarm, and they glanced at each other in astonishment. The gray-clothed old man and the other two core formation cultivators revealed a trace of astonishment. But the yellow-clothed cultivator frowned and hastily walked towards the stone gate. However, before he even arrived, the door opened to reveal a long-faced cultivator who walking in with a sullen expression. Senior Hu, what happened? The yellow-clothed cultivator hastily asked. The long-faced old man replied with a bloodthirsty tone. This place was attacked. A group of concealed cultivators attacked the spell formation outside the valley. Not only are they core formation cultivators, but there also seems to be a nascent soul eccentric among them. It seems they aren't from the Righteous Tao Alliance, but from the Six Devil Tao sects. The other powers wouldn't take such bold, heavy actions. Senior Lan has already left to take charge of the spell formation. You must follow me and support the defense. Leave behind Senior Martial Brother Wei. As for these disciples, postpone the matter of the bright sight water for now. Fellow Taoist Yu, bring these disciples to a safe room. Senior Martial Brother Wei, if anyone dares to enter the cave during this time, kill them without hesitation. Old Man Wei calmly replied. I understand. Brother Hu, go ahead and take them. I'll stand guard here. When the long-faced old man heard this, he nodded his head with a relaxed expression and immediately brought the gray-clothed old man and the middle-aged man out. The yellow-clothed cultivator ran to Han Li and the disciples, ordering, You heard him. The eye cleansing is postponed. I will lead you to a safe room. He then turned around and left the cave in large strides. The young cultivators didn't dare to delay and hastily followed after him. Han Li calmly followed after them and inwardly sneered upon seeing Dudong sincerely follow them out of the cave without taking any action. Dudong had acted calmly until now and didn't reveal the slightest worry. Han Li found this particularly suspicious. This occurred at far too perfect a time for Dudong to be uninvolved. A short moment later, the 10 disciples followed the yellow-robed cultivator west and entered a large stone room. After giving them several orders, he departed, clearly heading towards the battle above. At that moment, a large eruption occurred in the distance, causing the ground to violently tremble. It seemed to be a result of the bitter fighting outside. Seeing that the yellow-clothed cultivators departed, the disciples began to gather together into their own sects and whisper. Han Li, Dudong, Mu Piling, and Sun Hua stood together. Sun Hua sighed and vented. I truly didn't expect that the ancient sword sect's martial uncle Bai was a righteous Tao spy. I previously felt quite a bit of respect from him, thinking that he was a vagrant cultivator that managed to reach core formation. Mu Piling coldly glanced at the youth and emotionlessly said, Junior Martial Brother Sun, did you truly believe that a vagrant cultivator would be able to form a core so easily? Without the support from a large supporter, how could someone possibly acquire the ability to enter core formation? However, Junior Martial Brother Sun is a genuine vagrant cultivator that has already been scouted by many clans. Would it not be better for Junior Martial Brother Sun to join one of them for greater assistance in the future? The determined youth wryly laughed and boldly said, I am still unconvinced that I must join a cultivation clan to form a core. I still feel it beneath my dignity to join one. His gaze then unconsciously wandered onto the woman's beautiful face and revealed a trace of passion. However, Mu Peeling seemed unaware of this and didn't continue speaking. Du Dong then suddenly said, "However, Martial Uncle Bai does seem to be a pitiful individual." Mu Peeling bright eyes glanced at the large man in surprise. Sun Hua was also surprised by his words and wore an expression of doubt, asking, "Pitiful? Martial Nephew Du, what do you mean?" Du Dong smiled in his ordinary, simple manner and paid them no heed. His gaze then turned to Han Li and he mysteriously said, "Junior Martial Brother Han, do you think my words make sense?" Han Li didn't reveal the slightest surprise that Du Dong turned the conversation towards him and indifferently replied, "No, I don't know much of Martial Uncle Bai. I'm afraid I can't say. Is that so? However, I feel that..." Just as Du Dong thought to say something further, Sun Hua angrily rebuked him for ignoring him. "Martial Nephew Du, you are far too imprudent. Did you not hear my words?" A cold glint flickered from Du Dong's eyes as he glanced at the youth. With a sinister expression he said, "Why are you speaking so loudly? I heard you, but I have no interest in replying to such rubbish." "What? You?" Mu Peeling discovered something was amiss and her face grew sullen. With her hand on her storage pouch she icily asked, "Just who are you?" The other disciples noticed that something was odd and couldn't help but look at them with astonishment. A man's voice suddenly echoed from outside the room. "He. He's a direct bloodline disciple of the Devil Dao's Thousand Illusions sect. I hope that answer is to your satisfaction." Bang! The doors were shattered open. The sect disciples were each greatly shocked and they hastily took out this magic tools with vigilance. However, a familiar man had emerged beyond the shattered door. Martial Uncle Bai. An ancient sword sect disciple couldn't help but shout out upon seeing him. His expression soon changed and his face was filled with disbelief. When the other disciples saw this azure-robed cultivator appear before them, they were at a loss. They had clearly seen him restrained not long ago, but yet he still appeared here. And from his lively spirits, it appeared as if his magic power wasn't restricted in the slightest. Du Dong didn't appear surprised by Cultivator Bai's appearance in the least and coldly asked him, "Why did you arrive so late?" "Any longer and we would have taken action first." Cultivator Bai bluntly replied, "Humph! You don't know how fearsome that old eccentric sword thread is. Although I had prepared for it, it had restrained me at the time. If it weren't for your continuous guarantees that he wouldn't have dared to take my life, did you think I would have cooperated with your side?" "Hee. We didn't expect that the old eccentric would personally come. However, it had gone mostly as expected. Martial Uncle Feng and Senior Qin should have bought us enough time." After hearing their conversation, the other disciples knew that things were far from good. One of the ancient sword sect disciples was particularly quick to react and immediately flew off on his magic tool towards the door in an attempt to escape. But as soon as this disciple flew by Cultivator Bai's side, a sinister expression appeared from his face and a dazzling white light flashed. With a miserable scream, the disciple and the sword were split into two. With a clang, the corpse fell onto the ground. In the instant the disciple was slain, the other cultivators' faces grew deathly pale. They began to release each of their defensive magic tools as they stared at Cultivator Bai. For a moment no one dared to move. Mu Peeling's expression greatly changed, and she stepped away from Du Dong, releasing her own ribbon magic tool around her. As for Sun Hua, he had recoiled at the sight of this incisive strike and grimaced as his gaze flickered between Cultivator Bai and Du Dong. Han Li silently slipped to a corner of the room and his gaze continuously swept around. It was unknown what is going through his mind. At that moment, an imposing aura suddenly swelled from Du Dong. With lines of black talisman characters appearing on his neck, black light suddenly surged from his body as he underwent a sudden transformation. He grew to 2 meters in height, his appearance became malevolent, and his cultivation surged to mid-core formation stage. When Cultivator Bai saw Du Dong's astonishing transformation, he couldn't help but laugh. Very nice. If the Thousand Illusions sect were to say they were ranked second in concealment techniques in the Heavenly South, none would dare to proclaim themselves as first. The Greater Sifting Mirage technique is truly worthy of being your sect's signature technique. Humph! The transformed Dudong merely snorted. He then gloomily swept past the crowd and his eyes stopped on Han Li. A malicious expression flickered from his face. Whoosh! The cultivators in the room only caught sight of the Dudong disappearing a blur before reappearing beside Han Li. With a wave of his hand, Han Li's light barrier was shattered in an instant, and his hand pierced into Han Li's chest like a bolt of lightning. He then withdrew his hand with a bloody heart in his grasp. Han Li's corpse fell onto the floor. Ah! When the other disciples saw this bloody scene, they shouted out in alarm, believing that they would be next to fall. Their hearts were all struck with terror. Ha! The transformed Dudong revealed a strange expression as if in disbelief that Han Li had died so easily. He frowned for a moment and glanced at his hand. From the warm and bloody heart on his hand, it appeared he had truly killed him. The scholarly man grew alarmed at Dudong's sudden attack, and he furiously shouted, "What are you doing? You can't kill these disciples. A few of them have influence. One of them is even a close descendant of eccentric Heavenvenge. Don't attack them as you please." Dudong indifferently snorted. "If you can kill one, then so can I. Besides, given how odd that youngster was, it was better to take the initiative to deal with him. Also, this person definitely wasn't eccentric Heavenvenge's descendant. He entered the sect the same time I did." Soon after, he tossed the heart onto the ground. The scholar's expression relaxed and he gravely said, "So long as you realize this, that's fine. Although I don't know whether or not eccentric Heavenvenge's descendant is male or female, nor do I what sect they entered. The sects should have given consideration to eccentric Heavenvenge's might and should have allowed them to enter the top 10 disciples so that they may use the bright sight water. It would be a great inconvenience if they actually died. As for the person I killed, I was well aware of his background, and he definitely wasn't the eccentric's descendant. Fine, I'll refrain from killing the others as I wish. However, you can't have them casually stir up trouble. I'll have to properly knock them out for the time being." With that said, Dudong began to twirl in place and black radiance suddenly enveloped the entire room. The other cultivators felt somewhat relieved by their words, but a black radiance instantly rendered them unconscious as soon as it reached them. The scholarly man nodded his head with satisfaction. "Let's go. We can't delay here for too long." "All right." With those curt words, they immediately walked out the room in large stride. But when Dudong walked out, he felt somewhat uneasy and unconsciously glanced down at the heartless corpse. Han Li was lying in a pool of his own blood, dead as could be. Dudong couldn't help but scoff, feeling that he was overly suspicious, and he followed after the scholarly man with peace of mind. Once the two departed, the room grew deathly quiet. A short moment later, a young woman's voice filled the room. "Brother Han, my fox enrapturing arts must surely be above that of the greater sifting mirage technique. That man's cultivation wasn't weak, but he couldn't tell whether or not he truly killed someone. Truly laughable." Soon after that was said, Han Li's bloody corpse began to shine with faint white light. Eventually, that light turned silver and concentrated into a foot-long, snow-white fox. Han Li's voice began to slowly speak from a meter behind the white fox. "It truly is impressive. I find it odd how a wolf like you can be so proficient in fox techniques. However, this might also have to do with their weaker cultivation. Were they late core formation cultivators, it might have been difficult to fool them. As for the greater sifting mirage technique, I must admit it is outstanding. I was incapable of telling his true cultivation while he concealed himself." With a flash of yellow light, he walked out from the stone wall with a wolf-headed jade scepter in his hand. At an unknown time, Han Li stealthily entered the wall and had Silvermoon stand in for Han Li through an illusion technique. Although she couldn't maintain the transformed body for long, it was more than enough to fool the two core formation cultivators for the time being. Silvermoon was unconvinced and she curled her lips. Is this technique truly that amazing? Was Brother Han simply not mistaken? Han Li casually replied, "With the great development technique, my spiritual sense is on par with that of a nascent soul cultivator. Yet, I was still unable to discover anything amiss from him. It could very well be the top concealment technique in the entire world, let alone the heavenly south. Silvermoon tilted her small head, but she didn't rebut him. Hanli walked towards the center of the room and gazed at those lying on the ground, noticing that they were all unconscious. His eyes then fell onto the black-robed youth, Meng Di. Silvermoon seemed to guess what Hanli thought, and she jumped onto the youth and snatched the storage pouch from his waist. She then obediently jumped back to Han Li's side and delivered it to him. Han Li accepted it with a faint smile and swept his spiritual sense into it. After taking the jade box containing the spirit-tempering pill, he carelessly tossed the pouch onto the youth's body. Since this item held little use towards youth at this cultivation, Han Li happily accepted it. After putting away the jade box, he rubbed his chin and said, "Let's go. Those two should have already arrived at the Spirit Well Tree's cave. Let's go and take a look." After Silvermoon jumped into his sleeve, he flew out the room in a streak of azure light. At that moment, there were continuous explosions occurring from the outside. When Hanli heard them, a trace of doubt momentarily appeared on his face, but he soon ignored the sounds. When Hanli arrived at the cave, the stone gate was wide open and was void of restrictions. There were also shouts of furious alarm faintly coming from the inside. Dudong furiously shouted, "Brother Wei, what do you mean? How can you suddenly betray us when matters have reached this far? Could it be that you've forgotten the great kindness the sect master bestowed upon you? Or have you forgotten how you were a disciple of the Heavenly Fiend sect after staying at the Drifting Cloud sect for so many years?" Han Li's heart stirred upon hearing this. But before he could further listen on their conversation, his expression suddenly changed and he disappeared from his original location. A group of 8 high-grade cultivators suddenly entered the cave. Shockingly, there was even a nascent soul cultivator amongst them. These cultivators all concealed themselves into the earth with a barrier of yellow light as if in preparation of an ambush. As a result, the 3 that were already in the hall remained ignorant of them. Han Li then snuck in after them and stood at a far corner, observing everything in silence. These underground cultivators were all familiar to Han Li. They were the group of cultivators that should have been defending the formation from the outside. Even the boy nascent soul cultivator surnamed Lon was among them. Han Li's spiritual sense easily penetrated the light barriers of these cultivators, discovering the core formation cultivators that he had seen along the way, along with Cultivator Bai's Dao companion who was now deathly pale. The woman was also carrying an unconscious man in her arms, the long-faced old man surnamed Hu. Han Li felt his breath turn cold upon seeing them. At the same time, doubt began to well in his heart. The explosions outside had yet to stop, as if there were still a battle occurring outside. However, there wasn't actually a battle to destroy the formation. It was all a trap. At that moment, the disheveled-haired old man slowly spoke from within the golden light barrier. "I know that the righteous and devil Dao had discovered an ancient profound goddess's palm near the Mulan Plains. Although this tree has long shriveled, so long as it is fed with the wine nectar of the Spirit Well Tree, it will flourish once more and regain life. As a result, we've infiltrated the 3 sects many years ago as disciples in a reckless attempt to acquire it. At the time, we had even abandoned our plans to topple the 3 sections. And now even the young master of the Thousand Illusions sect braved danger to infiltrate here as fellow Taoists do to give orders for the righteous and devil Dao to cooperate." The scholarly man sneered and said, "What? Has Brother Wei grown fond of this place in the 100 years he had stayed here?" The disheveled-haired old man emotionlessly said, "Of course not, but I have developed a bit of attachment towards this place, having spent so many years here. After all, to be human is to feel. In these long years, Elder Yun of the Drifting Cloud sect treated me as if I were kin. Not only did he impart divine techniques onto me, but he even saved my life during critical moments and faced immense opposition to grant me authority over the Drifting Cloud sect. I am incapable of ignoring such kindness. I cannot allow you two to take the Spirit Well Tree away." Dudong smiled instead of growing angry. He sinisterly threatened, "Good, good. Brother Wei must mean to act as a genuine Drifting Cloud sect elder. However, you forget what will happen if we were to speak the truth and reveal your true identity as a spy for the Heavenly Fiend sect. Do you think you'll be able to freely remain? The disheveled-haired old man calmly replied, I don't need your reminder. I am perfectly aware. Why do you think I am restrained here? I've long gathered suspicion from the two martial uncles. There is merely a lack of concrete evidence. That is why I was forcefully removed from power in the sect and was trapped in this confined place. Of course, I've also received much kindness from the Heavenly Fiend sect. Since fellow Taoist Du has shown me the sect Master Xia's token, I can give you a bit of the wine nectar even though I can't allow you to take away the tree. This should be enough to repay the past kindness of the Heavenly Fiend sect. What? You will only give us the wine nectar? Du Dong expression relaxed and he interrupted the scholarly man. Fine, just give us the wine nectar. With that in hand, we won't need the spirit well tree. After all, our righteous and devil Tao sects possess countless treasures. Although we may not have something like the spirit well tree, we have plenty other types of spirit wells. When Cultivator Bai heard this, he glanced at Du Dong in surprise, but after a moment more of thought, he remained silent. After all, his orders were all given to him by the Thousand Illusion sect's young master. Although he didn't know when the Righteous Tao Alliance and the Six Devil Tao sects grew so close, he may as well defer to his judgment of the matter. Cultivator Wei coldly said, Since you fellow Taoists both approve, I will take out the wine nectar from the restrictions. But first I will get the ugly matters out of the way. If you plan to take advantage of when I release the restrictions, don't blame me for being ruthless. Du Dong chuckled and pledged with a calm expression. Be at ease, we won't do something so foolish. After all, this spirit well tree is a trivial affair compared to the profound goddess palm. The old man then nodded and took out a small white bottle from his storage pouch. Prepare what? To give our three sects' most precious asset to our enemies. Before the disheveled-haired old man could finish, 10 sword threads shot out from below the ground in a flash of red light, tightly tying him down. At that same moment, yellow light flashed from the direction of the cave's entrance, revealing the previously hidden cultivators. They unwaveringly approached Du Dong and Cultivator Bai. When Cultivator Bai and Du Dong saw this, their expressions greatly changed. At that moment, the boy surnamed Lan appeared behind the restrained Cultivator Wei. The boy stared at the two with an icy expression and said, Good, very good. Us old men long knew that the righteous and devilish Tao had embedded many spies within our ranks. And since we didn't have any concrete evidence towards you, we couldn't cleanly dispose of you. After all, it would be extremely costly if we were to wrongfully kill a core formation cultivator. But since you've now taken the initiative to reveal yourselves, I no longer need to restrain myself. Cultivator Bai's expression was filled with disbelief and he was at a loss for words. As for Du Dong, he managed to force a smile despite his pale complexion and ask, Lan, why are you here? Outside. The boy had no intention of concealing his plans and indifferently said, Do you truly believe that old Devil Blaze and Scholar Golden Mirror would be enough to fully take up our attention? At this moment, they should have been surrounded by my fellow Taoists from the Drifting Cloud sect. The sounds of attack from the outside was something deliberately fabricated so that you would obediently take action. Since we wish to deal a blow against the righteous and devilish Tao so that they may learn their place, we may as well wipe our ranks of their spies. What? Those martial uncles aren't outside. Cultivator Bai's rigid face instantly became panicked. The white-clothed woman couldn't help ask her Tao companion with a trembling voice, Senior Martial Brother Bai, you truly were a righteous Tao spy. Her face was deathly pale. When he heard the young woman, the scholarly man's panic disappeared and he could only bitterly smile. He opened his mouth to speak, but he couldn't utter any words. The boy then pursed his lips and imposingly declared, I am unwilling to bully the weak, so how about you obediently surrender yourselves? Or would you rather this old man use force? When the two heard this, their expressions changed. But at that moment, a streak of white light flew in from outside the cave, revealing the old man's surname Jiang drenched in sweat. He urgently shouted, Martial Uncle Lan, bad news. The Drifting Cloud sect's Senior Chang sent a sound transmission talisman for immediate reinforcements. His forces were ambushed by the Heavenly Fiend sect and the Thousand Illusions sect, and they are currently locked in battle. When that was said, the cultivators in the room were shocked. Were it not the three sects that were supposed to ambush them? The boy was startled by these words and pondered for a moment before loudly cursing. "You devil child! You actually planned around us. It seems this old man can't keep you alive." The boy then shot a streak of fiery light from his mouth, intending on executing the two before him. But in that instant, the originally restrained cultivator Wei loudly shouted. His arm grew several times in size and his body glowed with purple-red light as he broke through his restraints and fiercely moved to grab the boy. From the imposing aura of the flicker purple light covering his fingers, the boy's skull would most certainly fracture if it were to make contact. The boy wore an expression of alarm. Having just spat out his magic treasure, he could only suck in his chest and puff out his cheeks in the face of the sudden ambush. Another ball of fiery red light left his mouth and collided against Cultivator Wei's purple claw. Hiss! Like scalding iron against flesh, Cultivator Wei's hand slowed down as it struck through the red light. The boy took advantage of this opportunity to instantly fly out from the sacred tree's light barrier in a mist of red light. "True Lord Heaven Fiend!" The boy gloomily shouted out the title of the Heavenly Fiend sect master and wordlessly stared at Cultivator Wei. He then pointed to some direction and had his magic treasure revolve around him. It soon transformed into a scarlet python, baring its fangs as if it were alive. The head of the dishevel-haired cultivator drooped down as if he were unconscious, but a lazy, unfamiliar voice was still uttered from his mouth. I didn't expect for fellow Taoist Lan to so quickly recognize me. This sect master has long heard of the child fire dragon. However, it is quite unfortunate that I currently cannot truly fight with you." When Han Li saw this, he immediately recalled the greater possession technique that Zenithine had used on Wuxia. Although there were a few differing aspects, it was certain to be a similar devilish Dao technique. According to what Han Li knew, this technique had to be applied to the target beforehand in a complicated procedure before it could be used. It seemed the Heavenly Fiend sect master had done this as a precaution before he placed Cultivator Wei inside the Drifting Cloud sect. From these sudden turn of events, Han Li's mind suddenly stirred and he recalled something. He spoke to the small fox in his sleeve with a serious tone. "Silvermoon, immediately return to the safe room and transform my form with grave injuries. We cannot allow others to discover my absence. As for why I am still alive, play it by ear. I will quickly return. Just don't reveal my true cultivation or identity." Upon hearing Han Li's solemn tone, she wordlessly flew into the ground and dug straight back to the safe room. At that moment, the true Lord Heaven Fiend raised his hand and glanced at the small bottle of wine nectar before tossing it to Dudong. Afterwards he regretfully glanced at the spirit well tree before indifferently saying, "Bring that item back. I will hold the child fire dragon down while you escape. But you had best be quick. I can't give you much time." Once that was said, he suddenly shot out and prepared by Old Man Zhang's side. He sinisterly smiled and fiercely struck with his hand glowing in purple light. Shameless! Seeing that the possessed cultivator Wei dared to attempt to kill someone in his presence, the scarlet light python in front of the boy trembled and split into countless translucent strands as it shot towards True Lord Heaven Fiend. At that same moment, Old Man Zhang's expression greatly changed. He hastily spat out a yellow flying sword to protect himself and he flusteredly ran backwards. He didn't dare to meet the sect master's strike. True Lord Heaven Fiend strangely smiled and his direction suddenly changed, appearing at the side of the white-clothed woman. His purple claw suddenly moved to grab onto her arm. The white-clothed woman had been at a loss ever since realizing the scholarly man was a spy. But in a face of True Lord Heaven Fiend's sudden attack, her complexion paled and she tossed the long-faced old man onto the ground without a single thought. Her hands then formed an incantation gesture and an azure streak flew out from her sleeve, attempting to block the incoming attack to the best of her abilities. True Lord Heaven Fiend wildly laughed in response and blurred once more, grabbing onto the long-faced old man that was tossed away. He then formed a fist with his free hand and covered it in turbulent purple light, striking against the incoming fiery red sword threads. With a muffled groan, the old devil couldn't help but recoil from the strike. However, he used its momentum to carry the long-faced old man back to his original location. Though some unknown method, the long-faced old man was somehow roused. He leapt up and said, "Many thanks for Trulord's rescue. Humph! Don't be mistaken. If we weren't currently short on manpower, I wouldn't have saved a righteous Dao Jr. like you. You'll have to preserve your life with your own skill." True Lord Heaven Fiend coldly snorted and shot towards the boy surnamed Lon in a blur. This time, he was truly going to tie down the child fire dragon and allow Du Dong the opportunity to escape. Go! The outside restrictions have already been sabotaged by me. Its power should only be 1/10 of its original. We will be able to easily break through. The long-faced old man appeared to also be a decisive character. After shouting to Dong Du and Cultivation by, he took the initiative to charge towards the core formation cultivators guarding the exit. Dong Du and the scholarly man were delighted by what they heard. With one taking out 2 white swords and the other enveloping his body in black radiance, the 3 changed towards the cave exit. The 3 sex core formation cultivators weren't about to easily allow the 3 to escape. They all summoned their magic treasures to give them a painful welcome. The cave suddenly erupted into battle between the 2 sides. With furious shouts and sounds of explosions, various colored lights filled the cave. When Han Li saw this, he felt that his opportunity was drawing near and decided to take action. With the jade scepter in hand, his body flashed in yellow light. He burrowed into the ground and hastily used an earth movement technique to silently draw close to the spirit well tree's roots. Busy with their own battles, the cultivators in the cave hadn't taken notice of Han Li's opportunistic actions. As a result, Han Li arrived before a faint golden barrier blocking his way. A spirited glint appeared in Han Li's eyes. He raised his hands, releasing a torch of azure light from each of his fingers, and silently pressed them against the barrier. The golden light intertwined with the azure light for a moment and the light barrier began to tremble. If it were peacetime, the golden barrier's trembling would have long been perceived by the cultivators guarding the spirit well tree. But in the middle of fierce combat, this small movement hadn't aroused the slightest notice. A short moment later, his hands had forcibly pierced through the golden light and a trace of joy appeared on his face. The light from his hands surged and he fiercely pulled his hands apart, creating a slender gap in the barrier for an instant. Whoosh! Han Li's body blurred, reappearing inside before the light barrier mended itself. Seeing that the spirit well tree's roots were before him, Han Li wore a rarely seen grin. Although the trunk of the spirit well tree greatly differed from ordinary trees, its roots were ordinary apart from its exceptionally jade-green color. A huge explosion erupted from above the ground, followed by the sound of shards of falling earth along with a series of trembles. It seems a fearsome attack had just been used. In the following moment, Old Man Fu flusteredly said, "Quickly, chase after them. We cannot allow them to escape." The sound of rustling wind was followed by True Lord Heaven Fiend's hearty laughter. "Fellow Taoist Lon, how is the power of my purple deep screen arts? Although I had to use up this body's blood essence, I was able to easily tie you down for the time being. Old Devil Heavenfield, do you not care for your disciple? Even if your disciple survives, his cultivation will be mostly destroyed." Although the boy's voice was detached and emotionless, Han Li could hear a trace of anger in his words. "My disciple? This traitor? From what I've heard, he already considers himself a drifting cloud sect disciple, so I have far less misgivings in using him." "Huh? Old Ghost Lon? Where do you think you're going?" True Lord Heaven Fiend's voice was extremely calm as he said this, but his voice suddenly shouted out in alarm. "Humph! I have no interest in tangling down with your incarnation. Those devil children cannot be allowed to take a wine nectar out from our dream cloud mountains." The boy's voice grew more distant as if he had already left the cave. "As if I'd so easily allow you to leave," True Lord Heaven Fiend shouted as if chasing after him. In an instant, there was no one else left behind in the cave apart from Han Li. He grew completely at ease, no longer hesitating to take action. He extended one of his fingers, shot out a sparkling beam of light. With a spark, a small portion of the root was easily cut through, causing a white liquid to overflow from the opening, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Han Li paid no notice to the white liquid spilling out. With his body shining with yellow light, he directly grasped onto the root segment and climbed to the surface. He swept his gaze past the barrier and spotted a 10-meter large hole in the cave with sparkling rocks that were scattered all around. It seems this true Lord Heaven Fiend had completely broken through the restrictions of the resilient cave walls through a single strike. This impressive display of skill should have given Du Dong and the others the opportunity to escape. Han Li hurried after seeing this. He took out a finely carved jade box from his storage pouch and carefully placed the root segment into the box. After putting it away with a heavy expression, Han Li revealed satisfaction, but something soon came to mind. He may have acquired the spirit well tree's root, but he had still yet to acquire the refinement formula for the brightsight water and the spirit tempering pill. Although that true Lord Heaven Fiend managed to possess the body of the disheveled-haired old man, the body couldn't endure his techniques for long. He would certainly be defeated by the boy before long. With flashes of light flickering from Han Li's hands as he stood next to the barrier of light, his expression suddenly surred. With a trace of astonishment on his face, he frowned and walked around to the back of the spirit well tree. There was a yellow prayer mat and a foot-wide stone platform. The stone platform had a jade slip on top of it that was glistening with a faint green light. Han Li swept his spiritual sense past the several items and discovered that there were no hidden restrictions on the items. He raised his hand and shot an azure mist from his palm, sweeping the jade slip into his grasp. Han Li gazed at the jade slip and remained still as he began to read through the contents of the jade slip with his spiritual sense. A short moment later, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip with a bewildered expression. It contained the records of the disheveled-haired cultivator's techniques and a few pill refinement insights. The refinement formula for the spirit tempering pill and the brightsight water were astonishingly among them. With the jade slip in hand, Han Li's mind grew vacant. Could it be that disheveled-haired cultivator had felt his lifespan coming to an end and had prepared this jade slip? From how the jade slip had been hidden behind the spirit well tree, it seemed he had left it behind for a drifting cloud sect cultivator. Could this action hold some sort of meaning? Han Li pondered a moment more while glancing at the jade slip. He then fetched a white jade slip from his storage pouch and quickly copied over the contents. At Han Li's current cultivation, replicating a jade slip took only a moment's worth of effort. Han Li placed the green jade slip back in its original place and put the white replica inside his storage pouch before walking back towards the golden light barrier. Since the three sex cultivators could come back at any moment, he'd best leave as soon as possible. In any case, he already fulfilled his objective. Without worry of anybody spotting him, Han Li's body flowed with spiritual power, cleaving a large hole in the barrier with a spark of azure light. In the instant the hole was formed, he directly transformed into an azure streak of light and rushed out. When Han Li quietly returned to the safe room, he discovered that the young disciples were still unconscious, lying disorderly around the floor. Although their aptitudes were exceptional, they were still only low-grade disciples. It was no surprise as to why they were overlooked during the moment of the climax of the battle. Silvermoon had already transformed into Han Li, lying on the floor in an unconscious state. When she saw that he arrived, she immediately turned back into a fox and leaped into Han Li's sleeve. Silvermoon chuckled and asked, "How was it? Did you acquire it? By the way, nobody came. It seems fellow Taoist was being overly careful." Han Li insipidly said, "It went smoothly. However, it was still better to be careful than to allow myself to be revealed." Silvermoon easily changed the topic and worriedly asked, "However, how will Brother Han explain his survival? This seems to be quite troublesome." "How I will explain it? Just say the truth." Han Li appeared to not take this matter very seriously and spoke carelessly. "The truth?" Silvermoon spoke with bewilderment. As if having already thought of this, Han Li calmly explained, "I'll just say that I previously bought a high-grade illusion talisman and used it to save my life. Those who aren't skilled in the Tao of illusions should be none the wiser and will take the excuse at face value. Silvermoon soon chuckled. Not bad. That is a rather good excuse. The following moments were rather simple. After half a day, a yellow-clothed cultivator walked into the safe room with a solemn expression. Seeing that all the disciples were unconscious, he sighed and formed an incantation gesture with his hands. With a flick of his finger, a streak of white light flew into each of the cultivators' bodies. It was clear that the technique used to knock them out wasn't profound in the slightest. After a short moment, each of them regained consciousness and saw that the yellow-clothed cultivators had taken the place of Dudong and Cultivator Bai. They grew relaxed in an instant. Of course, when they saw that Han Li was intact and unharmed, they were greatly frightened. But Han Li soon took out an illusion talisman and gave an explanation that he had prepared in advance. As expected, considering that few delved deeply into the Tao of illusions, mostly no one raised any suspicions. As for the yellow-clothed cultivator, he merely glanced at Han Li in surprise and didn't further ask about it. But for Sun Hua and Mu Peeling, they both wore a trace of doubt. After all, Du Dong had spoken to Han Li from the very start and even attacked Han Li immediately after revealing himself. It had left quite the impression on them. Han Li wasn't particularly worried about their doubts. Since the two didn't have any proof, what could they possibly say? Besides, Du Dong's sudden attack was by no means a sign of friendliness. With the absence of the wine nectar and the unknown fate of the disheveled-haired cultivator to refine the Brightsight water, the matter of the Brightsight water had dissolved. As a result, the upper echelon of the three sects hurriedly announced the conclusion of the sword trial assembly, only giving a magic tool to each of the final 10 as compensation. The three sects then returned back to their own sects without any intention of traveling together with each other's groups. Seeing that their core formation seniors wore such solemn and anxious faces, even an idiot would know that something drastic had happened, while the 10 finalists were left unconscious. Although the low-grade disciples were unsatisfied and gloomy, they could only obediently return to their sects. Once Han Li and the others returned to the Drifting Cloud sect, they were hastily summoned by the sect's higher echelon and were closely questioned on what had happened in the restricted area. After that, they were sent away with unsightly expressions and were ordered to keep silent. Afterwards, Han Li came to realize that the three sects' plan to oust their spies had ended up an utter failure. Not only did Dong Du and company manage to bring back the wine nectar to the righteous and devilish Tao with the assistance of the Heavenly Fiend sect master's incarnation, but they mostly managed to leave the state of Shi without any harm. However, Cultivator Bai had made a mistake and was promptly killed by Old Man Fu and the others. As for when the Heavenly Fiend sect master's possession expired, the disheveled-haired cultivator was captured by the boy, and no one had heard of him since. It was unknown whether he was executed or spared. The two nascent soul elders of the Drifting Cloud sect and the three sects' various core formation cultivators had been ruthlessly attacked by the Devil Dao's Thousand Illusions sect and the Heavenly Fiend sect in an ambush. Not only were several core formation cultivators killed, but the nascent soul cultivator surnamed Chang was heavily injured. Although there is no worry for his life, his origin chi was greatly damaged. This matter had greatly shaken the three sects. They began to ferociously pressure the righteous and Devil Dao sects through the Heavenly Dao Union, but they continued to deny this matter had ever occurred. As a result, nothing came to be, leaving the three sects' upper echelon with their hands tied. But fortunately for them, through the Heavenly Dao Union's own spies in the righteous and Devil Dao, they were able to discover that the wine nectar was ineffective. After using it to water the profound goddess palm, the tree remained in its withered state without change. This information had brought a breath of relief to the Heavenly Dao Union. Following these events, the three factions each became more vigilant and their peaceful attitude from the last 100 years began to grow tense. Conflict became a more likely possibility as time passed by. As soon as Han Li finished reporting to the sect elders, he immediately returned to his cave residence. He headed straight to the room with the 9-curl spirit ginseng and planted the root of the spirit well tree right next it. Since the two items were both spiritual objects born of heaven and earth, they might mutually nourish one another if they were placed close together. In the following days after Han Li finished answering his fellow sect members about the sword trial assembly, Han Li began to wholeheartedly cultivate. Perhaps due to the influence of the sword trial assembly, he was finally able to break through his bottleneck for the great development technique. Han Li's cultivation then proceeded to advance as he simultaneously cultivated the great development technique and the Azure Essence sword arts, much to his delight. He clearly understood that the reason he was able to cultivate the great development technique in such a smooth manner was most likely due to the soul-nurturing wood beads that he wore around his neck. Ever since he wore the beads around his neck, his spiritual sense had been gradually growing larger regardless of any effort he made to temper it. This had allowed him to rapidly progress in the great development technique in an unobstructed manner, as if he were refilling a pond that had already formed. Additionally, every time he cultivated the great development technique, the soul-nurturing wood beads would cause his spirit to feel refreshed, allowing him to achieve greater results with less strain and effort. During this time, Han Li began to use the green liquid to mature the root of the spirit well tree every few days. As a result of a few short months, a sapling began to shoot out from the root. It appeared it was only a matter of time before it grew as large as the spirit well tree in the restricted area. Han Li reckoned that it would take 20 years of meticulous care. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He would need many years before he could reach false nascent stage. Furthermore, he already had a spirit tempering pill on hand. It didn't matter if it would take any longer. With that thought, Han Li imagined the moment when the black-robed youth looked through his storage pouch only to astonishingly discover that the spirit tempering pill had disappeared. Han Li couldn't help but find it funny. The most important reason why he had tried so hard to acquire the spirit well tree was for the brightsight water. With his eyes cleansed from the brightsight water, he would gain an immense benefit in battle. Combined with his superior spiritual sense, he would be able to repeatedly decisively strike against his foes' weaknesses. At the same time, it wasn't as if Han Li had given up on practicing pill refinement. He was still making his own preparations to eventually refine the 9-curl spirit ginseng. With this, time slowly passed by between bitter cultivation and pill refinement. During this time, apart from some required social interaction, Han Li didn't take a single step from his cave residence. Amidst crucial moments for his cultivation that required focused seclusion, Han Li sent Silvermoon in his place to deal with the fellow sect members that occasionally paid him a visit. Fortunately, Silvermoon's fox body had made rapid improvements in the wake of large consumptions of medicine pills. Her illusion techniques have become increasingly intricate, revealing not the slightest flaw. As for Mu Peeling, she still held her doubts, but after Han Li returned to the Drifting Cloud sect, only to maintain a low profile, her suspicions eventually faded away. She came to merely view Han Li as a completely ordinary qi condensation cultivator. Consequently, Han Li became more at ease for staying at the Drifting Cloud sect. In the blink of an eye, Han Li had spent 20 years at the Drifting Cloud sect as a qi condensation disciple. The day that he was about to condense his nascent soul was just around the corner. Inside the pill refinement room of the Small Mountains cave residence, a sliver of azure core flame left Han Li's mouth in a continuous stream, wrapping around a silver cauldron that was half a foot wide. Han Li wore a tense expression as light flickered from his entire body. The cauldron rotated as it floated above the center of the room's spell formation. As time slowly passed by, the pill refinement room started to be filled with a medicinal scent. Once Han Li smelled it, he felt his spirits become roused and his face revealed a trace of joy. When this faint medicinal scent became far more concentrated, a bright light flickered from his eyes. He suddenly formed his hands into an incantation gesture and struck a corner of the spell formation with a spell seal, shouting, "Open!" The spell formation released a series of low hums, striking the silver cauldron with intersecting streaks of red radiance. The small cauldron trembled several times before opening its lid, revealing a milk-white medicinal pill inside. The pill was the size of a thumb and its body was translucent, glimmering with spiritual light. There were also strands of milk-white smoke that floated from around it. It was nearly indistinct, as if it were a sign that the pill was otherworldly. Upon seeing the pill, Han Li was unable to contain his joy. The medicinal pill for the 9-curl spirit ginseng was finally refined. He had failed several attempts before. If a pill wasn't formed in this attempt, there wouldn't have been enough agate horn and the demon echo grass to make another attempt. As for the most important ingredient, the 9-curl spirit ginseng, Han Li had no worries about that. It turned out that Han Li didn't have to use its main body to refine the medicine. He merely had to extract some liquid from its body, allowing the ginseng to continue living. Of course, while the spirit ginseng wasn't immediately killed, it suffered great damage to its origin qi. As a result, its white rabbit incarnation became listless and lethargic. With that in mind, after several days of careful consideration, Han Li placed down several more layers of restrictions before giving the spirit ginseng some of the green liquid. In order to be careful, Han Li started off by giving a few drops of the diluted green liquid, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Spiritual objects of heaven and earth, especially those possessing their own incarnations, were different from ordinary plants. In the end, the green liquid had greatly restored the origin qi of the spirit ginseng and had reinvigorated it. This had greatly relieved Han Li, and he began to truly use the green liquid on it. As a result, Han Li used the green liquid to recover its origin qi each time he extracted some of its liquid, allowing him an unending supply. However, this method was only effective for the 9-curl spirit ginseng. Han Li was inspired to try this on other spiritual medicines, but the result was only an increase in age. As of current, Han Li held the milky white pill in between his fingers and carefully examined it. Its appearance and fragrance was exactly as described. As for its medicinal efficacy, he'd have to test that when the time comes. With a slight sigh, Han Li carefully placed this difficultly acquired medicine pill in a jade box he had previously prepared. With the pill properly stored away, he walked out of the pill room. After about 60 years of cultivation, Han Li had finally cultivated the 4th layer of the Great Development Technique, forcibly increasing the scope of his spiritual sense. With regards to the Azure Essence Sword Arts, he had finished cultivating to the 9th layer of the Great Perfection stage several months before, allowing him to finally enter False Nascent stage. Whether it be medicinal pills or techniques, Han Li was now completely prepared. However, Han Li wasn't about to hastily start to condense a nascent soul now that the spirit ginseng pill was finished. Instead, he left his cave residence by himself and found a hidden spot on the Dreamcloud Mountains with an enchanting view. He then peacefully sat down and became still. During this time, he began to appreciate all that had happened throughout his life so far. When he was young, he had enjoyed life with his loving family and had a little sister that he enjoyed playing with. When he grew somewhat older, he entered the 7 Mysteries sect under the recommendation of his 3rd uncle, and came to recognize many harsh characters. It was here that he unintentionally came across Dr. Mo and was able to cultivate the Eternal Spring Arts. He then came across the Great South Meeting, introducing him to the true world of immortal cultivation. Then, with Yellow Maple Valley, soon after Han Li began to recall his memories, these vague past events gradually became clearer and various emotions began to reveal themselves from Han Li's face, as well as a happiness that he had never displayed before. After these 3 days, Han Li tightly shut his eyes and restored his calm once more. He began to comprehend the Tao of the world in a state of obliviousness. A month later, Han Li emerged from concealment with his magic power, body, and mind in peak condition. His heart, in particular, had been tempered to the next level. With a completely tranquil mind, Han Li returned to the cave residence and enabled all the formations and restrictions present. He then curtly told Silvermoon, "Guard the outside. Even if a gargantuan matter appears, do not disturb me." With that said, Han Li's azure robes fluttered as he entered a silent room. The door to the room soon sealed itself with a sparkle of white light and a dense layer of talisman characters. Han Li had placed a restriction on the door to prevent any potential disturbances as he condensed his nascent soul. Although Han Li didn't say what this was about, Silvermoon knew perfectly well what was about to happen. She immediately wore a complicated expression on her face with the emotions of admiration, longing, and resentment contained within them. After finally seeing the silent room remain uneventful for a long while, Silvermoon sighed and left. Now that she was closely tied together to Han Li, she controlled her thoughts and merely wished for Han Li's success in condensing a nascent soul. Not far away, Mu Peeling was slowly flying near the medicinal garden with an inattentive expression as if her mind was wandering. Once she thought of her clan's elders requiring her to wed to that man surnamed Yen. She felt that her future prospects were bleak. The Mu clan elders didn't hesitate on deciding an absurd engagement to marry an unruly woman such as herself to the Yen clan for a political advantage. If she were to become a core formation cultivator, the clan's so-called elders wouldn't dare to criticize her. Instead, they would treat her with respect. After all, everyone knew what a core formation cultivator signified to a clan. Although this woman possessed a peerless cold elegance, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and grimace when she thought of this matter. She had always been a competitive character and had never revealed her true thoughts. But with her heart wavering as it was now, it was quite obvious. Mu Peeling's original plan was acceptable. Since she couldn't oppose her elders' orders, she would delay off the marriage as much as possible. If she could somehow form a core before that, she could dispose of the engagement. But despite her amazing talents, forming her core in a meager 30 years was basically impossible. Even with her desperate efforts, it would take yet another 30 years before she could reach false core stage and make an attempt to form a core. While she was happy to take her time, the Mu clan elders grew impatient and decided to humiliate her, brazenly deciding on the date of her marriage. She was threatened to have her future spirit stones cut off, and also mentioned was the possibility of implicating her close family members in the clan. Once she thought of this, Mu Peeling felt powerless and couldn't muster the slightest effort of resistance. As for the Drifting Cloud sect, although she was treated with much favor from her mountain lord and fellow disciples, they were incapable of interfering with these matters as they were tangled in the interests of their own clans and couldn't do anything to help, much to this woman's dejection. Even more terrible was how the shifted-eyed senior martial brother Yen had somehow acquired information of her recent trip to Dayspring Mountain and bothered her without end. If her magic power wasn't far beyond his own, it was quite possible this senior martial brother Yen would have attempted to forcefully seize her. This had greatly angered this proud woman to nearly release her magic tool and slay him. But as it so happened, today was the day to pay a visit to various medicinal gardens. She had bluntly rushed to acquire this task and earlier left Dayspring Mountain, avoiding any entanglement from the man surnamed Yen. Han Li's medicinal garden would be the third garden she was visiting. Once she thought of Han Li, she felt slightly odd. She initially thought that while he was a chi condensation disciple, she felt as if he were something of an unravelable mystery. And once the sword trial assembly occurred, she guessed that he had hidden his true cultivation or identity. As such, she had been particularly mindful of his actions. But in the past years, he unexpectedly was well-behaved and had done nothing of note. He did little else apart from tending to the medicine garden and chatting with his few friends. This had caused her to become even more interested in him. While her expression was relaxed when dealing with him, she actually became more mindful of his actions. Unfortunately, Han Li possessed a low profile and participated very little in the sect. As such, she only encountered him a few times in these many years. With these 20 years having passed, this woman had finally given up, believing her own guesses to be wild imagination. He was at most a reclusive common disciple. With his poor aptitude, foundation establishment would be rather unlikely for him. Having recalled Han Li, the woman hastened her flight and flew towards his medicinal garden. When Mu Peeling arrived 5 kilometers away, she felt an indescribable fear suddenly fall upon her. The spiritual chi in the air suddenly grew turbulent. In the blink of an eye, countless strands of spiritual chi transformed into a whirlpool, causing her to nearly fall from the sky on the magic tool, catching her unprepared. In her great fright, she forcefully circulated all the spiritual chi in her body to steady her body. She then hastily glanced around and spotted something that left her amazed. About 300 meters in the sky, there were countless specks of spiritual light in the air. They were of countless colors, pulsing from bright to dim, and each contained extremely pure spiritual chi. They were a beautiful sight to behold. Mu Peeling was overwhelmed and she swept her gaze into the distance. She grew pale at the sight. Wherever she turned her eyes, she merely saw countless specks of light filling the sky without end. Heavens! What is happening? Mu Peeling gazed at the strange scene with wide eyes. In fact, this marvelous spectacle surrounded the entire area within 50 kilometers of Hanli. As this woman discovered the spiritual qi transformations, untold numbers of cultivators had also discovered this anomaly. Those with profound cultivations even gazed in astonishment in the direction of the drifting cloud sect thousands of kilometers away. Although a majority of cultivators hadn't seen this before, nor did they know why such an omen appeared, the few that knew were watching with feelings of envy and admiration. On the main peak of the drifting cloud sect, in a cave residence that was located several thousands of kilometers high, there was a silver-haired old man that was sitting cross-legged. He had an ashen complexion and breathed heavily as if he were gravely ill. But in the instant the spirit lights appeared several hundred kilometers away. His forehead trembled and he opened his eyes in shock, wearing an expression of disbelief. He ceased his cultivation without hesitation and immediately flew out from his cave residence in a streak of white light. A short moment later, the silver-haired old man appeared at the peak of the main mountain, standing on top of a large rock. He solemnly stared in the direction of Han Li's cave residence and his expression wavered. At that moment, a streak of yellow light came flying from the sky in the direction of the silver-haired old man's cave residence. But when it caught sight of the silver-haired old man already standing outside of his cave residence, it flew towards the top of the mountain. The light faded away to reveal a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, he immediately spoke to the old man with disbelief. "Senior Marshal Brother Chung, you must have felt it. Am I mistaken? Is there truly someone condensing a nascent soul within our drifting cloud sect?" The silver-haired old man narrowed his eyes and replied without turning his head. "Mistaken? Impossible. We've both experienced this before. There is someone truly condensing a nascent soul within our sect. Moreover, they have already reached the final stage and are just about to finish." The middle-aged man muttered with certainty. "This is baffling. The only late core formation cultivators in our sect is Marshal Nephew Feng and that spy surnamed Hu. Marshal Nephew Feng had spent the last 2 years striving to reach great perfection stage. He can't have reached false nascent stage so soon, let alone form a nascent soul. As for the spy from the Heavenly Fiend sect, his cultivation was already wasted and fell several levels. It can't be him. Humph! Of course we know the cultivations of our martial nephews. Although this person may be condensing a nascent soul in our drifting cloud sect, he isn't necessarily one of our sect members. Perhaps he is a daring character who infiltrated into our sect. After all, the spiritual qi of the Dream Cloud Mountains is rich and abundant, an optimal spot to condense a nascent soul. The middle-aged man frowned and resentfully said, "Senior Marshal Brother, what should we do now? It seems he is about to smoothly condense his nascent soul." "That seems to be the case. We should stay here for now. Although I don't know whether or not they have endured the final stage, we would only disturb them if we were to appear. As for the final stage, inner demon backlash, it could take several months or even several years of internal experience to resolve. But in reality, that time actually only passes by in just a moment." "Junior Marshal Brother Liu, could it be that you've forgotten that you experienced backlash during your nascent soul condensation?" The silver-haired man's complexion paled, but his attitude remained calm. "How could I have possibly forgotten? I never want to think of it again." Inner demon backlash causes one's deepest fears to appear in their heart. If it weren't for the spirit-tempering pill I had taken before forming a nascent soul, I would have certainly been unable to make it through the pain. The middle-aged man surnamed Liu couldn't help but shudder. His face grimaced when he recalled the experience. That's right. This person has yet to endure the final stage and hasn't yet finished a nascent soul. There is no point in talking about how we should deal with him. There's no need to rush. But if he is fortunate enough to enter nascent soul stage, it would be too late to block him. Instead of offending him, wouldn't it be better to just calmly observe him and wait for the outcome? Besides, It isn't necessarily a bad thing if this person were to form a nascent soul in our drifting cloud sect. Perhaps we would be able to befriend him and have him join our sect. The middle-aged man felt his heart stir. Senior Marshal Brother means to say that this person is a vagrant cultivator? The silver-haired man smiled and turned to the middle-aged man. Yes, that is most likely to be the case. If he were from a sect or clan, why would he dare to sneak into our drifting cloud mountains to form a nascent soul? It would have been better for him to form a nascent soul under the protection of high-grade cultivators. Did you remember how seriously the sect treated us when we attempted to form our nascent souls? Having recalled previous memories, the middle-aged man couldn't help but chuckle. How could I have forgotten? In the several months it took for me to form a nascent soul, the sect sealed off the mountain and were vigilant of attack. Even a sect-protecting formation was laid down. From what you've said, it does seem that this person is truly a sectless vagrant cultivator. The silver-haired old man slowly said, if this person truly is a vagrant cultivator, we should do our utmost to entice him and not offend him. Since it is much more difficult for a vagrant cultivator to form a nascent soul than a sect cultivator, their abilities must be impressive. They cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, this cultivator isn't burdened by a sect, unlike us. He will have fewer misgivings upon acting on grudges than a cultivator who came from a sect. Isn't eccentric Heavenvenge an example of this? Is it not because of his profound cultivation and superior abilities that we dare not to easily offend him? Does his ruthless and unbridled actions not inspire fear into many of the sects in the heavenly south region? When the middle-aged man heard this, he silently nodded his head in agreement. Then the old man's eyes lit up and he softly shouted, "It's starting!" The middle-aged man was startled and he hastily sent his spiritual sense into the distance. At that moment, the specks of light surrounding Han Li's cave residence became increasingly numerous and gradually condensed into a single mass of light across the sky. After a short moment, the sky surrounding him by 50 kilometers began to shine with a layer of dense rainbow light. Loud rolls of lightning surged from the mass of light. Soon, it began to quickly concentrate and gather together at its center, Han Li's cave residence. Above the small mountain of Han Li's residence, a half-kilometer-wide sphere of light glistened brilliantly, blinding anyone who dared to look directly at it. Suddenly, a world-shaking boom clapped through the sky, swaying through the entire mountain. At that moment, an azure pillar of light shot towards the sky from the mountain, piercing straight through the sphere of light in the sky. The huge sphere of light immediately became covered in dark clouds, bringing about a storm of lightning and wind. Within this storm, the light began to shrink, but its colorful flashes of light only became more dazzling. The cultivators nearby had already rushed close to the small mountain at its center and were observing this astonishing phenomenon in the sky. They each looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what they should do. Not long after, under the gaze of the astonished bystanders, that huge sphere of light condensed into a translucent, fist-sized ball that contained a fearsome amount of spiritual qi. Those that observed nearby looked on with amazement, not daring to rashly take any action. With a light bang, the translucent ball brightly flashed, surrounding itself in a mist of rainbow light that was 3 meters wide. It quickly flew down and bore into the mountain in an instant. At that same moment, the dark storm clouds up above instantly disappeared, restoring the sky to normal. This sudden change of events left the surrounding cultivators at a loss. In the following moments, a series of dragon-like roars cried from the mountains, shaking the very heavens and earth. A 300-meter-tall silhouette of light then emerged from the mountain. This silhouette sparkled with four-colored light and its limbs were incredibly thick, but because of the radiance that surrounded it, none were able to clearly see its true features. They were merely left with an impression of immense awe, causing the onlookers to turn their gazes away in deference. But most astonishing of all was when the silhouette nodded its head, sweeping 2 beams of dense light across the cultivators present, causing them to lose their breaths in an instant. With the sound of several thumps, these cultivators felt their bodies grow heavy and they immediately knelt down. They weren't able to move in the slightest, as if Mount Tai itself were pressing down upon them. Although a few of the cultivators with deeper cultivations were able to force themselves to stand, their legs were trembling and the veins on their forehead throbbed. It appeared to take a rather strenuous effort. As these cultivators became filled with apprehension and inwardly cursed, the huge silhouette smiled and its body suddenly scattered, filling the sky with countless specks of starlight. This scene has left the observers dumbstruck. Han Li sat cross-legged at the center of the quiet room with his eyes shut. But at the very top of his head, there was foot-tall infant that was amusing itself with his hair. This infant had delicate skin, an azure barrier of light surrounding its entire body, and a face entirely like Han Li. However, the happy excitement on its face was entirely different from Han Li's usual calm and taciturn manner. As for Han Li's main body, his complexion was rosy and his expression was serene, as if he were soundly asleep. A short moment later, the infant apparently grew tired from its playing and yawned. With an azure flash of light, it entered through the top of Han Li's head into the body. Han Li's expression then began to stir and his eyelids trembled. They eventually opened to reveal a hidden warmth contained in his bright, clear gaze. He didn't immediately stand up after awakening. Instead, he wore an expression that contained a trace of wild joy. He extended his palm and began to look across it several times. He then raised his hand and rubbed the top of his head with complete puzzlement. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Han Li's excitement eventually faded away from his face, only to be replaced with his usual calm. He swept his gaze past the silent room and stretched himself before eventually standing up. He then extended his finger and shot a beam of azure light towards the stone door. With a flash of light, it silently opened. Having stood guard outside Han Li's room, Silvermoon transformed into the form of a gorgeous young woman upon spotting Han Li. She immediately lowered her head and respectfully saluted him. "Congratulations, Master, on forming your nascent soul." Her careful and deliberate attitude somewhat surprised Han Li. Han Li rubbed his chin and casually said, "Master? It seems that fellow Taoist Silvermoon now truly recognizes me. However, that was to be expected. Before I formed a nascent soul, my cultivation was around the same level as yours. How could you have fully accepted me then?" With complete respect on her face, Silvermoon said, "Master's words are true. Now that Master has condensed a nascent soul, he has now entered the highest realm in the cultivation world. Your lifespan has been lengthened to over 1,000 years, but you've only lived around 200 years so far. With just a bit of luck, I believe it is possible that Master will be able to cultivate to the deity transformation stage." Han Li shook his head and tranquilly said, "It is a bit too early to speak of deity transformation stage. It is still so far away. Most of the nascent soul cultivators I've met were stuck at early nascent soul stage without any way to progress forward. You shouldn't be too hopeful. Still, I hold much confidence in you, Master." Silvermoon pursed her lips and sweetly smiled, revealing a particularly alluring charm. Regardless, Han Li still disapproved of her words. As of current, over 1,000 cultivators had gathered nearby. They surrounded the mountain on their magic tools and were whispering to one another. With their inexperience and ignorance, they naturally didn't know what the recent omen had signified. They could only make a few wild guesses. But from what had just happened, they couldn't help but reveal giddy excitement. Naturally, the medicinal garden Han Li was assigned to had attracted quite a bit of attention. The bystanders had already forced their way through the restrictions to take a look. However, they only found it to be an ordinary medicinal garden that didn't have a soul in sight. Mu Peeling were among those that had rushed to the scene. Her expression wavered as she witnessed all that had happened. She had a faint feeling that this fantastical display had something to do with Han Li. At that moment, several streaks of various colored lights suddenly arrived. The lights faded away to reveal 6 core formation cultivators with heavy expressions. They were headed by the late core formation cultivator surnamed Foam. At his side stood a red-robed old man, the beautiful woman surnamed Song, as well as several other unfamiliar cultivators. Old Man Feng raised his brow at the sight of so many low-grade cultivators and icily said, "All disciples, listen well. The area 5 kilometers away from the mountain has temporarily become a restricted area. If anyone is to violate this, they will be punished severely." When the disciples heard their martial ancestor give his orders, they could only obey despite the great curiosity they all held and promptly departed. A core formation cultivator with an ordinary appearance suddenly sent a sound transmission to Old Man Feng and pointed to the medicine garden down below. The old man's expression stirred and he called out to a woman nearby, "Marshal Nismu, stay behind for now." "As you command, Marshal Uncle." The woman was startled for a moment, but she immediately flew before the core formation cultivators with a respectful expression. Old Man Feng's expression relaxed and he said, "Marshal Nismu, I heard you were in charge of this medicine garden." "Yes. This medicine garden is being cared for by a qi condensation cultivator by the name of Han Li." "Qi condensation disciple? Where is he now?" Mu Peeling hesitated for a moment before replying, "I do not know." Several senior martial brothers charged into the medicine garden to take a look, but he was nowhere to be found. The red-robed old man's expression stirred, and he asked with surprise, "Han Li? Was it that external affair disciple that made it to the top 10 in the last sword trial assembly?" "The 20-year-old youth. Marshal Uncle Duan is correct. It is that disciple." The woman wasn't surprised that he knew this, given that he had led them to the last sword trial assembly. It was truly odd that an external affair disciple was able to make it into the top 10. Could it be the omen of a nascent soul formation came from him? Old Man Feng muttered to himself with a complicated expression. The other core formation cultivators wore a solemn expression when they heard him. The woman surnamed Song had a particularly noticeable shift in her expression. The omen of a nascent soul. Could it be this person who formed a nascent soul? While the others had taken it well enough, when Mu Peeling heard his ludicrous words, she felt completely shocked. The red-robed cultivator slowly said, "Senior Marshal Feng, from what has happened, it seems this person had already condensed a nascent soul. How should we respond to him? Although they are a newly formed nascent soul cultivator, we are by no means their match. I reckon that the two martial uncles will soon personally come to deal with this matter. As for now, we must avoid all means of angering him." Just as he finished uttering his orders, his expression suddenly replaced and he shouted, The martial uncles have already arrived." When the others heard him, they felt relief and turned their heads towards the sky, spotting two glints of light in the distant skies. The glints of light soon turned into a streak of white and yellow light that approached them. When Old Man Feng and company saw this, they immediately separated into two rows and wore a respectful expression. An instant later, the gray-haired old man and the sallow-faced middle-aged man appeared before the core formation cultivators, and the old man indifferently said, "This matter may be passed on to us to deal with. You may do as you wish, but don't remain here." When the others heard this, they each acknowledged him and left the vicinity of the stone mountain. Of course, Mu Peeling didn't dare to stay behind and hastily flew off after saluting the two nascent soul ancestors. However, she couldn't help but take one last look at the medicinal garden before she departed. Could it truly be Han Li that had formed a nascent soul? The woman's heart grew turbulent at the thought and her expression grew vacant. At that moment when Silvermoon was speaking with a relaxed expression, the long-winded and aged voice came from the outside. "Congratulations on fellow Taoist's successful nascent soul formation. I am the Drifting Cloud Sect's Chang Tiankuan. Could my junior martial brother and I enter your residence for a chat?" Han Li momentarily frowned upon hearing the voice transmission. Han Li calmly ordered, "Silvermoon, release the restrictions and have the two Drifting Cloud Sect elders enter. I'll have to speak with them sooner or later. However, do not reveal yourself after releasing the restrictions. While you may be an expert in concealment and illusions as a fox, your demonic chi has no bearing towards nascent soul cultivators." "Yes, Master," Silvermoon respectfully replied and walked out with light steps. A short moment later, the mountain's scenery underwent a sudden change. The ordinary, Small Mountain suddenly revealed itself to be enveloped in large mist of azure light. The mist possessed an imposing aura and contained floating talisman characters. It was clear to be the product of ferocious restrictions. The two nascent soul cultivators glanced at one another and couldn't help but wryly smile. This vagrant cultivator had placed down such grand spell formations when opening a cave residence in the Drifting Cloud sect, and they, the sect's masters, were unable to perceive it in the slightest. It would be a great loss of face when mentioned. At the very least, it was unavoidable to be made fun of by their peers. At that moment, Han Li's voice came out from the mist. I, Han Li, borrowed your esteemed sect's land to cultivate and had yet to inform you. While my actions were imprudent, I hope you too won't take offense. Please come in, I will soon release the restrictions. His words were spoken with a polite and smooth tone. The silver-haired old man smiled, as if he didn't take the slightest offense over the matter, and said, "Ha ha! What is fellow Taoist saying? It can be seen to be our sect's fortune that you've formed a nascent soul here. How could we be offended? We actually came here in such a hurry that we've forgotten to prepare you a congratulatory gift for forming a nascent soul. We are somewhat embarrassed." Han Li calmly replied, "Fellow Taoist is quite funny. I am the one deeply grateful to be able to form a nascent soul here." Once this was said, the azure mist intensely trembled several times to reveal a 10-meter-wide passageway. Having seen this, the two walked inside without the slightest hesitation, arriving before a stone gate an instant later. The stone gate was wide open and had an azure-robed youth standing before it with a slight smile. He appeared 20 years of age and possessed an ordinary appearance. "Fellow Taoists, please come in." Han Li welcomed the two into his cave residence with a smile. "Sorry to trouble you." The two saluted Han Li before following him inside. Soon after, the azure mist roiled and the passageway disappeared, restoring the restriction to its original form. Although the two felt this, they didn't feel worried about this in the slightest, since they were still inside the Drifting Cloud sect, the territory they controlled. The two followed Han Li through a short passageway before arriving at a large hall. Once the two were seated, Han Li's spiritual sense stirred, ordering a large ape puppet to walk over to them with a plate carrying 3 cups of freshly steeped tea. The puppet placed a cup in front of each of the 3 before leaving. Han Li then said, "Please have a taste of this spirit tea. I personally refined it." After giving a word of praise for the tea, the silver-haired old man stared in the direction that the ape puppet had departed and astonishedly said, "I didn't expect fellow Taoist Han to cultivate techniques pertaining to mechanical puppets. This is rarely seen." Han Li casually replied, "It's nothing. I am a mere dabbler and refined a few puppets to control. It isn't worthy of note underneath your discerning eyes." The middle-aged man surnamed Liu was greatly surprised by the puppets and couldn't help but chuckle. "Hee. Fellow Taoist Han is too modest." Although the ape was merely a puppet, its spiritual chi was undoubtedly a match for a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Han Li shook his head and indifferently said, "It is true that this puppet has the strength to match a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, but it only has a single method of attack. Additionally, the price of its materials is far too expensive. It is equivalent to the cost of a top-grade magic tool. If that's the case, fellow Taoists' puppets should be no small matter. If a low-grade cultivator were to carry one on hand, it should be more than enough to protect themselves. However, this puppet technique seems to originate from the Thousand Bamboo School from the far west. Is that where fellow Taoist comes from?" As the silver-haired old man praised the puppets, he changed the subject to prove Han Li's origins. Han Li smiled and narrowed his eyes. He was able to realize his intentions from a single glance. He calmly answered, "The puppet technique came from a nameless record that I acquired. I don't know whether or not it has anything to do with the Far West. However, I am fully aware that the cultivators of the Far West are proficient in the Tao of puppets. I plan on eventually making a trip there to learn of their puppet techniques. As for my origins, I am a genuine cultivator from the heavenly south. I was born in the state of Yu long ago, but with the invasion of the Devil Tao, I was forced to flee the country." After the two exchanged glances, The middle-aged man eventually asked, "So fellow Taoist Han came from the state of you. That is truly surprising. You must have cultivated for quite a while, but your appearance is still so young. Could it be an appearance-halting effect from a technique? While Han Li possessed such a young appearance, one must have cultivated at least 300 years to reach nascent soul stage. As for cultivator Lu, he was nearly 400 years old once he reached nascent soul stage. My appearance isn't due to my cultivation art, but from a lucky encounter where I acquired a face-setting pill, persevering my appearance at the time of consumption. As for my time spent cultivating, it should be over 200 years." Cultivator Lu wasn't particularly surprised to hear about the face-setting pill, but when Han Li mentioned his age, he couldn't help but reveal shock. "What? 200 years?" With a shaken heart, the silver-haired old man couldn't help but ask, "Fellow Taoist truly cultivated for only 200 years? According to his knowledge, only a sparse few cultivators from the heavenly south region were able to condense a nascent soul within 200 years of cultivation, each of them peerless geniuses and world-shaking characters. There were even those who suddenly broke through to nascent soul realm only to suddenly disappear and ascending to the realm of legend. This youth before them, who proclaimed to reach nascent soul stage in a mere 200 years of cultivation, was likely to be able to reach late nascent soul stage. He was indeed an important existence. What? Is there something wrong from forming a nascent soul in 200 years? A trace of doubt appeared from Han Li's eyes. Although he knew that his condensing of a nascent soul was much quicker than that of other cultivators, he didn't know the hidden meaning that it signified. In the end, Han Li merely knew a few odd pieces of knowledge with regards to nascent soul stage. He didn't have the opportunity to familiarize himself with the topic. The silver-haired old man sighed and revealed a trace of admiration. "It is nothing. We were just immensely shocked at how fellow Taoist Han formed a nascent soul at such a young age. It appears that you have limitless prospects for the future." At that moment, he had already decided that regardless of whether or not his words were true, he needed to rope this nascent soul cultivator into his sect and avoid a hostile falling out. His entrance to the sect was tantamount. The middle-aged man surnamed Lu wore a complicated expression, but he soon recovered his calm. After sending a few voice transmissions to each other, the two nascent soul cultivators wore a grave expression. Han Li calmly observed them and didn't reveal any trace of dissatisfaction. Instead, he took the opportunity to sip on the tea in front of him. Soon, cultivator Lu and the silver-haired old man finished their discussions. The old man then said, "I hope Brother Han will forgive my presumptuous question, but since Brother Han is a vagrant cultivator, does he have anywhere to go now that he has a nascent soul?" "Anywhere to go? I haven't thought of it. The state of you is now in the hands of the devil Tao, and I've long offended the cultivators of the ghost spirit sect, so that isn't an option. As for other places..." Han Li muttered to himself as he was still pondering about it. With a serious expression, the silver-haired old man intensely said, "If fellow Taoists isn't repulsed by our humble drifting cloud sect, then wouldn't it be better to join it? Although our drifting cloud sect is inferior to the ancient sword sect and to a lesser degree the 100 Possibilities Pavilion, our sect isn't specialized in any cultivation method. We've never chosen a particular technique to pass on and have developed various different types of techniques over many years. So long as fellow Taoist enters our sect, you will be on equal footing as us brothers and will not be treated as an outsider." The sincerity contained in his words were obvious to see. "Become an elder of your esteemed sect?" Han Li unconsciously frowned and revealed a trace of hesitation. The silver-haired old man rejoiced upon seeing that Han Li had yet to refuse. Continuing with his earnest tone, he said, "Be at ease, fellow Taoist Han. Although you will take on the title as one of the sect's chief elders, you won't be tied to any trivial responsibilities and may do as you wish. Your mere existence will serve as deterrence. Each year, our sect's disciples will offer us over 1,000 spirit stones that we may use for cultivation. And if there are any spirit medicines or materials that we require in particular, we may order our disciples to find them for us, instead of spending our own time. In short, your status as an elder of our drifting cloud sect will be superior to those in other sections. Cultivator Lu slowly added, Senior Martial Brother speaks true. Although Brother Han has finished condensing a nascent soul, he must be puzzled as to how to consolidate it since this must be new to him. We don't mean to boast, but after spending several hundred years stuck at early nascent soul stage, we possess a few unique cultivation experiences. If fellow Taoist enters our sect, we will be able to provide some guidance. The addition of a nascent soul cultivator would cause the sect's power to immediately rise. Although there might still wouldn't be comparable to the ancient sword sect, they would be on par with the 100 Possibilities Pavilion, subsequently stabilizing the drifting cloud sect's position in the Dream Cloud Mountains. Han Li felt somewhat tempted by Cultivator Lu's conditions. As someone who had just formed a nascent soul, he knew what guidance from those who had condensed a nascent soul for hundreds of years signified. It may allow him to save anywhere from tens to 100 years of bitter cultivation. As for staying at the Drifting Cloud sect, it wasn't as if he hadn't considered it, but he had yet to analyze the benefits and drawbacks. Since they had now taken the initiative to mention it, he had no choice to carefully decide. Would he continue to act as a vagrant cultivator? Seize this opportunity to become a Drifting Cloud sect elder? Or should he bluntly find a more suitable sect to enter? After muttering to himself for a long while, Han Li raised his head and said, Thank you very much for your kind intentions, fellow Taoists. However, I have just formed a nascent soul and my mind is on edge. For something this important, could you two give me a few days to consider it? 3 days should be enough to give a reply. When they heard Han Li's words, the two couldn't help but glance at one another. After a short moment of thought, the old man gave an embarrassed reply. We are quite ashamed. It seems we were too impatient. It is only natural to require a few days to consider the matter. For now, we'll turn the surroundings into a forbidden area to avoid our disciples from disturbing you. We'll come back to pay you a visit in 3 days' time. Once that was said, the two leisurely chatted with Han Li before tactfully taking their leave. Han Li politely escorted the two out before sitting down once more in the hall. His brow was tightly knitted as if in heavy thought. White light flashed from outside the hall and Silvermoon gracefully walked into the hall in her fox form. Han Li glanced at the small fox and curiously asked, Is your magic power not enough to assume your human form? Silvermoon raised her delicate head and dejectedly said, That is so, Master. My magic power as an artifact spirit along with the spiritual power of the fox can only sustain the human form for a short amount of time. I won't be able to turn back into human form until next month. When you truly become a grade 8 demon beast, you'll be able to keep a human form eternally. There is no need to be impatient. Silvermoon earnestly said, Fair enough. I've spent countless years in the Heaven Void Cauldron. What is a few more 100 years? Moreover, with the assistance of Master's medicine pills, I'll be able to reach that height far earlier than expected. Han Li nodded his head, but his voice suddenly grew heavy. Speaking of the Heaven Void Cauldron, I've never asked about it before because my cultivation was lacking. But now that I am a nascent soul cultivator, tell me about it. After all, you should know how to open the cauldron given the many years you stayed inside it. Also, I am quite curious about the many other treasures in the cauldron apart from the Heaven Mend pill. Silvermoon paused for a moment and sighed. Of course I know how to open the cauldron. However, I fear that Master will be somewhat disappointed. Han Li rubbed his chin and doubtfully said, Oh, do you mean that I am still unable to open the cauldron at my current cultivation? Silvermoon slowly said, Originally, the other ancient treasures and I were only able to escape the bindings of the divine spirit treasure because the celestial ice flames surrounding it were disturbed by those in the hall with Master at the time. A trace of suspicion flickered from his face and he astonishedly asked, What are divine spirit treasures? Is the Heaven Void Cauldron not an ancient treasure? From your tone, there seems to be a close relationship between the celestial ice flames and the Heaven Void Cauldron. Silvermoon explained with a heavy tone. Divine spirit treasures were what cultivators of the past called ancient treasures. However, only ancient treasures that possessed amazing abilities were labeled as such, the Heaven Void Cauldron being among them. Although I don't know what amazing abilities the cauldron possessed, its might is far beyond that of common ancient treasures. As for the celestial ice flames, they are a crucial factor in opening the heaven void cauldron. No, it is more appropriate to say that they are the first step to controlling the heaven void cauldron. Master must first refine the flames before being able to do anything else. Hanli smiled and asked, "Divine spirit treasures? They must be outstanding for even ancient cultivators to put them in high regard. Since refining the flames is only the first step, what else must I do? You may as well tell me all at once." Hanli wasn't upset by this. He clearly understood that many conditions required to use this treasure merely indicated that its power was beyond what he had expected. This matter was a pleasant surprise. So long as he has the heaven void cauldron in his hands, there will come a day where he will be able to control it. Hanli was certain of this without a doubt. Silvermoon shook her head and truthfully replied, "I do not know the steps that follow. I only know enough to give Master suggestions after he refines the celestial ice flames. So it's like that. Then this will be somewhat troublesome. But even this is fine. I'll just have to refine the celestial ice flames first and decide what to do later. By the way, you didn't mention the other treasures that the cauldron contained." Hanli initially revealed disappointment, but he then deeply glanced at Silvermoon. Fearing that Hanli would be discontent, she hastily explained, "I didn't mean to hide it. It's just that apart from 2 more heaven mend pills, there are no other treasures. Just an empty cauldron. After all, the Heaven Void Cauldron spent countless years in Heaven Void Hall and had a few great cultivators that were able to disturb the celestial ice flames. Each time this occurred, 1 or 2 ancient treasures would seize the opportunity to escape. As such, it is natural for the cauldron to grow empty. By the time you'd arrived, there were only the ancient treasures that you spotted." Hanli didn't reveal the slightest annoyance, as if he had already anticipated this. "Since it's like that, then so be it. At my current cultivation, common ancient treasures are beneath me. It would be best to be able to make the Heaven Void Cauldron mine." Silvermoon chuckled and said, "I am full of admiration towards Master for being able to release me. Master's words aren't wrong. According to what I know, even in times of antiquity, there were only about 60 ancient treasures that were capable of being titled as a spirit treasure. Each and every one seemed capable of vast abilities that could shake the world. In truth, I originally thought that Master's small bottle was a spirit treasure, but after some further thought, I felt it to be unlikely." Hanli was stunned and doubtfully asked, "Oh? Could it be that my small bottle's abilities aren't enough to be an ancient treasure?" The small fox licked its lips and solemnly replied, "Of course not. Master's small bottle has the abilities to view the spirit treasures with disdain. After all, no matter how grand the abilities of the spirit treasures, they must still comply with the heavenly laws of this world. Those spirit treasures merely utilize the laws of this world to a greater extent, but that small bottle's ability to age medicine is a truly heaven-defying matter. I reckon that such an item can only be refined once you ascend into the spirit realm or the world above it." Hanli felt his breath turn cold and he passionately asked, "You mean to say that this bottle could have been a treasure refined by immortals of a higher realm?" Silvermoon nodded. "That's right. It is certainly possible." When Hanli heard this, he grew silent and suddenly took out the small bottle from his storage pouch. His expression stirred as he carefully examined it in his hands. A long while later, Hanli carefully put the bottle away and asked, "Silvermoon, you were listening in the next room. Do you feel that I should stay or find somewhere better?" Silvermoon calmly said, Since Master has personally asked me, I will be blunt. May I ask Master's plans for the future? If he has no other plans, then staying at the Drifting Cloud sect isn't a bad decision. Those 2 early nascent soul cultivators won't place any restrictions on you if you stay. Furthermore, the Drifting Cloud sect is by no means a small sect. It is able to provide a certain amount of backing for Master. Of course, if Master has other plans, then leave the matter be. None would easily dare to provoke a nascent soul cultivator, be they vagrant or not. Hanli calmly said, "For the time being, I have no concrete plans, but I must spend the next years consolidating my nascent soul. I must also make a trip to the far west and acquire the last 3 layers for the Great Development Technique. Additionally, I will have to make a trip to the state of Yuanwu eventually. I made a promise long ago to exterminate the Fu clan in that country. I do not know if they are related to the 100 Possibilities Pavilion's Fu clan. After some further thought, Silvermoon proposed, if that's the case, Master should remain at the Drifting Cloud sect. If Master gains guidance from other nascent soul cultivators, it will be greatly beneficial to his cultivation. There won't be much to gain by standing alone. Yes, that's reasonable to say. I've grown tired now. You may withdraw. Without directly answering Silvermoon's proposal, he walked in the direction of his bedroom. Silvermoon tilted her head as she glanced at Han Li walking away and wore a pensive expression before walking away from the hall. Lying down on the stone bed in the room, Han Li gazed at the stone ceiling as his mind wandered, finding it difficult to fall asleep. When he recalled the formation of his nascent soul, he grew filled with trepidation. While it appeared that condensing a nascent soul was simple, it was actually incredibly dangerous. When a core is shattered, it causes the entire body's meridians to flow backwards. In truth, it had been painful enough to kill him. But since his cultivation was deeper than those of a similar grade, he was able to bear through it. Of course, the 9-curl spirit ginseng pill was greatly effective during this period, else Han Li suspected he would have fainted. The shattered core stage was extremely dangerous. However, it paled in comparison to the following stage, Inner Demon Backlash. With the aid of the soul-nurturing wood beads, the matron screen beads, and the other soul-protecting treasures along with the soul-tempering pill, he believed he would have a far easier time making it past this stage compared to other nascent soul cultivators. However, he didn't expect the ferocious cunning of the inner demon backlash to be several times greater than that of legend. The inner demons had Han Li experience a string of his deepest fears and hatreds that he buried deep within his heart. During this time, he was incapable to telling that it was an illusion and lived through each of them. Regardless of whether it be his small native village being ransacked, his family being assaulted, or his own cultivation disappearing, the pursuit of the entire cultivation world from having his bottle revealed, they all stirred up the weaknesses of Han Li's heart. Each of these illusions were as real as could be. Once he fell into them, he had no method of breaking free of them. Despite his calm and unwavering nature, he had nearly lost himself into these illusions from fury and fright. Fortunately, the spirit-tempering pill and the other treasures were well deserving of their name, allowing him to keep his mind clear during crucial moments. Eventually, this led to Han Li finally breaking free of the illusions, awakening to a body full of cold sweat. But before he could steady his mind, the inner demons immediately followed up with another attack. While he was still perturbed, he was instead placed into many happier illusions. He met his father, mother, and little sister once more, living the happy life of when he was child. He saw a beautiful dream where he married Nangong Wan and they became Tao companions. He even had a dream where he had a harem with the Mo sisters, Chun Xiaoqian, as well as several other women. However, Han Li was able to easily break free of these desires. Following that, Han Li envisioned himself becoming hegemon of the cultivation world in the heavenly south region, eventually ascending to the next world and becoming a true immortal. Such visions continued one after another. After being enveloped in these illusions for an unknown amount of time, experiencing what seemed to be several lifetimes' worth of happiness and grief, he suddenly came to awareness by a stroke of luck and was able to finally escape the entrapment of the inner demons, bringing form to a nascent soul. As Han Li silently recalled this while he laid in bed, he couldn't help but recall the first time his nascent soul manifested. Once his nascent soul had formed, it immediately flew out from the top of his head. He clearly felt that the nascent soul to be himself, and himself as the nascent soul. He was incapable of controlling the actions of the nascent soul and could only helplessly observe it playing with his own hair as if it were a true careless infant. At that moment, his mind felt serene and burdenless, like all worries had been tossed to the back of his mind and he had become his true self. After pondering about this in hindsight, he realized what had happened. Because he had just formed a nascent soul, he was incapable of merging it with his mind. Once he consolidated the nascent soul and progressed his cultivation, this matter shouldn't reappear in the future. After restlessly pondering about his experiences forming a nascent soul, He eventually closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. During this moment of rest, a seldom scene reappeared in his mind. He was back at his home village where he was freely rushing through the mountains with his elder brother and little sister. Afterwards, he returned home to eat with his parents and have a nice chat. It was a nice dream. When the Drifting Clouds Secretary elders returned, Hanli agreed to enter the Drifting Clouds sect without any reservations. The two elders were vastly delighted to hear this. They immediately proposed to call together a majestic celebration within the sect for Hanli's entrance into the sect, inviting even the high-grade cultivators of other sects to celebrate. Once Hanli heard this, he intensely shook his head and flatly declined. He proposed a simpler observance only to tell the other two sects of his entrance. In any case, he'd come to meet the two sects' nascent soul elders eventually. He may as well make a subdued entrance instead of attracting attention to himself. While the silver-haired old man and cultivator Lu felt this was improper, they understood Hanli disliked bustling activities and agreed. Soon after, Hanli followed the two to a hall on the main mountain of the sect's 6 marvelous peaks. It was there that they summoned all the core formation disciples of the sect. A small portion of them naturally recognized Hanli to be a Qi condensation disciple. When they heard of the rumors a few days prior that a newly ascended nascent soul cultivator was about to enter their sect, they investigated Hanli's background and came to a likely conclusion. But when the time came to see Hanli, they all revealed respectful faces despite whatever complicated emotions they may hold. Seeing these previous martial ancestors address him as Martial Uncle Han caused him to inwardly laugh, but his face remained calm as normal. With a wave of his hand, he had them stand, wishing to make things brief and easy. However, Hanli's spiritual sense caught a glimpse of the woman's surname Song, wearing a complicated expression when she called him Martial Uncle. Her voice was even somewhat hesitant. It seemed this woman had misgivings about having found nothing despite the heart-reading technique she had employed on him. She naturally couldn't address the matter given Hanli's current cultivation. After he met with the core formation cultivators, the silver-haired old man promptly displayed a map of the spirit veins of the Dreamcloud Mountains. Hanli was allowed to choose a mountain with abundant spiritual qi to establish his cave residence. It wasn't required to be within range of the Drifting Cloud sect. Having heard this, Hanli spent the day looking through without any reservations and found a medium-sized mountain in the west of the Drifting Cloud sect. Although this mountain wasn't imposingly lofty nor did it have the best spiritual qi, it was an interconnected chain of mountains. In addition to the main mountain, it was surrounded by 3 shorter mountains. It was quite suitable to place down spell formations and restrictions, greatly aligning to Hanli's desires. Opening the cave residence was a rather easy matter for Hanli. Despite being the largest cave residence he had yet to carve out, he spent only half a day's time. Once Hanli finished establishing his cave residence, Hanli immediately placed down a few formidable spell formations on each of the 3 peaks, completely enveloping the area of 10 kilometers in a fog. Hanli wasn't particularly satisfied with these spell formations. Hanli decided that once he gained more understanding in the Tao of formation spells, he would place down even greater formations. With that done, Hanli returned to his previous cave residence at the medicinal garden and prepared to move everything there. However, there was a graceful figure that was waiting in the medicine garden underneath the mountain. Once she saw Hanli, she gave a deep curtsy and beseeched Hanli. Mu Peeling is blind despite having eyes. This junior hope Senior Han will not take offense at my previous actions. However, I do have a matter that I must request of Senior. Would Senior be willing to take me in as a disciple? I will be certain to serve you throughout my life and remain entirely loyal. Once that was said, this ordinarily proud woman bowed her head and revealed light nervousness from her face, but her eyes shined in anticipation. Hanli examined the woman before him and coldly refused her. I don't take disciples, and why do you think that I'd accept a foundation establishment cultivator? As for your rash actions, I will overlook them on behalf of our past relations. You're on your own, Senior. When Mu Peeling heard him, her face revealed a trace of panic and she rushed to say something else. However, Han Li brushed aside his sleeve and summoned a gale, swaying and interrupting the woman. By the time she regained her bearings, Han Li was nowhere to be found. Having seen this, the woman became dispirited and blankly stood in place for a long while. After all, this newly appeared senior Han was the only choice she had left. At that moment, Han Li was already back inside his old cave residence. He went straight towards his insect room and withdrew the 10,000 gold devouring beetles. In the past 20 years, his pure gold devouring beetles had evolved once more, nearly shedding all the silver on their shells for gold. Only a few specks of silver still remained on their shells. If he didn't closely examine them, they would appear completely gold. It was clear that complete maturity for the gold-devouring beetles was only a step away. This simultaneously caused Han Li to be excited and somewhat disappointed. The ferocity of these mostly pure gold-devouring beetles had greatly broadened Han Li's perspective. He pitted over 100 black-tainted and newly evolved gold-devouring beetles against each other. As a result of a few seconds, the black-tainted beetles had nearly been wiped out. Be it might or tenacity, the newly evolved beetles were far superior to that of the black-tainted beetles. Additionally, the newly evolved beetles start to emit an ominous, repulsive scent, and their bloodthirst and gluttony had reached a level that was incomparable to before. He was convinced that if they weren't under the effects of soul control restrictions, they would devour him without any hesitation. Han Li also faintly felt as if his control over them had weakened. If they were to evolve once more, common restrictions would be impotent in the face of their savage nature. Despite these thoughts, Han Li isolated a group of his largest gold-devouring beetles and attempted to have them evolve as quickly as possible so that he could witness the savagery and cruelty of fully mature gold-devouring beetles. However, advancing to the next stage took far longer than he anticipated. He feared that without another 100 years, it would be impossible to have them evolve to the last stage. Still, this was acceptable. It gave him time to find a better method to control these beetles. Having withdrew his beetles, Han Li walked into the medicinal garden as he continued to ponder. He then carefully put away the 9-curl spirit ginseng and the nearly grown spirit well tree. Although the 9-curl spirit ginseng had been greatly weakened from its use in the medicine pill, Han Li could easily restore it with the green liquid, and so he kept it in his possession. As for the spirit well tree, he had matured it over the span of many years. The day it would start to produce wine nectar wasn't far off. Han Li was looking forward to the abilities he would be granted from cleansing his eyes with large quantities of bright sight water. Apart from the insects and plants in his medicine garden, Han Li had an assortment of other items, but he felt disinterested in collecting them and just left them there. When Han Li glanced down at the medicine garden from up in the sky, he unintentionally found Mu peeling down below. She was gritting her teeth with an expression of helplessness and hadn't noticed Han Li stealthily flying up above. Han Li lightly shook his head. While handling her issues would be but a trivial effort, he was unwilling to exercise his influence as he had just recently become a chief elder of the Drifting Cloud sect. Not to mention that both the Mu clan and Yen clan were large cultivation clans in the state of Xi. As for his relationship with the woman, it wasn't anything special. It wasn't reason enough to act. In fact, he'd refuse any request from the Drifting Cloud sect disciples that had recognized him from before. Han Li truly had no interest in forcefully meddling with the inner affairs of clans. As such, Han Li silently flew across the Drifting Cloud sect and arrived in front of his new cave residence. The barrier of mist departed as soon as Han Li appeared, and he directly flew into the center of the mountain. After Han Li placed the insects and plants inside his residence with great familiarity, he placed the matters of the residence into Silvermoon's hands for the time being. He then entered a silent room without hesitation and started to consolidate his nascent soul. During this time, the silver-haired old man and cultivator Lu both knew that Han Li needed this time to advance in the first step of stabilizing his nascent soul. As such, they didn't bother Han Li's cultivation. A few months later, Han Li was able to smoothly consolidate his nascent soul and merge his mind and nascent soul as one. If he were to have his nascent soul manifest out of his head now, Han Li would be able to easily control its actions. By the time Han Li left the silent room, Silvermoon had taken the form of a young woman and was respectfully waiting outside the room. However, when she looked at Hanli, her face wore a strange expression. Hanli frowned and asked, "It appears that you have something to say to me. What is it?" Silvermoon smiled with pursed lips and said, "Master, half a month after you entered the silent room, Marshal Nismu came here and had already sat on top of one of the smaller mountains. She's been waiting there for many days already." Hanli raised his brow and expressionlessly said, "This woman actually has no sense of propriety. If she wants to wait so much, then let her wait. I'm not one to look for trouble. But master, not long after this woman arrived, I received sound transmission talismans from the Yen clan and the Mu clan. Because master was in seclusion, I've made a duplicate of each of these sound transmission talismans." Silvermoon turned her gaze and probingly asked, "Would master like to take a look?" Hanli stroked his chin and indifferently said, "Sound transmission talismans? From the Mu and Yen clan? Could it have something with that woman named Peeling? Is there a problem from what you heard?" Silvermoon sweetly smiled. "Hee. Master has quite the foresight, but there is no need for me to say anything. Master will know as soon as he hears them. There is truly a bit of a problem. Take them out." Hanli was disinterested in guessing the meaning behind her words, and he extended his hand. Silvermoon took out a white and a red talisman and handed them over to Hanli with a smile still on her face. Hanli bluntly grabbed them and had them light up into a ball of flame. Hanli calmly listened to what the balls of light had to say. A short moment later, he wore a face of amazement, soon to be replaced with fury. Once Hanli finished listening to them, his expression sank and he icily said, "Humph! This woman is truly too brave. Does she believe that I will allow her to act so troublesomely because she was my martial aunt for a few years?" Silvermoon attempted to stifle her smile. She clearly understood that this would offend Master. However, it seems this woman believes that Master isn't a hard-hearted man despite the little contact she had with you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the courage to dare to seek protection from you during that day. Besides, even if you punish her, she probably believes it to be a better alternative than becoming the Tao companion of that senior martial brother Yen. Hanli glanced at Silvermoon with an annoyed glint in his eye and said, "However, she is far too daring to actually directly tell both clans that I've taken her in as a concubine. Both clan heads have hastily sent sound transmissions expressing their regret. The Yen clan head even renounced the marriage, wishing for me to not take any offense for their ignorance. Since this woman dared to act this way, it seems she should be prepared." Silvermoon blinked with bright eyes and revealed slight amazement. "Master means to—" Hanli stretched himself and lazily said, "What? Is there anything strange in me accepting a concubine now that I've formed a nascent soul? Since this woman is a peerless beauty, I may as well make this fiction a reality and have a taste of what it means to pair cultivate." However, there was a trace of a sneer on his face. After a moment of confusion, Silvermoon pursed her lips and doubtfully said, "However, Master was never someone to be with a woman, and he had even refused a few advances. Lady One, for example. And earlier there was—" Hanli narrowed his eyes and spoke with a flat voice. "The past was the past. The present is now. My cultivation was far too shallow before I formed a nascent soul, and I had no thoughts of seeking the pleasure of a concubine. But if when Siue were to meet me now, I naturally wouldn't let her go." When Silvermoon heard Hanli's words, she was dumbfounded. It felt as if he were speaking sincerely. Silvermoon widely opened her eyes and she hesitantly said, "Master, you're serious. You'll come to know whether or not my words hold true. For now, call that woman in for me. At her current cultivation, she shouldn't be able to see through your human form." Hanli casually commanded. Regardless of her suspicions, she respectfully replied, "As you bid, Master." Hanli then turned around and entered the large hall. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Silvermoon gracefully entered the hall with a haggard Mu Peeling. It seemed that this short time had been quite stressful for her. Silvermoon glanced at Hanli and respectfully said, "Master, young Lady Mu has arrived." Han Li nodded his head and indifferently said, I am aware. You may leave. This servant is excused. Silvermoon shot a glance at Mu Peeling and departed from hall with a pursed smile. I pay my respects to Senior Han. After saluting Han Li, she remained helplessly silent, as if she were awaiting punishment from Han Li. Han Li slightly frowned in response to her appearance, and he examined her beautiful face. Without revealing the slightest anger, he calmly said, You should know why I've called you in. You blurted out words to those cultivation clans that gave them a domineering impression of me. After all, seizing an engaged woman as a concubine can't be something that is easily taken. Of course, at my current cultivation, the Mu and Yen clan wouldn't dare to complain, nor do I hold them in much esteem. However, this doesn't mean that I will tolerate your presumptuous actions. You should realize I will punish you. The woman raised her head and spoke with a pale complexion. Please forgive me, Senior. This woman has truly been reckless. But rather than wed into the Yen clan, Junior would find it preferable to become Senior's concubine. Han Li's gaze flickered and he snorted before slowly continuing. Since you said that you were to be my concubine, I can no longer stay uninvolved, nor can I make clear that this is untrue. Otherwise, these cultivation clans will recognize me, this new drifting cloud sect elder, to be weak and feeble, incapable of protecting even a foundation establishment woman underneath him. And these rumors should have already spread throughout the cultivation world as well. So tell me, how should I deal with you? Mu Peeling bit her lips and softly said, Junior has nothing to say. I will have no complaints in how Senior will punish me. Since cultivators on the outside know you to be my concubine, I will give you two choices. The first is to pretend to be my concubine, but you will actually be my servant and obey my orders. After you've served me for 20 years, the matter should have faded and I will let you free. However, you had best avoid any thoughts that I will assist with the cultivation of a servant girl. When Mu Peeling heard this, she revealed a trace of disappointment and raised her head, asking, Then, what is the second choice? Han Li stared at the woman and calmly said, The second option is make this fiction a reality, to become my concubine in truth. You will attend to me through your life. I will not treat my own spouse pettily and will guide you in your cultivation if my mood is willing. However, I must first tell you that if you wish to become my concubine, I will place a sole restriction on you to prevent any possible betrayal. After all, if you were to suddenly change your mind, my secrets could possibly be laid bare. Mu Peeling grew distracted upon hearing him, and her expression fluttered as if she were deeply considering Han Li's thoughts. It seems this woman didn't greatly oppose the thought of marrying Han Li. Han Li indifferently said, I know that you've always been proud. Even a nascent soul cultivator such as myself isn't your ideal husband. However, this doesn't matter. Fellow Taoist Mu isn't my ideal Tao companion either. But this won't stop me from taking you in as a concubine. If you obtain my protection, you will tread farther on the path of cultivation without much cost. And in these past few years, you've come to know that I'm not a brutal or craven eccentric. Even if I place down a restriction on your soul, I won't mistreat you or cause you hardship. And later on, I may even grow to trust you and remove those restrictions. It either will be this, or acting as my servant for 20 years. Those years as a servant shouldn't pass by too slowly. His eyes moved away from her as if he didn't mind what she chose. Mu Peeling's heart grew turbulent. While she was unwilling to be controlled by another, the assistance and guidance of a nascent soul cultivator was also hard to pass. Unable to come to a decision, she hesitantly said, Senior, could I have 2 days to consider this? As for becoming Han Li's concubine, she already knew what Han Li had described. It couldn't be said to be a bad decision in the slightest. Countless beautiful, young foundation establishment women would be tempted to take the offer of becoming the concubine of a nascent soul cultivator. Without any intention of making it difficult for her, Han Li leniently nodded his head. You may come back after 2 days with your answer. It should be enough time for you to come to a decision. He then called for Silvermoon to take her out. After saluting, Mu Peeling followed Silvermoon's lead and absent-mindedly left the hall. A short moment later, Silvermoon gracefully walked back inside. Silvermoon's bright eyes flickered and she mysteriously smiled. Master, the two conditions you raised are somewhat... Hanli glanced at Silvermoon and said, What? Do you think they're too harsh? Don't they align with her wishes? Silvermoon sighed and softly said, It isn't about harshness. It's merely that this woman possesses an unyielding heart. With her pride, it would be difficult for her to choose either option. But if Master truly accepts this girl, then a soul restriction is undoubtedly necessary considering his many secrets. Han Li attentively took measure of Silvermoon and spoke with slight surprise. You seem to have quite a favorable impression of her. Silvermoon was momentarily surprised before wryly smiling. That isn't it. It's just that her staunch character gives me a familiar feeling. It seemed in the past that I had a close relationship to someone with a similar nature. I've unconsciously grown concerned with her. Hanli nodded his head and didn't pursue the matter any further. Silvermoon tactfully avoided mentioning moo peeling and instead discussed the matter of refining the celestial ice flames, Hanli's most pressing matter. 2 days later, moo peeling arrived once more and she was led into the main hall by Silvermoon. Hanli glanced at the woman and bluntly asked, So, you should have already came to a decision. Will you be my servant for 20 years, or will I be placing a soul restriction on you? It was clear the woman had made up her mind. She took a quick breath and calmly said, I've already decided. In the cultivation world, it could be considered destiny for a low-grade female cultivator to be given an opportunity to become the concubine of a nascent soul cultivator. However, I hope Senior will make a promise before I become his concubine. So long as this condition is met, I am willing to be restricted by your spiritual sense and spend the rest of my life under you. A condition? Go ahead and speak. Han Li's face remained unchanged as if he had already anticipated this. I know Senior Han isn't a hasty character. As such, I hope that Senior will pledge to hold off for 30 years before he takes my Vitaline. I am currently at a crucial point in my cultivation and wish to see whether or not I can form a core within 30 years. It is extremely important for my cultivation art that I remain a virgin. It was for this reason that I was unwilling to be married. Regardless of whether or not I form my core within this time, Senior may pair cultivate with me once time has passed. Perhaps thinking that the conditions were too harsh or that speaking of the matter of pair cultivation was embarrassing. Her face blushed after this was all said, revealing a captivating expression. 30 years? Haha, that's fine. I can agree to your condition. Once Han Li heard this, his eyes brightly flickered and he instantly agreed. Moo Peeling was amazed that Han Li had so quickly agreed, but she soon recovered and joyfully said, Many thanks to Senior. After pondering for a moment, Han Li said, In 2 days, I will officially notify the other 2 elders of the sect that I've taken you in as a concubine. But since it will be 30 years before we actually pair cultivate, I will open a smaller separate cave residence for your cultivation among one of the other 3 mountains. Of course, if I have the time, I will go over and give you some guidance. Yes, as you wish. Moo Peeling was clearly very satisfied with these results and approved without thought. Han Li's expression relaxed and he mysteriously smiled. As my future concubine, there is no need to always address me as Senior. You may simply address me as Lord. I am only 200 years old, and am quite young considering my lifespan is now over 1,000 years. Han Li then sized up the beautiful woman without any restraint, clearly appreciating the view. Moo Peeling blushed and softly said, As you bid, Lord. Han Li withdrew his wanton gaze from her body. He took a purple jade medallion out from his robes and placed it on the table. He said with a cold voice, Return and handle your affairs. Pick a mountain for your cave residence as well. This is a restriction medallion for the surrounding formations. If you wear it on your person, you will be able to leave my spell formations as you please. Once everything is prepared, I will place down a soul restriction on you and have you officially become my concubine. But let's get the ugly talk out of the way first. I don't care if you have an ideal husband or a beloved. Cleanly sever ties with them. You are my concubine now. If you still have feelings of longing for them and still possess relations with them, don't blame me for being ruthless. Now is the time to withdraw if you still possess any second thoughts. Since I was small, I've dedicated myself to walking the path of immortal cultivation. How could I have a beloved? Besides, I have steeled my resolve. I won't back down when the matter has already been decided. Without a further thought, the woman nimbly took the jade medallion. Han Li nodded his head and said no further. Soon after, he summoned a huge ape puppet and had it guide Mu Peeling outside. Mu Peeling revealed a trace of surprise upon seeing the puppet. The puppet fearsomely held a level of spiritual chi similar to her own. She was also puzzled as to why the white-clothed woman wasn't there as well. However, she knew that it was best to avoid probing too deeply and obediently kept quiet, following the puppet out from the cave residence. Once the woman left, a white fox walked out from what appeared to be an empty corner of the room. Since Master planned on taking this woman as a concubine for her punishment, why did you agree to wait 30 years? Could it be you have other plans? Han Li calmly admitted, Of course I do. To tell the truth, I have no plans to touch her before she reaches core formation. Silvermoon hopped onto the table in front of Han Li and gazed at Han Li in a puzzled manner. Huh? Why might that be? When Han Li saw her adorable appearance, he couldn't help but smile. He took out a pink jade talisman from his waist and placed it on the table. Do you recall the storage pouch I looted off the disciple of Archsaint Six Paths? This jade slip was in his storage pouch. It contains many Devil Dao pair cultivation arts. Silvermoon looked at the jade slip and then glanced at Han Li with a trace of suspicion. Since Han Li took this out, she knew that Han Li would continue his explanation. As expected, Han Li lightly stoked the pink jade slip with his finger and unhurriedly said, There are many secret techniques contained inside this jade talisman. Although they are more powerful than ordinary pair cultivation techniques, the difference can't be considered much. However, there were two secret techniques among them that were particularly exceptional. One of them, the dragon guiding arts, are particularly suitable for core formation males, allowing a core formation cultivator to unceasingly draw on the vital essence of a woman with a special constitution, greatly raising their cultivation. However, this secret technique was certain to cause great harm to the woman's origin chi. As such, any male cultivators using this technique would best have many concubines. Considering the many Foundation establishment women at Archsaint Six Paths' disciples' side, he should have cultivated this technique. Otherwise, there would be no way he could have cultivated to late core formation stage at his young age, no matter how amazing his aptitude. After all, he didn't have a miraculous bottle that could age plants. As for the other technique, the copulative essence arts, it's a secret pair cultivation technique that is specialized for nascent soul men. Unlike the dragon guiding arts, it requires a woman to possess cultivation at core formation stage. Once a woman cultivates this technique to a deep enough stage, the male cultivator would be able to forcefully break through a cultivation bottleneck in an instant by seizing her vital yin. It is only natural that I wish for this woman to cultivate with all her might. This technique requires a woman possessing deep cultivation after all. Dragon guiding arts, copulative essence arts. Isn't it an exaggeration for a pair cultivation technique to be so fearsome? The small fox blinked and revealed disbelief. Han Li sighed and said, I had similar thoughts to you at the beginning. For a pair cultivation technique to be so fearsome, it's simply unprecedented. However, I discovered the name of the person who established these pair cultivation techniques inside the jade slip, and my doubts were immediately dispelled. Silvermoon seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but softly shout, Could it be? Han Li said with a deep voice. That's right. These two pair cultivation techniques were personally established by Archsaint Six Paths. Since he is a late nascent soul cultivator and is renowned as the #1 figure in the Scattered Starseas Devil Dao, these two techniques should be greatly effective. Otherwise, Archsaint Six Paths' disciple couldn't have kept it so closely on his person. Silvermoon tilted her furry head and hesitantly asked, So Master plans on using this woman to cultivate? That's right. Once this woman reaches late core formation stage, we will both cultivate the copulative essence arts. And once I reach a bottleneck, I will use this technique to break through it. After all, there are few medicine pills that are capable of assisting in the cultivation of a nascent soul cultivator. From now on, my cultivation speed will be pathetically slow. Since a vast majority of nascent soul cultivators are stuck at the early stage, it can be observed that it is extremely difficult to break through the bottleneck to mid-nascent soul stage. As such, I must make an attempt, regardless of the validity of the technique's effects. It is only a pity that according to what was described, the bottleneck breakthrough will only occur for the first time the technique is used. It will have this effect once the woman's vital yin is taken. Of course, this technique also benefits the woman involved as well, but not nearly to the extent of the male cultivator. Tell me, did you think that I truly thought I acquired a concubine merely because I could? Han Li glanced at the white fox at the side and coldly smiled. Silvermoon appeared to sigh with relief and smiled. At first, I did. I had thought that Master has grown proud after forming a nascent soul and thought to take in a concubine as a result. When Han Li heard this, he wore a vague expression. He then expressionlessly said, "Although I will place the woman underneath a soul restriction, it is better that she doesn't learn of all the secrets in the cave residence. I will be able to control this woman's very life, but I cannot control her thoughts. Just because I treat her well doesn't necessarily mean she will be grateful. I will first treat her with great caution, so I may avoid being betrayed from a moment of carelessness. This martial Aunt Mu is rather intelligent, but it would be best to keep watch of her. If she truly wishes to follow me and is unswayed by the wills of others, I will not treat her unfairly and will assist in her cultivation. After all, I have an abundance of low-grade medicine pills. Silvermoon, keep an eye on her for me when you're free. It should be a trivial effort given your skills." Silvermoon obediently agreed. "Yes, Master. When you are in secluded cultivation, I will particularly pay attention to her." "That will do. These 30 years should be enough for me to read her. I hope she doesn't disappoint me." During that final sentence, Han Li's tone became sullen. Several days later, Mu Peeling returned to the mountain and was subjected to a soul restriction by Han Li. Afterwards, she was gifted with a few bottles of medicine pills effective for foundation establishment cultivators. This gift had amazed her and caused her face to blossom with beauty from her delight. She eagerly expressed her thanks with adoring respect. It appeared this woman had truly thought of herself as his concubine. After the silver-haired old man and cultivator Lu were notified that Han Li had taken her in as a concubine, they expressed their congratulations and each gifted a top-grade magic tool to Mu Peeling. Han Li smiled in response and politely thanked them. From then on, Mu Peeling began to dedicatedly cultivate at one of the smaller mountains surrounding the main cave residence, provided both with Han Li's guidance and medicine pills. During this time, Han Li would occasionally pay a visit to the cave residences of the other two nascent soul cultivators in the sect, humbly asking for cultivation instruction. Since the two drifting cloud elders intended to sincerely accept Han Li into their fold, they hid nothing from him, much to Han Li's benefit. In hindsight, Han Li felt his choice to stay was extremely wise. Several months later, Han Li was delighted to discover the spirit well tree in the medicine garden started to shed wine nectar. He hastily began to refine the bright sight water according to the instructions that the disheveled-haired cultivator left behind. With Han Li's grandmaster-level skills in medicine pill refinement, he quickly grasped the knack of refining the spirit water and found it easy to concoct despite his first few failed attempts. Currently inside the pill refinement room, Han Li was holding onto a small bottle of bright sight water that he concocted earlier. His gaze flickered when something suddenly came to mind, and his expression soon became determined. He opened the bottle with one hand and caused his hand to flash with azure light in the other. A ball of translucent blue liquid flew out from the bottle and slowly made its ways towards Han Li's forehead. By the time the water arrived in front of Han Li's forehead, it suddenly stopped and became completely still. Han Li looked at the water with narrowed eyes and remained silent. A short moment later, he opened his mouth and breathed out a small mist of azure light and enveloped the water. Then as the water sparkled, two fine strands of water suddenly shot out and entered Han Li's eyes. Han Li felt his eyes warm up, but a moment later, the warmth turned into a bone-chilling cold. He shut his eyes and trembled from the sensation. Han Li meditated without any further thought and began to circulate the qi into his body. The icy sensation in his eyes only grew stronger. If anyone were standing in front of Han Li at that moment, they would have discovered that a layer of blue light began to weakly cover his eyes. An hour later, the icy sensation gradually faded away from his eyes, and Han Li deeply sighed. His eyelids trembled for a moment before they opened. He unconsciously glanced around with a trace of doubt on his face. Han Li glanced around and muttered to himself, "It doesn't seem that anything has changed. Could it be ineffective?" But after a moment more of thought, he suddenly poured spiritual power into his eyes and deeply glanced around. A blue light sparkled from deep within his eyes. Han Li couldn't help but shout out. He was able to see the restrictions in the silent room, and his eyes were stained light blue. However, his focus was disrupted from his surprise and the scene before him returned to normal. Han Li glanced at the ball of spirit water still floating in front of him and thought, it was no wonder that cultivators at core formation stage and beyond hold no interest in bright sight water. This meager ability to barely see through anything is to little effect. There are many supplementary magic techniques that could achieve a far stronger effect. However, this is only the result of cleansing the eyes one time. If I were to periodically use the bright sight water, perhaps my eyes would gain a miraculous ability. I'm looking forward to it. Without any reservations, Han Li used the remaining bright sight water to repeatedly cleanse his eyes. This amount of spirit water was enough for over 10 cultivators to cleanse their eyes once through. But with Han Li's profound cultivation, he was able to consume all of it after only a few times. Once the spirit water was completely consumed, Han Li still observed no changes. It was only when he focused spiritual power into his eyes that blue light suddenly appeared within them. Its ability to see through restrictions wasn't particularly improved. As Han Li had plenty of time, he wasn't dejected by these results. It would just be a gradual process. On the second day, Han Li had a quick word with Silvermoon before he entered seclusion and took out the golden page that recorded the Azure Essence sword arts. This sword art was a complete set, containing 13 layers. The divine abilities of the sword art included the Azure Essence sword streaks, the protective sword shield, and the sword light reflection technique. The first two techniques weren't particularly notable. Although they were easy to use, their power was nothing special. As for the sword light reflection technique, Han Li was greatly satisfied by it. He made use of that divine ability to great and immediate effect, bringing many battles to a sudden conclusion. However, because his opponents had been truly too powerful, the might of this sword art wasn't well displayed. He was confident that any common cultivator with similar cultivation to his own would be incapable of blocking several hundred of sword lights that surrounded them. They would be skewered in an instant. As of current, he had already cultivated to the 10th layer of the sword art and could now make use of the sword art's new divine ability. It had been quite laughable. He had already acquired the entirety of the Azure Essence sword arts from the golden page, but the final passage containing the last divine ability had been obscured from him at the time, perhaps by intention of the page's creator. Although he clearly knew that the words of light had contained the cultivation method for the final divine ability, his cultivation had been too shallow at the time. Even when he was at late core formation stage, he was still incapable of reading the divine ability. When Han Li was first given the cultivation incantations for the 13 layers, he found the incantations for a realm higher than his own to be incomprehensibly profound. Despite reading through it several times, Han Li wasn't able to comprehend a lick of them, let alone be able to cultivate them. It seemed he'd have to be a stage from deity transformation stage before finally being able to comprehend the divine ability that was hidden. At the time, Han Li wasn't flustered by this. Due to fear of sect disciples overreaching their limits in the pursuit of greater power, it was common practice in the cultivation world to subject inheritances under cultivation restrictions. Han Li clearly understood that when his cultivation was at a great enough level, he would come to understand the cultivation method of the divine ability eventually. Now that he had reached nascent soul stage, reading the passage for the divine ability should pose no problem. With that thought, Han Li flung the golden page into the air and spat out a mist of azure light from his mouth, blowing the golden page into the air like a feather. He then began to flick his finger with a calm expression, repeatedly striking the golden mist with azure essence sword streaks. Each glint of light was cleanly absorbed by it. With Han Li's current profound spiritual power, it had been far quicker to react than when he was at Foundation establishment stage. A short moment later, the golden page absorbed enough essence and began to flourish with golden light. Strings of ant-sized characters began to continuously appear on the page. When Han Li saw this, he extended his hand towards the floating golden page without any hesitation, and it flew into his grasp with a whoosh. Suddenly, dense lines of light characters rushed towards Han Li's head. Han Li accepted the string of words with a calm expression. As a result, he was now able to clearly see the previously obscure portion of the Azure Essence sword arts. Without any further thought, he put away the golden page and immediately closed his eyes, examining the new acquired divine ability. The Aureate Sword Formation. What is this? Could it be related to spell formations? Han Li merely threw to read through the information, but the words Aureate Sword Formation immediately appeared in his mind in huge golden characters. He couldn't help but be astonished. The faintly gold characters of light began to appear within his spiritual sense, and he began to comprehend the incantations. He sat still in a cross-legged manner as 3 days unknowingly passed. During this time, Han Li's face wore an assortment of varying expressions from excitement to misery. Even dense beads of sweat would occasionally form on his brow. When the end of the 3rd day arrived, Han Li became calm once more. He sighed with a gloomy expression. Opening his eyes to reveal deep thought, he pursed his lips and muttered with an odd expression. This sword formation could only be described as outrageous. Even if I only received 1/3 of its described power upon cultivating it to completion, I would be able to travel anywhere throughout the heavenly south region without hindrance. Han Li muttered as he continued to ponder. However, being able to use this ability isn't a matter of a few years. I will need to use at least 100 sword lights if I am able to use this ability. It was no wonder the 2 golden pages fundamentally served as one. With one detailing the incantations and the other describing the bamboo cloudsworm swords, they are lacking without the other. I reckon the swordlight reflection technique was founded for the sword formation. Otherwise, the formation wouldn't have been possible. Of course, the more powerful the flying swords and the greater the number of swordlights, the more powerful the sword formation. Han Li reckoned that with enough time he would be able to produce 4 swordlight reflections from each of the 72 cloudsworm swords, forming a grand sword formation of 360 swordlights. If any mid-nascent soul cultivators fell into the formation, they would be incapable of escaping unharmed, if they managed to survive. Additionally, once his own cultivation progressed, he would be able to create even more swordlights, enabling him to slay even late nascent soul cultivators. But in addition to acquiring enough swordlights to establish a formation, he must use this divine ability to refine his bamboo cloudsworm swords once more, requiring a material known as auric essence. This material wasn't unknown to Han Li, as it was known by an extremely famous name in the cultivation world as honed gold. It was a rarely seen treasure on par with Han Li's piece of refined crystal he had acquired from those ironfire ants. However, some would say the auric essence was far more valuable. So long as a small piece of auric essence was used to temper a blade-type magic treasure, its incisiveness would be increased several times over. To sword or saber cultivators, this was a matter of life and death. However, this was quite troublesome from Han Li. Even if a single sword required a small amount of auric essence, it was an astonishing amount when multiplied by 72. Where would Han Li find such a large amount of honed gold? After all, as soon auric essence was discovered, it would either be applied to one's own magic treasure or would immediately be exchanged for needed items. It would quickly be used one way or another. Let alone the heavenly south region, this treasured material hardly ever appeared in the abundantly wealthy scattered star seas. It would be impossible for him to trade for this precious stone. As of current, the astonishing might of this aureate sword formation was fundamentally unobtainable, like flowery mist or the reflection of the moon in water. After further thought in the silent room, Han Li could only bitterly chuckle and set aside the matter for the time being. He then took out a jade box from his storage pouch and opened it to reveal a lustrous ball of golden light. Rolls of thunder faintly clapped as soon as it appeared. Celestial ice flames. When he glanced at this precious treasure, Han Li's expression grew sullen. With his current cultivation, he could now make an attempt to refine the flames. If he could successfully refine this icy flame, he could very likely acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron. Since the celestial ice flames would allow him to easily exterminate nascent soul cultivators, Han Li didn't dare to be careless. He possessed several techniques for refining devil fire, but he ended up choosing one of the secret techniques contained in the profound arts as he felt it to be the reliable. Having decided, Han Li attentively stared at the golden ball of lightning for a moment and extended his finger towards it. With a crackle, a fine sliver of lightning suddenly arced from his finger and shot towards the golden ball. Suddenly, the golden ball trembled several times before being dragged into the air by the sliver of lightning. It brightly shined as it floated. Han Li then sat down underneath it and raised his head to look at it with narrowed eyes. At that point, he began to form a series of complicated incantation gestures with his hands. With rolls of thunder, dense arcs of golden lightning began to flicker and form an impenetrable net of lightning surrounding the ball. Once the ball of lightning was surrounded by a large net of lightning, the scene grew still. At that moment, Han Li sighed and his spiritual sense stirred, connecting with the shell of divine devilbane lightning surrounding the celestial ice flames. Thunderous bellows reverberated throughout the room and the golden sphere grew dazzling. Fine arcs of lightning began to repeatedly shoot out from the golden sphere and its bindings relaxed, revealing a deep blue, translucent pearl underneath. It was continuously spinning. Han Li held his breath upon seeing the celestial ice pearl. Having personally witnessed its power, fear of it still lingered in his heart. With the ice pearl's appearance, Han Li spat out an azure flying sword from his mouth without further thought and momentarily pressed his hands together. A dense bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from his hands, simultaneously striking the ice pearl in an overbearing attack alongside the flying sword. The pearl cracked open with a boom. With a pulse of light, the sphere turned into an unstable sphere of blue flames. The sphere of flames then expanded before condensing into a fist-sized blue flower. Each of its petals glistened as the flower slowly blossomed. Simultaneously, a layer of blue frost began to spread throughout the walls, enveloping the entire room in a realm of freezing ice in the blink of an eye. However, Han Li had long prepared for this. Although a solemn expression appeared on his face, he remained calm and a dense layer of blue light securely protected his body. With his nascent soul cultivation, he was able to completely protect himself from the assault of the icy flames, fearsome as they may be. Han Li felt somewhat relieved to see that the icy chi was unable to penetrate the light barrier protecting his body and proceeded to point into the air. The net of divine devilbane lightning immediately shrunk back and enveloped the blue flower of light. Underneath the golden sparkling light and blue radiance, the huge blue flower began to change once more into a flame attempting its utmost to resist the lightning net's constriction. Seeing that the celestial ice flames were restricted, Han Li took a deep breath and began to move his spiritual sense. Claps of thunder rang out as a small hole opened from the golden net, only to be mended a moment later. But in that short instance, a sliver of blue flame escaped and shot towards Han Li as if it were intelligent. Han Li expressionlessly clasped his hands in an incantation in response and he closed his eyes. Azure chi began to flow out from the crown of his head, followed by the emergence of an inch-tall nascent soul. The nascent soul's face was strained. As soon as it appeared, it stared at the incoming wisp of blue flame and it twisted its chubby arms, releasing 2 streaks of blinding azure light. At that same moment, it opened its mouth and spat out a fist-sized ball of light, resulting in 3 masses of azure light to meet the wisp of blue flame. The azure and blue flame clashed, but the blue flame was instantly enveloped by the azure light. Despite its struggle, the flame was truly too small and was easily overwhelmed. However, even as the flame wisp was trapped, it slowly dissipated the light. When the nascent soul saw the flame being successfully contained, a smile appeared on its face and beckoned to the azure light, bringing the flame wisp closer to it. After revealing a trace of hesitation and fear, the nascent soul eyes brightly glinted and grasped onto the azure light, shoving it down its mouth alongside the wisp of blue flame it contained. Shortly after, azure light flashed from its body, and the nascent soul disappeared into mist as it flew back into Han Li's head. Han Li's eyelids trembled several times in response, but his expression unchanged as if he were sleeping. However, his nascent soul sat cross-legged inside his dantian wearing a solemn expression. Its hands were forming an incantation gesture. Half a year later, Han Li emerged from the silent room with a gloomy expression. The celestial ice flames were truly ferocious. Although he had attempted to refine only a sliver of flame, it had taken half a year of hard effort. However, due to the flame's extreme coldness, he would need to nurture it inside his body for an additional year before he could truly control it. In order to prevent any mishap, he couldn't refine any more of the celestial ice flames during this time. As for the Heaven Void Cauldron, he refined far too little of the celestial ice flames to even think of attempting the next step. The reason why Han Li left seclusion now instead of continued cultivation was in preparation to meet the silver-haired old man and cultivator Lu. He wished to see if either of them had any news with regards to auric essence. Additionally, he planned on bidding farewell to the Drifting Cloud sect for some time. During his travels, he would pay a trip to the state of Yuanwu in order to fulfill his promise with Xian Ruyan. At his current cultivation, exterminating a cultivation clan should only be a trivial effort. As for the Fu clan in the 100 Possibilities sect and the state of Yuanwu, they did share some history together. The Fu clan in the state of Yuanwu was a distant branch of the Fu clan in the 100 Possibilities sect. However, the two clans grew distant over a long period of time, and the Fu clan in the state of Yuanwu had joined the Devil Dao, much to the resentment of the main branch who were part of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. As a result, both sides had cut relations to one another. Han Li grew greatly relieved from this turn of events. Although the state of Yuanwu belonged to the Devil Dao, there would be few in that country that would be capable of stopping him. When Han Li left his cave residence, he visited the side residence in passing and swept his gaze inside the cave residence to discover Mu Peeling strenuously cultivating in seclusion. From the light glistening from her face, it appeared that she had made great progress. Pleased with her results, Han Li left without disturbing her. He then headed straight towards the main mountain of the Drifting Cloud sect. 6 hours later, Han Li silently left the cave residence of the silver-haired old man. The old man didn't have any concrete information on any auric essence, but he had given him information that in 2 years, there would be a grand trade fair taking place in the Nine-Nation Union state of Yu. It was known to be the greatest trade fair to take place in the Heavenly South region. Many rare materials would gather there from all around the Heavenly South region. Even half of the continent's nascent soul cultivators would each make a trip there. After all, nascent soul cultivators were the ones who most required precious materials. Since common materials and medicines were simply beneath their notice, their only option was to find trade meetings and acquire their rare needs there. The reason why the trade fair was to be held in the Nine Nations Union was because the Nine Nations Union was considered a neutral power. Due to the threat of the Milan spell warriors, the other three powers had no fear of the Nine Nations Union harboring any wicked schemes. As a result, the cultivators of those three powers had no misgivings participating in the trade fair. Currently, Han Li could only hope that auric essence would appear at trade fair. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly know when he'd be able to use the aureate sword formation. He may even have to pay a visit to the legendary Great Empire of Jin, but that was truly too far away. After Han Li finished speaking to the silver-haired old man about the auric essence, he didn't mention where he wished to go. He only mentioned that he planned on traveling for some time as he just formed his nascent soul and that he was taking his leave. When the silver-haired old man heard him, he wasn't doubtful in the slightest. He merely mentioned the affiliations of each country and the names of a few nascent soul cultivators that he must take notice of and never offend. At that moment, Han Li heard the name of this eccentric Heavenvenge once more. Han Li was quite curious towards this cultivator and made a note of him. He then expressed his thanks to the old man and departed. On the morning of the next day, Han Li carried the most important items in his cave residence on his person and sealed his cave residence off using restrictions. He then departed from the Dream Cloud Mountains, flying in the direction of the state of Yuanwu. The Fu clan in the state of Yuanwu was once renowned as one of the 3 great sects in the country. When the Devil Dao invaded over 100 years ago, this clan hadn't resisted their invasion in the slightest and even provided assistance to the 6 Devil Dao sects. As a result, the Fu clan hadn't suffered the slightest damage from the invasion. Instead, they were given the opportunity to flourish. After overwhelming the other clans in the country, they became the #1 clan in the state of Yuanwu. Because the Fu clan had frequently placed many of their disciples into the Devil Flame sect, even giving their clan's gifted women to the Devil Flame sect's upper echelon as concubines, they were considered to be completely subservient to the sect. As a result, the Fu clan gained the support of the Devil Flame sect, the dominating power over the state of Yuanwu, and wildly flourished in the past 100 years. The Fu clan's main stronghold was located deep into a mountain range in the west of Yuanwu. The mountain range was known as the Purple Road Mountains as a purple mist sealed it off year-long. Mortals are never seen again once they tread deep into the mists, and if they stayed too long within it, their throats would swell and their eyes would sting. With prolonged contact, they would even die of poison. Although locals knew of the dangers of this mist and would well avoid it, there would always be ignorant outsiders who entered only to perish. The Fu clan were aware of the mortals dying from the mist, but they hardly batted an eye. If mortals died, then so be it. The Fu clan had planned with such great effort to create the violet miasma cloud formation, requiring them to invite several formation masters to simultaneously work on it. Besides, these mortals could be considered lucky to have died by this formation. In the past several days, the violet clouds on Purple Road Mountain remained still as always, but a commotion rose from within. Occasionally, cultivators would appear outside the mist and shout something. Afterwards, they would reveal a lustrous red invitation before disappearing into the mist. The nearest mortal settlement to Purple Road Mountain was a small city named Taihe. This city only spanned 5 kilometers, and its population didn't exceed 10,000. However, it had all the facilities one would expect from a city such as inns and restaurants. Was a waiter at one of the 2 inns of Taihe City. Although he was only 19 years of age, he had been a waiter for 4 years. With his thin body, he stood at the side of the inn's doors and dispiritedly called out to those who walked past by. This wasn't because was being lazy, but because the weather was scorching. After yelling in the hot weather for an entire morning, he no longer had any strength. Even that petty, crafty innkeeper Lu couldn't say anything in response to his dejected manner. Although he wore a dissatisfied expression, he could only grumble his complaints and gloomily handle his abacus, calculating the dense ledger on the table. Glanced at an expanse of white clouds in the sky and inwardly cursed with all his heart. Then, after lower his head, he muttered out to the passers-by in a manner even he couldn't hear and became even more dejected. Just as he thought whether or not he could take advantage of innkeeper Lu's inattention to speak into the kitchen for a few drinks of cold water to relieve himself from the heat, the sky suddenly dimmed and he felt a chill. Was surprised and he couldn't help but raise his head to the sky. But much to his shock, he discovered that 3 eccentrics had unknowingly appeared before him. One of the men wore hemp robes and a tall hat. He was short and resembled a large ball. The other was a bald man with piercing eyes. The last of them was a man with long hair draping over his face. His face possessed a sinister air and his eyes were ice cold. Having spent so many years as a waiter, knew how to act. He immediately smiled and said, "Do you guests wish to stay at this inn?" From his years of many experience, this party were sure to be generous customers despite their fiendish appearance. The short, plump man glared with his small eyes and casually took out a large piece of silver. He shoved it into the waiter's chest and impatiently said, "Cut the rubbish. Why else would we come at an inn if not to stay there? Prepare a room on the 2nd floor for us, and a table of top-rate food and wine for us as well." Without waiting for R's reply, innkeeper Lu jumped up and immediately acted like a robust man, leaping out of the gate and taking the silver piece out of R's hands. With an ingratiating expression, he said, "Yes, yes. Please enter, sirs. Food and wine will be immediately sent for you. Quickly prepare the rooms. Don't be slow." "Yes, innkeeper." Although this action had caused him to feel deeply resentful, could only obey. He could only sigh and allow the silver piece to be taken away. Were it not for the fact he only had the skills for a waiter and that there were only 2 inns in the city, he couldn't afford to say anything about this. After resentfully cursing innkeeper Lu in his heart, brought the 3 each to a room on the 2nd floor. Just as departed from their side, the scorching heat suddenly returned. This sudden change caused him to feel a wave of doubt as he scratched the back of his head. After tilting his head in thought, he descended with confusion. A table of food was quickly prepared and was brought up with and a few other servants. The cultivators were waiting at the table in complete silence. Was baffled upon seeing them. The cultivator with the draped hair coldly glanced in his direction as if he had noticed something. Instantly felt as if he were immersed in ice. With a shaken heart, he lowered his head and left the room in a panic. He directly returned to the inn's door with an restless heart. At that moment, the 3 in the room finally began to speak. Sensing that there was no one outside the room, the short and stout man chuckled and spoke to the man with the draped hair. "Old pal Han, why did you startle the mortal? Did you find him displeasing to the eye?" The draped-haired man flatly said, "It was nothing. It was just that waiter possessed spiritual roots. However, his aptitude is poor. He would only be able to reach the 4th layer of chi condensation stage." A trace of astonishment appeared in the fat man's expression. "Spiritual roots? That's surprising. However, it seems that Brother Han is actually able to see through spiritual roots without any physical contact. It appears Brother Han is quite a skilled individual." The draped-haired cultivator glanced at the fat cultivator and slowly said, "My cultivation isn't any higher than you 2 fellow Taoists. I merely cultivated a related secret technique." The fat cultivator sighed and bitterly laughed. "Brother Han is far too modest. However, that waiter can be said to have no prospects in the cultivation world. Even if he managed to somehow reach foundation establishment stage like us, if he doesn't have the backing of a sect, he will merely be a wild lone wolf, a target of humiliation to cultivators of a similar grade. We ourselves came to Purple Road Mountain to bid the Fu clan ancestor a happy birthday to see if we have the opportunity to join the sect. If we are able to catch the eye of a Devil Dao sect or the clan ancestor, we'd be quite fortunate. It is just a pity that us vagrant cultivators can only enter the Fu clan castle on the ancestor's birth date. We still must wait another month." The draped-haired cultivator indifferently grunted and nodded his head as if he were disinclined to further speaking. The fat man and the bald man couldn't help but look at each other in response. The bald man widely opened his round eyes and said with a muffled voice, "Brother Han, us 2 brothers only formed a party together to go pay our respects to the Fu clan castle. But in the past several days we realized that while you are also a vagrant cultivator, your cultivation is unordinary. Where might you have cultivated previously? We've never heard of your esteemed name before." After the large bald man finished speaking, the eyes of the fat cultivator glinted and he began to stare at Han Li. The draped-haired cultivator's face remained unchanged. He merely indifferent replied, "I was once a cultivator of the state of Yu. I've only came to the state of Yuanwu recently. It isn't odd that you fellow Taoists haven't heard of me." The fate cultivator blinked and asked, "The state of Yu? Isn't that the territory of the ghost spirit sect? Why did Brother Han not try his luck with the ghost spirit sect instead of coming to our state of Yuanwu?" The draped-haired cultivator calmly replied, "I did try, but there is no path forward. Given that the ghost spirit sect is the sole power in the state of Yu, it doesn't tolerate the existence of outside cultivators. As such, I came to the state of Yuanwu to try my luck. However, I didn't expect to come across the Fu clan ancestor's birth celebration as soon as I appeared. I couldn't possibly have easily allowed such a rare opportunity to pass me by. So it was like that. It must have been difficult for Brother Han." The fat man chuckled and asked nothing else. Instead, he began to chat about a few of the rumors circulating throughout the cultivation world. Once the wine and food were finished, the draped-haired cultivator bid his farewell and decided to rest in a neighboring room. Once the draped-haired cultivator left the room, the fat cultivator's beaming smile instantly disappeared, only to be replaced with a sinister expression. He suddenly took out a talisman from his robes and formed a hand incantation. Then, with a flash of light, the talisman dissolved and enveloped the room in a soft light. This talisman was a soundproofing talisman. Once the talisman was in full effect, the large bald man hastily asked, "Brother Luo, do you believe that youngster is truly a vagrant cultivator?" The fat cultivator sneered and stroked the fat underneath his chin. He sinisterly said, "Certainly not. He is most likely a disciple of a small sect." The short and stout cultivator explained with a proud expression, "Did you not see his magic tool when we were traveling together? That was clearly a top-grade magic tool. Not to mention the many storage pouches at his waist. They were all bulging and there were even a few spirit beast pouches there. How could a vagrant cultivator possess so many items? It is clear that this cultivator came from a small sect. If he came from a large sect, he would have been too arrogant to travel with the likes of us. Additionally, he didn't take out an invitation card to enter Purple Road Mountain. After all, given how powerful the Devil Dao are, small sect cultivators wouldn't dare to act so openly. All of them would sneakily act as vagrant cultivators for fear that they would attract the Devil Dao's ire and subject calamity upon their clan for generations to come. That is why we've never heard of him despite his strong cultivation and magic tools." With eyes filled with avarice, the bald man rubbed his hands in eagerness. "From what Brother Luo has said, that does seem to be the case and we can boldly attack him without worry. Although he is somewhat wary of us, he definitely wouldn't have thought that we were concealing our true cultivation. It should be quite easy for us two mid-foundation establishment cultivators to kill an early foundation establishment cultivator. That youngster is bringing about his own doom to come across the dual fiends Peng Yi." The fat man licked his thick lips and sinisterly said, "Of course, but in order to smoothly succeed, we lower his guard as much as possible. It will take much less effort if we launch a sneak attack. Let's wait 2 days prior to the Fu clan ancestors' birth celebration to attack. Yes, let's do as Brother Luo says. Even if neither of us makes it into a sect of clan, we'll still make quite a bit of profit." The bald man seemed quite confident in the fat man, and he wore a grin on his face. The fat man chuckled and said, "Hee, of course. If such an easy mark comes knocking on your door, how could the dual fiends Peng Yi return empty-handed?" While the two chatted without restraint about killing the draped-haired man, the man in question sat down expressionlessly in the other room. However, he was able to easily hear their words as if the soundproofing barrier didn't exist. Hanli opened his eyes with a cold glint and softly said, "Since you've taken the initiative to court death, don't blame me for being ruthless." He then closed his eyes once more and continued to refine qi. To tell the truth, Hanli had arrived in the state of Yuanwu 2 months prior. He had passed through many countries affiliated with the righteous and Devil Dao along the way, but as a nascent soul cultivator, he was able to stealthily pass through with his cultivation and appearance concealed. After Hanli arrived in the state of Yuanwu, Hanli didn't immediately take action. Instead, he gathered information on the Fu clan from the local market cities and vagrant cultivators. As a result, Hanli found rather displeasing information about the Fu clan. This wasn't because the 3 Fu clan core formation cultivators were troublesome to kill, but that the Fu clan had many of their disciples located in the Devil Flame sect. Even with his vast abilities, he couldn't directly contend against the Devil Flame sect itself. And if he didn't kill the entirety of the Fu clan at once, the Fu clan could one day rise to prominence once more, leaving his promise with Xian Ruyan unfulfilled. Just as Hanli was making a plan for action, rumors of the Fu clan ancestors' birth celebration spread throughout the state of Yuanwu. When Hanli heard this, he rejoiced. Since the Fu clan lord took the initiative to call upon his clan disciples to pay their respects to him, the Fu clan disciples of the Devil Flame sect should also be returning to the Fu clan castle. This was an ideal opportunity to deal with the entire Fu clan in a single blow. However, Given Fu Clan's current power, not anyone could participate in the celebration. One must either be a cultivator from a clan or be a member of the Devil Dao. As for vagrant cultivators, they had to be at foundation establishment stage in order to enter the castle. After Han Li acquired the finer details, he patiently waited a month to pass by. As for the dual fiends Peng Yi, they immediately chatted with him along the road when they saw that Han Li possessed an unordinary magic tool. When they heard that Han Li was also heading to the Fu Clan castle, they happily raised an invitation to travel together. Han Li could tell the two harbored sinister designs at first glance, but he had nothing to fear from the two, given his current cultivation. Instead, he casually agreed to travel with them with plans to use their identities to allow him to enter the Fu Clan without suspicion. But he didn't expect that only cultivators with invitations would be allowed inside the Purple Road Mountains. Vagrant cultivators could only enter the castle on the day of the celebrations. This was to Han Li's surprise, but it didn't matter. After all, that day should be when all the Fu Clan disciples and members should gather together. If he were to act any earlier, he would scare a few away. As of current, he was staying at an inn and hadn't yet planned on how he should deal with the dual fiends Peng Yi. Since the two were incapable of staying patient, Han Li wasn't going to be merciful. In the following days, Han Li and the dual fiends Peng Yi took a few trips nearby and would return to the inn at night to cultivate. The time of the Fu Clan celebration drew near. In these few days, the two spoke quite effectively with Han Li and even addressed him as Brother Han, as if they were good friends for many years. At that moment, many vagrant cultivators began to gather at the small city. While a majority of vagrant cultivators were accustomed to the outdoors, a few cultivators more fond of creature comfort stayed at the two inns of the city. As a result, Han Li came across several other cultivators at the same inn. When these cultivators came across Han Li and two cultivators at their side, their expressions vastly changed and they steered clear of the three, doing their utmost to avoid talking to them. Han Li wasn't sure whether or not he should laugh or cry. It seemed the two at his side held a rather notorious reputation among vagrant cultivators. When the dual fiends Peng Yi saw this, they feared that Han Li would grow suspicious and fabricated a story that the two didn't get along with other cultivators. As a result, the two alternated keeping watch of Han Li, preventing him to speaking with anybody else. When Han Li heard them, he was completely indifferent. However, the fat man grew somewhat doubtful, but his greed got the best of him. 2 days later, the two cultivators suddenly urged Han Li to visit a nearby scenic spot with them. They said that the scene was fascinating and was too good to miss. After Han Li heard them, he knew that the two finally planned to attack. With a curt agreement, he followed the two with a smile, and the three head out from the inn towards this scenic spot. Because there were far too many cultivators nearby, the two could only think of bringing Han Li out 50 kilometers from the city to a small remote mountain. Once they all landed, the fat man began to speak with a beaming smile. "Brother Han, take a look. There is a small valley past this mountain. There are pure flowing streams and flowers of countless sorts. It is absolutely..." Despite the plain surroundings, he managed to continue his fanciful words about how impressive the scenery was. When Han Li heard this, he continued to derisively laugh in his mind. There truly was a hidden valley past this mountain. But apart from the passable scenery, there was also the spiritual fluctuations of a hidden restriction. It was very faint, but he was able to detect it with his spiritual sense. It appeared the two were quite experienced at killing others as they placed down a rather simple spell formation. If Han Li truly were an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, he would have found it difficult to survive if he entered the formation and were suddenly attacked by the two. When Han Li finished listening to the fat cultivator, he casually swept his gaze around and mysterious smiled at the two. "This scenery is not bad and there is no one here. From how I see it, there is no purpose in going to the valley. Right here should be fine. What do you two think? No one would be disturbed if you were to kill someone here and rid of their remains. It should surely go unnoticed." When the fat cultivator heard Han Li, his expression changed and he flusteredly spoke as if he were truly surprised. "Brother Han, what do you mean? Could it be you've misunderstood something?" However, his chubby hands had already moved to his storage pouch. As for the large bald man, a savage expression appeared on his face, and he silently moved to Han Li's side with his hands tightly clenched. Han Li held their petty maneuvers in little regard and remained in place with a serene expression. When the fat cultivator saw this, he grew anxious and faintly felt a sense of foreboding. However, it was far too late to back down and merely moved to attack simultaneously with the bald man. In the same moment the two men moved to attack Han Li, a chuckle suddenly broke out. Hee hee. How interesting. I didn't think I'd wake up from my nap to see murder and plunder. But for two Foundation establishment cultivators to attack a nascent soul cultivator? Could I be dreaming? These words were said by the soft, sharp voice of a young girl. Once Han Li heard this, his expression changed. As for the fat and the bald cultivators, they were thunderstruck and immediately turned deathly pale. A nascent soul cultivator? The fat cultivator shrieked and stared at Han Li as if he were looking at a ghost. The bald man was greatly frightened as well, but he appeared to have thought of something and hastily shouted, "That's impossible!" His colleague must be attempting to scare us off. Although he had attempted to rouse himself, he still took 2 steps back while continuously glancing around for the young girl. His courage greatly recovered when he found no one. At the moment, Han Li was far more alarmed than the dual fiends Peng Yi. For some unknown reason, he felt his body break into an indescribable shiver as the nascent soul that had been deep asleep in his dantian awoke in a panic. A trace of dread had even appeared on its face. But what was most astonishing to Han Li was that after sweeping every inch of a 5-kilometer radius with his spiritual sense, he was incapable of finding the source of the voice. But from the sound of it, the owner should clearly be nearby. Despite using the great development technique alongside his nascent soul cultivation, he was unable to discover the speaker. Could it be this person possessed deep and profound abilities? Han Li's throat dried up at the thought. The fat cultivator regained a bit of color in his face, as if he had been roused by the bald man's words. He calmly glanced around and said, "Who's there? Who is it that is deceiving us? You dare to trick the dual fiends Peng Yi?" His body was covered in the glow of a barrier of yellow light as a small black shield appeared in front of him. The girlish voice boldly said, If you could see this old woman, I'd kill myself out of shame. However, the spiritual sense of this nascent soul cultivator is quite strong. If it were even slightly stronger, perhaps you'd be able to find me." Han Li's expression grew sullen, and he did his utmost to sweep his spiritual sense over everything in his surroundings. Even with his exceptional spiritual sense, he was unable to find even a trace of another cultivator. He felt that this was far too strange. I am a tad hungry. How about I make a meal out of you 3? TCH, it's been a while since I've had a taste of a cultivator's nascent soul. I long to experience it once more. The girl's tone was completely free of malice, in stark contrast to the meaning of the words being said. Han Li snorted and ceased concealing his cultivation while his expression remained unchanged. With a flash of azure light, an astonishing pressure began to emit from his body and many azure lights flew out from his mouth. These were the 72 bamboo clouds worm swords. He truly is a nascent soul cultivator. Senior, please spare our lives. Us juniors had eyes but were blind to your magnificence. We didn't mean to offend Senior. Second brother, what are you doing? Don't run. We don't stand a chance before Senior Han. The fat cultivator couldn't help but feel completely awed after the emergence of Han Li's true cultivation and immediately kowtowed before him as he pleaded for his life. As for the huge man, he did the opposite and slapped a golden talisman onto his body. He abruptly traveled through the sky in a streak of golden light. Do you truly believe you'll be able to run away with a gold speed talisman? A derisive expression appeared on Han Li's face. He pointed his finger and a flying sword loudly rang out before disappearing with a glint. But in the next instant, it appeared at the side of the golden streak not far away. In a flash of azure light, the large man miserably screamed and the golden light dissolved into specks. The man's body had already disappeared. What a shame. A Foundation establishment cultivator's soul also has a fine taste. I only had them 8 times before I awoke. The girlish voice grumbled with slight annoyance. When Han Li finished dealing with the bald man, he ignored the fat cultivator trembling before him and turned his gaze to a small tree nearby. With blue light flickering within his eyes, he said, "There is no need for your esteemed self to act so mysteriously. Are you not also a mere nascent soul cultivator? For you to speak so boldly, it seems you want me to personally drag you out." The girlish voice paused for a moment before coldly continuing. "How did you discover me? My light transmutation technique isn't something that a nascent soul cultivator can see through. Regardless of my method to discover you, will you not reveal your true form? Or would you rather I chop down that tree of yours?" Han Li's voice remained calm, but his heart was filled with trepidation. He had only found the source of the voice by a fluke. In his panic, he had unconsciously swept his surroundings using the ability granted to him by the bright sight water. As a result, he found a small tree nearby that was somewhat unlike the others. With a resolved heart, he confronted it, no longer wishing to be deceived. "A mere nascent soul cultivator? Your tone is also quite bold. I wonder how your nascent soul will taste once I swallow it." As the girl's tone grew sullen, the small tree flashed with green light, shrinking to reveal a person only half a foot tall. This small person had an exquisite face and long hair. However, its body was composed of green light and completely bare. It seemed this small silhouette was the source of the girlish voice. A nascent soul? No, that's not right. After further examination, Han Li appeared hesitant. The small silhouette looked at Han Li and slowly said, "A nascent soul? You aren't wrong. But you are quite out of luck to be the first nascent soul cultivator I've seen since awakening. Or maybe my luck is just good." Soon after speaking, the small silhouette flashed and appeared before the fat cultivator. It giggled and said, "Your soul would make a good fit in my stomach, yes? No. Senior, please spare me." Realizing that this small silhouette was an existence on par with a nascent soul cultivator, the fat cultivator pleaded for his life as he jumped away, wishing to flee. However, a malevolent expression surfaced on the small silhouette's face, and its body turned into a ball of green light that shot into the fat cultivator. An instant later, it came out of the man's body back in its original form, except with a thumb-sized green ball of light that was intermittently twinkling. As for the leader of the dual fiends, Peng Yi, he had already collapsed onto the floor and was no longer moving. The small silhouette didn't bother to speak any further and simply gobbled the ball of light with a few bites. Afterwards, the silhouette's body grew slightly more concentrated. Han Li could no longer keep calm upon seeing this. After pursing his lips, he harshly shouted, "Are you ghost or man? You dare to directly consume a soul?" He had clearly felt the small silhouette's cultivation to be similar to his own at the early nascent soul stage. But after it consumed that soul, it grew a sliver stronger, clearly demonstrating that it could increase its cultivation by directly consuming cultivators' souls. It was inconceivable that this was the result of a technique. The incandescent green silhouette ignored Han Li's question and instead glanced at Han Li's dantian as if it were directly looking at his nascent soul. It wore a greedy expression and muttered, "The appetizer is done and now it is time for the banquet. After consuming your nascent soul, this old woman will be able to directly enter mid-nascent soul stage. You want to swallow my nascent soul? I'm afraid it'd be a bit much for you." Han Li furiously grinned and he clapped his hands together. A muffled explosion sounded out, followed by thick golden lightning arcing between his palms. Ever since Han Li had entered nascent soul stage, he was able to directly store divine Devilbane lightning from his swords into his body. As a result, he was able to use the lightning as before despite having all 72 swords outside of his body. The green silhouette tilted its head upon seeing the golden lightning in Han Li's palms and muttered, "Golden lightning? Where did I hear of this before? I can't seem to recall it." Han Li raised his brow and indifferently said, "Then how about giving it a taste? I'm sure you'll recall it." At that moment, the lightning in his hands transformed into a python and fiercely pounced towards the small silhouette. For some unknown reason, The small silhouette remained in place with a smile and directly swallowed the python. Afterwards, countless arcs of lightning bursted from all around the small silhouette. A short moment later, the silhouette glowed with golden lightning and released pangs of thunder. Han Li narrowed his eye, lacking the slightest joy in his expression. Since the opponent dared to directly receive the divine Devilbane lightning, they were clearly well prepared and weren't about to easily be dispatched. Before the golden glow faded away, the girl's laughter interrupted the sounds of thunder. As I thought, is this not divine Devilbane lightning? TCH. Isn't this just great? It's hard to believe that a mere early nascent soul cultivator could possess such a heavenly treasure. However, don't think that this old woman is a devil or ghost cultivator. Using that lightning to deal with me is beyond its abilities. The small green silhouette hadn't taken the slightest damage from Han Li's strike and sneered at Han Li. Han Li scoffed. It's too early to be proud. If you truly wish to devour my nascent soul, it's going to take more than a few arrogant words. If I had guessed correctly, you can only consume the souls of low-grade cultivators. To speak of consuming a cultivator's nascent soul is pure fantasy. Perhaps you might have been able to previously do this, but as of current, your mind may wish it, but your body is weak. You are only capable of assuming that strange form of yours. Enough rubbish. Let's first see how you fare against these flying swords. These words caused the small silhouette's expression to vastly change, revealing malice from its eyes. At that moment, Han Li pointed to the flying swords spiraling above him. With a clear ring, 12 of the flying swords shot forward in a streak of azure light. The small green silhouette stood in place with a sullen expression. As the dozen of azure swordlights spiraled around the small person and sliced it up into countless strands. As these strands remained floating in the air, they began to sparkle, much to Han Li's alarm. A bewildering chuckle soon came from strands, and they flickered with light before restoring the small silhouette in its original form. The silhouette seemed to have been completely infuriated by Han Li's words. It ominously, TCH. Not bad. Not bad. Your set of flying swords must have been created from golden lightning bamboo. Although I don't know how you acquired so much of it, it is truly ridiculous to think of injuring me with those swords alone. You will come to know that my words aren't born of arrogance. The silhouette then formed an incantation gesture with its hands, and blinding green radiance gleamed. But before it could fully finish casting its technique, bright light flashed from above its head. 12 flying swords simultaneously pulsed with lightning and formed a dense net of golden lightning as it charged towards it. Humph! This junior still won't give up. Did I not say that the divine lightning has no effect on me? Wait! What are you doing? The girlish voice became shrill as if it grew frightened. The net of golden lightning didn't explode as it had anticipated. Instead, the net remained firm when it caught the small silhouette, and it unceasingly tightened around the silhouette. The small silhouette knew that this was far from good, and its body flickered with green light in its utmost attempt to resist. However, its struggle was in vain, as it was soon trapped in a large golden ball. When Han Li saw this, he couldn't help but wryly smile. This net of divine Devilbane lightning was a technique that was founded by Han Li. Because golden lightning bamboo was exceeding rare, only 1 or 2 stalks would be used in the formation of a magic tool. And since they had a limited amount of divine lightning, they were only reserved as a trump card against devilish and evil techniques. Additionally, making such a large net of lightning would require over 10 stalks worth of divine Devilbane lightning to form. As such, none could have afforded to do this before Han Li. Having controlled the divine Devilbane lightning for so many years, Han Li already sensed that in addition to an innate ability to subdue evil and devilish techniques, it also possessed the wondrous effect of restraining the 5 elements. Regardless of whether it was the sacred Azura flames or wind spirit energy, they had both been actively and securely subdued. This unexpected discovery was much to Han Li's delight. While he was still at core formation stage, he was unable to use lightning nets as he wished because of his lacking cultivation, and had rarely used them in battle. But with his vastly strengthened cultivation and spiritual sense as of current, he no longer had such problems. Although he didn't know where this little silhouette came from, He knew that it was neither flesh or ghost. It was more akin to a strange variation of a cultivator's nascent soul. With that thought, Han Li attempted to make use of the net. Unfortunately for the silhouette, although it had heard legends of the divine Devilbane lightning, it was unaware of its hidden properties. Else, it wouldn't have so casually received the attack with its body as a demon nascent. In the blink of an eye, this haughty figure had been easily confined. Seeing that it succeeded, Han Li smiled and raised his hand, shooting out an azure mist to collect the golden ball into his hand. The golden sphere faintly trembled and released furious, ear-piercing shrieks. "You dare to trap this old woman? Quickly release me, or else I will refine your soul and subject you to a fate worse than death." Han Li frowned and sullenly said, "Refine my soul? It seems your esteemed self still doesn't understand your situation. Let's talk about this again once you've properly calmed down." Claps of thunders rang out as lightning shot out from his hands. These thin slivers of lightning wrapped layers around the golden ball, consuming nearly half of his sword's lightning reserves. With some further inspection of the enlarged golden ball, he wore a satisfied expression. Paying no heed of the girl's raving shouts from the golden ball, Han Li took out a white jade box from his storage pouch and shut it inside. He then took out a few restriction talismans and slapped them onto the box without any hesitation, putting a sudden end to the rant. Han Li weighed the jade box in his hand and his expression was once again normal. After putting the jade box away, he glanced down at the soulless body of the fat cultivator and indifferently turned it to ash with a fireball before calmly flying in the direction of the small city. A short moment later, Han Li leisurely made his way to the tavern and simply waited for the birth celebration to draw near. Not long after, there was a shocking discovery in the state of Yuanwu. The notorious murderers of vagrant cultivators' dual fiends Pang Yi had completely disappeared from the country. Not a single trace of them have been found. Of course, this signified to many that they had died. When this news reached around, the vagrant cultivators in the country cheered. There were those that said they were disposed of by a sect they offended. There was also word that they encountered an expert on their travels and were slayed as a result of their notoriety. For a time, all sorts of rumors filled the skies. Tens of thousands kilometers away in the distant state of Tianluo was the nest of the six devil Dao sects. The Grand Spirit Mountains in the west of Tianluo spanned over tens of thousands of kilometers without interruption. The mountains were steep and were home to countless spirit beasts and exotic insects. It was the location of the controlling spirit sect's monastery. In the instant the demon nascent was sealed, an old man's furious shout suddenly echoed from a pitch-black stone room. "Who is it? Who dares to imprison the wood spirit nascent?" Servant, quickly contact the spirit-controlling sect members in the state of Yuanwu. If they are unable to find the wood spirit nascent in 3 months' time, then they will have to kill themselves for the sin of their failure. Also, they must act carefully not to let the Devil Flame sect be aware of this matter. Although the old man was furious, his orders were concise. "As you bid, Marshal Senior. I will pass down the commands." A man's stern voice came out from outside the room. The old man continued, "I'm not done. Also call for Yunji and Lu Yuer to personally make a trip to the state of Yuanwu. They both have wood attribute spiritual roots and have the most suitable bodies for the wood spirit nascent. Perhaps they will be able to feel something if they go closer to the wood spirit nascent. However, have the two women be careful. Whoever restrained the wood spirit nascent is certain to possess great abilities. The two women wouldn't be able to confront him. So long as they find the person who imprisoned the wood spirit nascent, I will come to personally deal with them." The man's voice respectfully replied, "Yes, I will personally tell the two junior marshal sisters to go. This marshal nephew will now take his leave." Soon after, the man's footsteps faded into the distance. A deep sigh filled the room and the darkness became silent once more. Behind the concealment of the purple mist of the Purple Road Mountains, the Fu clan master Fu Tianhua was in high spirits with a flushed face. He viewed all the juniors in his clan with a kind face, leaving his juniors feeling overwhelmed with favor. They were all used to him wearing a more stern expression. This was of no surprise. The The marital ancestor's celebration of 400 years of life was about to arrive. He was the oldest core formation cultivator in the clan, and even 2 of the Devil Flame Sex enforcers were going to come today for his birthday celebration. This greatly increased the Fu clan's prestige. The Fu clan juniors didn't dare to be negligent and were doing their utmost around the castle so that this birth celebration wouldn't result in a loss of prestige for the clan ancestor. After the Fu clan ancestor made a round through the castle, he seemed quite satisfied. He then entered a side hall with a few juniors in tow. The sharp-eyed, purple-robed Fu clan ancestor leaned against an armchair in the room and slowly said, "Chinger, have the honorable guests from the Devil Flame sect arrived yet? Is there something keeping them busy?" While his voice wasn't loud, it was filled with dignity, suitable for the man who led the Fu clan through over 100 years of prosperity. "Venerable ancestor, the Devil Flame sect's senior son has sent over a disciple stating that he and Protector Mo will certainly arrive to offer congratulations. However, it will take 1 or 2 days more." A pale 40-year-old cultivator helplessly replied in a hurry. An old man with thin eyebrows and embroidered robes stood at the side of the pale-faced man and added on, "Even so, martial ancestor need not worry. The Fu clan maintained a steady relationship with senior's son and Mo for over 100 years. They will arrive soon. As their sect's current heights was in significant part due to our Fu clan's backing, we can be considered to be closely tied together. Besides, we sent 2 of our clan's most outstanding female disciples as their concubines. They would be embarrassed not to come." The Fu clan ancestor twirled his long beard and a cold glint flickered from his eyes. With his previous smile vanished, he said, "It's not that I'm worried whether or not Brother Sun and Mo will come, but I merely feel somewhat ill at ease at the day of the birth celebration approaches. It seems as if something great is about to happen. It is rather worrying. Has our Fu clan recently offended a particularly fearsome character or some larger sects?" When this was said, the people in the hall couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. After a long while, the pale-faced man carefully answered, "Venerable ancestor, you should also know this. Although our Fu clan has greatly flourished over the years, we've offended countless clans and small sections. But the most hostile to us are the Qin and Hu clans. Could they be plotting something? It definitely isn't those 2 clans. While those 2 clans were able to contend with us for some time, they no longer possess many high-grade cultivators. They don't have the capability to stir up trouble." The Fu clan ancestor coldly shook his head, but he soon frowned. With some further hesitation, he said, "However, if they were join hands with other small clans, they may take advantage of this opportunity to attack. They'd be able to greatly injure the clan's strength. After all, in order to curry favor with the Devil Flame sect, our Fu clan killed many of the 2 clans' cultivators for resisting the Devil Dao. As of current, the Qin and Hu clans have lost their backing and are hiding away. With the hatred they hold towards us, it isn't an impossible matter." With that said, the Fu clan ancestor's expression grew sullen. The embroidered-robed old man cautiously asked, "What does venerable ancestor mean?" In an instant, the Fu clan ancestor leaned his head back and closed his eyes. Then, with an adamant tone, he declared, "We will be calm on the surface, but remain inwardly vigilant. Double the sentries. Have the protective formation continuously activated without pause. And be particularly mindful of vagrant cultivators with unclear background." "Yes, it will be arranged." The pale-faced cultivator immediately accepted the orders. Seeing that the Fu clan ancestor appeared to be in a poor mood, the remaining Fu clan juniors all stood in place, even not daring to breathe too loudly. The Fu clan ancestor suddenly said, "Tianyun, call over your third uncle. Have him take the ironback beast into his spirit beast pouch and bring it along with him to the birth celebration. Only he can control our Fu sect's sacred sect protecting beast." The embroidered-robed old man couldn't help cry out, "What? Didn't esteemed ancestor say that third uncle should be disturbed during the birth celebration because he was currently in a crucial point in his cultivation?" The Fu clan ancestor coldly snorted and said, "The past is the past. The present is now. Although cultivators can't always predict calamity as it appears, there are times where one's instinct is particularly sharp. Cannot be helped. In order to be careful, it is better for this old man to overly suspicious than having our Fu clan meet calamity. Seeing that the Fu clan ancestor was about to get angry, the old man obediently agreed. Yes, ancestor. I will now call third uncle out of seclusion. He promptly left afterwards. Not yet finished, the Fu clan ancestor gave many more additional orders before finally feeling at ease. With so many preparations in place for contingencies, he felt as if matters would be taken care of. On a barren mountain outside of Violet Road Mountain, there was a group of 30 vagrant cultivators that were pointing at the purple mist and were whispering amongst them. Han Li was mixed among the cultivators and were examining his surroundings in silence as if he were a common recluse. It had come as a surprise to Han Li that there were so many vagrant Foundation establishment cultivators in the state of Yuanwu. Only a small portion of them should have come to congratulate the Fu clan ancestor's age. Back when he was in the state of Yu, vagrant Foundation establishment cultivators were rarely seen. Although the state of Yuanwu was somewhat larger than the state of Yu, the difference shouldn't have been great. But after 100 years had passed, this new development made Han Li feel as if the world had left him behind. However, Han Li was unaware that before the Righteous and Devil Dao attacked, a majority of Foundation establishment pills were held by sects and clans. Few ever made their way into the hands of vagrant cultivators. But with the upheaval from 100 years ago, many sects and clans ended up being exterminated. Destroyed inheritances and incense burning were common occurrences, resulting in a large quantity of Foundation establishment pills being spread in the chaos. Although a majority of pills were acquired by clans and sects, the small portion that managed to land into the hands of vagrant cultivators created a sudden increase of Foundation establishment disciples in each country, forming a large amount of force. There were even a few vagrant cultivators that had managed to reach core formation through chance. As the Righteous Dao, the Devilish Dao, and the Heavenly Dao Alliance, they all adopted a policy of absorbing all vagrant cultivators they could and suppressing those that resisted. As a result, the vagrant cultivators weren't able to form anything greater, despite their vast increase in number. As Han Li was mulling over this, he suddenly spotted 8 streaks of red light flying across the sky. After landing in front of the purple mist, the light faded away to reveal a group of cultivators wearing fire-red robes. There were 2 core formation cultivators leading the group. One had a face full of white hair and a gourd at his waist. The other had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes possessed a threatening chill. The vagrant cultivators became restless upon seeing the new arrivals. Some even whispered that they came from the Devil Flame sect. The more experienced vagrant cultivators spoke in particularly soft whispers, fearing that the Devil Flame sect members would hear them. Those are the Devil Flame sect's external affair enforcers Sun and Mo. The 2 female cultivators at their side should be the renowned beauties of the Fu clan. I heard that they've already become the 2 seniors' concubines. Han Li naturally heard all of this with his spiritual sense. He couldn't help but sweep his gaze past the Devil Flame sect core formation cultivators and the 2 female cultivators at their sides. As expected, the 2 women were gorgeous beauties. The Devil Flame sect cultivators seemed to ignore the vagrant cultivators. A disciple from the party walked towards the dense mist and sent a voice transmission talisman into it. Afterwards, the disciple obediently stood behind the 2 core formation cultivators. A short moment later, the purple mist rolled away to reveal a passageway. Many Fu clan disciples respectfully welcomed them in. Han Li took advantage of this opportunity to take a deep look at the many Fu clan disciples before expressionlessly turning his gaze away. At that moment, the party of Devil Flame sect cultivators entered the purple mist and the passageway faded away. In the following 4 hours, a few cultivators from other clans and small sects began to successively arrive at the mountain and were similarly welcomed in. After another long while, a steward with an apologetic expression walked out from the mist. It is quite lacking in manners for our Fu clan to keep you fellow Taoists waiting so long. It isn't that our Fu clan looks down on you, but that there is finite space inside the Fu clan castle. It would prove quite chaotic for too many cultivators to be inside at once. As such, we could only have you enter the castle on the day of the celebration. Nevertheless, please be at ease. So long as you sincerely congratulate the venerable ancestor, we will treat you fairly. The feast has already been prepared inside the main hall. Please enter the castle. The steward spoke elegantly, dissipating a majority of the vagrant cultivators' discontent. Then, the vagrant cultivators silently glanced at each other before following the middle-aged steward into the mist. Hanli calmly walked at the back of the crowd, but a moment later, he disappeared from sight. Regardless of whether it be the cultivators walking ahead of him or the Fu clan disciples that were in charge of monitoring the sect, they had all failed to perceive this anomaly as if Hanli had never been there. Many Fu clan Foundation establishment cultivators were currently standing in front of an extravagant hall. They beamingly welcomed the visitors, leaving them with a deep and warm impression. There were about 300 guests in the castle, with those having arrived today from those arriving days before. Now that the Fu clan ancestor's birthday has arrived, these guests gathered together in front of the main hall, waiting for the Fu clan ancestor's appearance. Given the Fu clan's immense influence in the state of Yuanwu, the vagrant cultivators and smaller clansmen were spouting praises without end. Even the emissaries from larger clans were chatting with Fu clan cultivators with a wide smile. The Fu clan ancestor wasn't near the main hall as of current. Instead, he was within one of the castle's secluded pavilions. He was looking at a faint sparkling jade slip in his hand. Since he was the main character in the birthday celebration, he would be making his appearance at the last moment. He may as well take advantage of this idle time to handle a few more urgent matters as the Fu clan's master. In addition to the Fu clan ancestor, there was a large copper-skinned man sitting in the pavilion. His cultivation was at early core formation stage, and his waist was filled with variously sized pouches. The Fu clan ancestor suddenly slapped the table and shouted with a gloomy expression, "Humph! This isn't the state of Zijin. Those spirit-controlling sect want our assistance in acquiring information? Just what are they looking for? Do they consider our Fu clan to be subordinates? Absurd." The large man stroked his chin and curiously said, "There is no need for seventh uncle to be so angry. Does the jade slip mention what they're looking for? Surely this must be something important for the cultivators of the controlling spirit sect to act so nervously. It is irritating how they wish to use us, but still keep us in the dark. They merely want us to be mindful of any strange events that have taken place recently in the state of Yuanwu, and inform them as soon as anything occurs." A spirited glint appeared in the large man's eyes. He pensively said, "Oh, so it's like that? It seems the controlling spirit sect wishes to conceal this matter from the Devil Flame sect, and sought our Fu clan out as a result. This must also be why they are speaking so vaguely." The old man twirled his beard and muttered, "Little third, your words seem true. In order to further protect our Fu clan, we should also secretly befriend the spirit-controlling sect just in case, in addition to serving the Devil Flame sect. While we've had friendly relations with the controlling spirit sect for some time, they still don't trust our Fu clan much. It seems we should take a look at our plans. Perhaps the weakest of the 6 sects, the ghost spirit sect, would also be good to befriend. This may be... TCH. I didn't think that the Fu clan was colluding with the controlling spirit sect while so eager to please the Devil Flame sect. It is no wonder why your clan has been so prosperous the past 100 years. The large man's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the derisive voice of an unfamiliar man. The Fu clan ancestor and the large man felt shocked and simultaneously jumped up from their chairs. After glancing at each other in shock, the Fu clan ancestor loudly asked, "Who is the lord that honors the Fu clan with his presence?" "I, Fu Tianhua. Hope Senior will forgive me for not welcoming him." "There is not need to welcome me. I came here uninvited." As soon as that was said, azure light suddenly glowed from within the pavilion. The Fu clan ancestor and the large man shouted out in alarm and withdrew to a corner of the room in a blur. A translucent barrier appeared on each of their bodies. The Fu clan ancestor spat out a white flying sword and had it revolve around him. As for the large man, he grabbed onto the spirit beast pouch that was at his waist. It was black and unremarkable. At that moment, the light faded away to reveal an azure-robed cultivator. He appeared to be an unremarkable youth in his mid-20s. It was Han Li who had sneaked into the castle. At that moment, Han Li had his hands behind his back and swept his gaze past the two vigilant Fu clan elders. He slowly said, "My spiritual sense swept past your Fu clan castle and found that your cultivation was the highest amongst the few core formation cultivators in the castle. You must be the Fu clan's leaders." Han Li's expression was tranquil and revealed not the slightest emotion. With Han Li's cultivation unconcealed, the two core formation cultivators were able to sense Han Li's profound cultivation. In the old man's alarm, he forced a smile in spite of his apprehension and said, "So it turned out to be a nascent soul senior. May I ask why senior honors us with his presence? Is there something that the Fu clan may assist you with?" Han Li narrowed his eyes and stared at the violet-robed old man at the corner of the room. "Are you the Fu clan ancestor?" Upon hearing Han Li's emotionless question, the Fu clan ancestor respectfully replied, "Junior doesn't dare to call himself an ancestor in front of Senior. Junior's name is Fu Tianhua, the current Fu clan master." The unease in his heart only became more fervent. He faintly felt that this nascent soul cultivator didn't hold any good intentions with his arrival. Han Li looked at the old man and revealed a strange expression. Since you're the Fu clan ancestor, it seems I hadn't found the wrong person. Since I've come to the Fu clan for reparations, it is better to first speak with your esteemed self." When the Fu clan ancestor heard Han Li, he felt his heart drop down an endless abyss. Reparations? Senior must be joking. This is the first time Junior has ever seen Senior. Is Senior mistaken? When the large man at the side heard this, his complexion became bloodless and he couldn't help but grasp the spirit beast pouch with greater force. To hear of a nascent soul cultivator demanding reparations was a matter that was far from good. Han Li casually glanced in the direction of the large man and beamingly smiled. "Mistaken? That can't be. Originally, I thought to give you an explanation to avoid having you become wrong ghosts, but you've had a long history of dirty behavior, so I won't waste my breath. You two will be the first to go. I'll promptly send the rest of the Fu clan to accompany you on the other side." As soon as Han Li finished speaking, the Fu clan ancestor furiously shouted, "What? You wish to exterminate the entire Fu clan?" He took out a yellow talisman and quickly withdrew into the wall in a flash of light as if it were an illusion. It appeared to be a rarely seen earth movement talisman. "Just where could you possibly run away?" Han Li scoffed, but he didn't chase after him. Instead, he flicked his finger in a different direction. A streak of azure light appeared as quickly as it disappeared, penetrating through the chest of the large man at the corner of the room. His barrier had been instantly shattered. But in the instant the large man died, the spirit beast pouch flickered with light before soon fading away, releasing a faint roar. The large man's corpse fell to the floor, but Han Li didn't bother to look at him. As of current, killing an early core formation cultivator was child's play. However, he was somewhat interested in the spirit beast pouch in his hand and casually took it with a wave of his hand. Han Li then glanced at the wall the Fu clan ancestor had disappeared in and smirked. With a wave of his sleeve, a white fox flew out and appeared before Han Li. Han Li ordered the small fox, "Use your earth movement technique to deal with the Fu clan ancestor. With your illusions and cultivation as a tool spirit, it should be quite easy for you to deal with a mid-core formation cultivator." "Of course, master. It will take just a moment. I will return quickly." The small fox revealed a proud appearance and it disappeared from the pavilion in the flash of yellow light. At that moment, Han Li patted the storage pouch at his waist, releasing countless black-tainted gold devouring beetles in the air. A moment later, a huge cloud of black, gold, and silver swirled above him. "Go!" Suddenly, the cloud of beetles separated into countless strands, instantly forming 100 small blades swarming out from the window. Han Li then sat cross-legged inside the pavilion and began to use the Great Development technique to envelope the entirety of the Fu clan castle in his spiritual sense. The direct descendants of the Fu clan were easily identifiable. Regardless of what they wore, they all cultivated several of the same techniques, all of which were revealed underneath Han Li's spiritual sense. As for the Fu clan mortals that were lacking any spiritual roots, Han Li took no notice of them. He merely directed the tricolored flying swords to devour the Fu clan cultivators. An instant later, miserable screams, shouts of alarm and the dense smell of blood filled the air. As this was occurring, the Fu clan ancestor was deep underground and was quickly flying through the earth through the use of the talisman. His only thought was to escape into the distance. As for disciples and juniors in the castle, he had no intention of thinking about them. Although he didn't personally see his large nephew die, he had already imagined what happened. Even with the Fu clan's sect protecting beast, escaping from a nascent soul cultivator was simply a pipe dream. However, the Fu clan ancestor would be perfectly content if he occupied his attention for even just a moment. As for the other Fu clan members, he wished to save them, but he lacked the strength. He would merely become another casualty. As such, he may as well just preserve himself. So long as the Fu clan ancestor still remained, the Fu clan could be considered to be alive. Apart from the Fu clan castle, there were many other Fu clan estates in the state of Yuanwu. Provided that he survived, the Fu clan would eventually rise once more. However, he was particularly depressed and puzzled about how the Fu clan had possibly attracted the ire of an unfamiliar nascent soul cultivator. He actually declared that the Fu clan would be exterminated as soon as he began speaking. Although this nascent soul cultivator was entirely emotionless, the old man felt his heart tremble upon recalling his expression. When the Fu clan ancestor flew out of scope of the Fu clan castle, he heard woman's soft voice speak. "Your earth movement technique is truly slow. How about you hand over your head and allow me to report back to master?" The Fu clan ancestor was greatly shocked and couldn't help but stop. In a white blur, a gorgeous beauty appeared before him. She stood only a meter before him and faced him with an enchanting smile. "You?" Just as the Fu clan ancestor was about to cry out in alarm, the woman parted her sweet lips and blew out a pink fragrance mist, enveloping the vulnerable Fu clan ancestor in an instant. The Fu clan ancestor inwardly cursed. He hastily attempted to cast a spell and flee, but the sweet scent rendered his body lax and powerless. Before he could do anything to defend himself, he fell unconscious. When Silvermoon saw that her prey had fallen unconscious, she faintly smiled and casually waved her hand, sending a white crescent streak towards his neck. Blood splattered. Inside the large hall of the Fu clan castle, there were several hundred guests that were festively chatting. Several core formation cultivators that had personally come to pay their respects were kept company by a few of the higher-grade cultivators in the Fu clan. Friendly relations flourished between the guests and hosts. But suddenly, there were several screams of anguish that could be faintly heard from outside the hall. The bustling voices in the hall came to an abrupt stop, and many guests looked at each other in dismay. A few of the more quick-witted cultivators immediately turned their gazes onto the Fu clan cultivators. The blue-robed old man sitting at the side of the two Devil Flame sect enforcers also appeared shocked, but soon, he wore a calm expression and loudly shouted, "Everyone, please do not worry. It is possible it is but a small matter. I will call over someone and see what's going on." He was the younger cousin of the Fu clan ancestor and was the third Fu clan core formation cultivator. At that moment, he excused himself from the company of the two Devil Flame sect enforcers and turned to the two Fu clan cultivators standing behind him. He immediately gave them orders to quickly rush out the hall and report back. The two Devil Flame core formation cultivators both appeared calm, but they glanced at each other with a trace of doubt. Two more miserable screams came from the outside. It was clear that the two Fu clan cultivators that were sent outside had met a vicious attack. The guests in the hall had clearly heard this, and their expressions vastly changed. The blue-robed old man's expression grew unsightly, and he deeply sighed before standing up. He said with a deep voice, "Activate the hall's restrictions and quickly send word to the ancestor." When a nearby Fu clan cultivator heard this, he acknowledged the order with a pale complexion. He then took out a sound transmission talisman from his robes and whispered a few words before releasing it. The talisman shot out from the roof in a streak of red light, but a moment later, the cultivator spoke with a raspy voice. "Not good." The sound transmission talisman was shot down. "We seem to be surrounded." When this was said, Even the core formation guests couldn't remain calm. The pockmarked Devil Flames sect enforcer frowned and said, "Fellow Taoist Fu, it seems enemies have snuck into your castle. Brother Sun and I will go out with you and have a look." The blue-robed old man's anxiousness was greatly relieved upon hearing him. He immediately rejoiced and said, "I am greatly thankful for your assistance. I will have to trouble you to do so." The middle-aged man surnamed Sun frowned as if disapproving of his companion's actions, but he followed him nevertheless. As for the remaining 4 core formation cultivators in the hall, they glanced at each other and didn't reveal the slightest intent to help. The others in the hall grew completely silent, watching the 3 core formation cultivators walk out from the hall. As the 3 calmly approached the hall door, loud buzzing suddenly came from outside the hall. The 3 couldn't help but halt their steps upon hearing this. In the blink of an eye, a 30-meter-long beam of azure light swept inside and wrapped around the 3 core formation cultivators. A dozen lines of fine azure light then shot out from the azure beam in a display of blinding brilliance, forcing the cultivators in the hall to momentarily close their eyes. In that instant, the azure beam spiraled throughout the hall. The blue-clothed old man and the 2 Devil Flame sect cultivators halted and their bodies grew motionless as if from shock. As the cultivators in the hall were stunned in their awe, they were completely oblivious to what was happening. The sudden shriek of a female cultivator attracted the attention of all in the room. The paled female cultivator was sitting at the side of a Fu clan steward whose head had tumbled down at an unknown time. The headless corpse was still sitting upright as blood sprayed from its severed neck. The other cultivators then discovered that tens of Fu clan cultivators, regardless of their rank, had their heads tumbling onto the ground in a silent death. The azure light. Someone is using a magic treasure to attack them. Fellow Taoist Fu, you must. A cultivator who had decent relations to the Fu clan loudly shouted in alarm as if to warn the 3 core formation cultivators. But soon, his words came to a sudden stop and his face became ashen. At that moment, the blue-robed old man and company suddenly split into pieces as if they were made of paper. Their bodies had collapsed into piles of gore. When this occurred, the guests of the birthday celebration felt their breath turn cold. Although these cultivators were able to somewhat keep their calm previously, they were now in a complete panic. Each of them enveloped themselves in a colorful barrier and filled the room with the bright glow of various colored lights. Magic tools of all sorts began to float in front of many cultivators. Even a few of the cultivators who held more than friendly relations to the Fu clan gathered together restlessly with terrified expressions. For 3 core formation cultivators and tens of Fu clan disciples to be killed in the instant, how could it be anything else apart from the fearful existence known as a nascent soul cultivator? If it was truly a nascent soul cultivator, killing everyone else in the hall should be an extremely easy matter. As fear filled the hearts of those present, none dared to make any noise. Many guests presently felt vast regret for attending this Fu clan celebration. Wouldn't they be caught in the crossfire? Deathly silence filled the hall. A few of the core formation cultivators with stronger spiritual senses thought to stealthily release their spiritual sense to observe the outside. However, the Fu clan had placed down many spiritual sense restrictions in order to protect their secrets from prying eyes. As a result, they were blocked and couldn't help but resentfully curse the Fu clan. As anxiousness filled the hall, the voice of an unfamiliar man spoke. "Those present are restricted from leaving this hall for 2 hours. Those who disobey will be killed. After those 2 hours are over, you may leave as you wish." The man's voice was simple and cold, but it also carried an indescribable malice, shaking the hearts of those who heard it. Once those words were said, the cultivators in the room were greatly relieved. From his tone, it appeared that he had no intention of killing them. However, they clearly understood that they were spared most likely because they hadn't seen the man's true appearance. As such, none dared to disobey him. As for taking revenge for the Fu clan, the thought itself was a joke. Even if one had the capability, who would feud with a nascent soul cultivator over the mere Fu clan? The 2 hours passed by neither fast nor slowly. During this time, apart from a few whispers, screams of anguish occasionally came from the outside. They were curt and lasted only a moment. It was clear none in the Fu clan castle was able to retaliate as they were killed. The cultivators in the hall felt their heart tremble upon hearing these screams. Each of them guessed that the Fu clan had offended an expert or great power and was being exterminated as a result. There were many in the hall that felt schadenfreude or pity for them. After the time it took to finish the cup of tea, the screams in the Fu castle had ceased and the outside became as silent as within the hall. The guests then glanced at one another, but none of them dared to act rashly. Once the 2 hours had passed, the man's voice didn't return. In the end, one of the braver core formation cultivators decided to leave the hall and he safely left. In the following moment, the other guests began to rush out with relief. The Fu clan castle was entirely empty apart from a few bloodstains on the ground. It appeared that all of the direct lineage disciples of the Fu clan had been exterminated and even their corpses were burnt to ash. However, there were a few people that flew over on their magic tools and surveyed the entirety of the Fu clan castle, only to discover that the mortals and low-grade external disciples of the Fu clan were all unscathed. They even appeared to be completely ignorant of what had happened inside the castle. It seemed the attacker felt that killing off the direct lineage of the Fu clan was enough to ensure its extinction. Having just experienced that frightful affair, these cultivators naturally didn't dare to remain. A majority of vagrant cultivators immediately set off while a small portion of them temporarily stayed behind to have a whispered discussion before also departing. The Fu clan's extermination was an extremely important matter to both friendly and hostile powers. And with 2 Devil Flame Sect enforcers slain as well, the Devil Flame Sect would now be forced to take action regardless of whether or not it was a nascent soul cultivator who had exterminated the Fu clan. The witnesses of this incident quickly brought the information back to their sects and clans as quickly as they could. These powers needed to prepare for the vast changes that would soon occur. As the last few cultivators were hurriedly leaving the Fu clan, many green-robed cultivators had arrived just outside the Purple Road Mountains. They were surprised to see that the restrictions protecting the Fu clan castle were unmanned. At that moment, a few of the Fu clan outer disciples entered the castle and discovered what was inside. These chi condensation cultivators made a huge uproar and each of them had completely lost their minds to fear. The many green-clothed cultivators that were waiting in the air looked at each other in dismay upon seeing the panicked low-grade disciples. The top clan in the state of Yuanwu had met their end at the hands of a mysterious nascent soul cultivator. Word of this event spread throughout the entire cultivation world in the state of Yuanwu, raising an uproar amongst the various powers. With 2 of the Devil Flame Sect enforcers having perished during the Fu clan extermination, the upper echelon of the Devil Flame Sect flew into a humiliated rage and sent out men to find the mysterious and vicious attacker who did this. They even stated that their own nascent soul founder wouldn't allow this expert to run free. However, those with sharper judgment would realize that the Devil Flame Sect was merely putting on airs and would most likely not take action. After all, according to the witnesses, the 2 Devil Flame Sect enforcers had recklessly taken the initiative to stand closely to a Fu clan cultivator as the nascent soul cultivator was carrying out his revenge. It was merely bad luck. Even if the Devil Flame Sect was even more powerful and attempted to hunt down the murderer, cultivators weren't easily trapped or killed once they had reached nascent soul stage. They would need to dispatch for nascent soul cultivators of a similar grade or place down a fearsome restriction to even think of killing him. Of course, the Devil Flame Sect wasn't about to dispatch several nascent soul cultivators over revenge for a few core formation enforcers. Even if the sect was willing, the nascent soul eccentrics weren't about to take action over something so trivial. Regardless of the declaration, a tremor swept through the entirety of the state of Yuanwu. The Fu clan's spirit stones, marketplaces, and other holdings were divided up by several different powers. However, this had nothing to do with Han Li. Unlike what other cultivators guessed, Han Li had remained inside the state of Yuanwu for several days after the extermination was carried out. He was currently at a small, unremarkable mountain. At the moment, he was floating in the air with his body enveloped in azure light, and was staring at the fog surrounding the mountain's center with a reminiscent expression. Over 100 years have passed, yet this place is still the same. Since the restrictions here still exist, could it be that other cultivators are living here now? Han Li muttered with a calm expression. After he had exterminated the Fu clan cultivators with his black-tainted gold-devouring beetles, Han Li directly flew to Xianxia's secluded mountain with the Fu clan ancestors' severed head in his possession. In the past, he had made friends with Xianxia and Qi Yunxiao. Now that he had taken revenge on their behalf, he planned on paying his respects at their graves and bringing the matter to a conclusion. However, he didn't anticipate that Xianxia's former residence was being occupied by other cultivators. He couldn't help but wear a doubtful expression. After some thought, Han Li's directly flew towards the mountain's restrictions. With his current cultivation and understanding of spell formations, the restrictions were incapable of stopping him. As Han Li stood in front of the fog, he calmly flicked his fingers and shot many various colored magic seals into the restriction. Soon after, the mist roiled and revealed a small passageway that Han Li immediately flew through. A short moment later, the mist disappeared and Han Li arrived before the residence that Xianxia had personally built. Glancing at the deep yellow bamboo buildings, Han Li felt a trace of nostalgia as well as a feeling of sadness at times long past. At that moment, a middle-aged woman walked out from a bamboo building. Her face still contained beauty and weak spiritual qi fluctuations were emitted from her body. She was only a fourth-layer qi condensation cultivator. When Han Li saw her, he couldn't help but frown. This woman gave him a familiar impression. Ah, who are you? How did you get in here? The middle-aged woman spotted Han Li and couldn't help but shout in surprise. Soon after, she flusteredly took out 2 fire-red talismans from her waist and looked at Han Li with a hostile expression. This was to be expected. This woman suddenly found an unfamiliar cultivator in a place that she had deemed to be completely secure. It was only natural for her to be alarmed and wary. Moreover, while this woman was unable to recognize Han Li's true cultivation with her meager power, she was able to feel that Han Li's magic power was profound beyond imagination. As such, she grew fearful. Just as Han Li stroked his chin and planned to ask for the woman's identity, she suddenly shouted in pleasant surprise after closely examining Han Li, Could it be Senior Han?" Han Li was stunned when he heard this and revealed a trace of amazement. After muttering under his breath for a moment, he faintly realized something. He wore a friendly expression as he asked, "What relationship do you have with Xiao Mei? You look very similar to her." When the woman heard Han Li call out her ancestor's name, she realized she was correct and respectfully bowed. "Oh, Senior must be speaking of my ancestor. My ancestor passed away many years ago. For the time being, this junior is staying in Miss Xian's residence." Han Li wryly smiled and said, "Your servant Mei's descendant? To think that the silly little girl is now an ancestor." He then wore a puzzled expression and asked, "Still, how is it that you recognized me?" The woman blushed and embarrassingly said, "In the past, my ancestor personally drew Senior's portrait. I've looked at this portrait since I was small. That is why I was able to recognize Senior at a glance." "Oh, portrait. I had no idea." A trace of amazement appeared on Han Li's face. He then curiously asked, "Could I take a look at it?" "Of course, Senior. How about Senior first head inside? I'll bring it to you there." The woman stepped to the side and respectfully invited Han Li in. After a moment of hesitation, Han Li walked into the bamboo building and noticed that the interior was unremarkable. But upon seeing that it was clean and well kept, Han Li nodded his head. Once Han Li took a seat, the woman hastily steeped a pot of tea. Although it couldn't be compared to the spirit tea that Xianxia once made, it was still pleasant and exceptional. As he began to drink the tea, the woman excused herself and went to fetch the portrait. Han Li casually swept his spiritual sense around and immediately spotted the woman. As expected, she was walking towards a pavilion. The first floor of the pavilion was completely empty, but on the second floor Han Li saw a long wooden table. The table had 2 pitch-black memorial tablets that were inscribed with the names of Qi Yunxiao and Xianxia. When Han Li saw this, his heart grew dim while he recalled the smiles the two wore in the past. It was a pity the two had passed so long ago. After the woman deeply saluted the memorial tablets, she took a rolled-up, foot-long scroll from the table drawer. She then hurriedly descended and ran directly towards Han Li's building. Han Li received the portrait and gently unrolled the scroll in his hand to reveal a meter-long portrait of a smiling azure-robed man. It was a lifelike image of himself. After taking a look at the scroll, Han Li sighed and rolled it back up. After a moment of thought, Han Li stared at the woman and slowly asked, "Might I ask why your ancestor left behind a portrait of me? Is there a deeper meaning behind it?" When the woman heard this, she wore a hesitant expression. With some thought, she carefully replied, "Senior Han, before Junior answers this question, may I ask whether or not you remember your promise with Miss Xian?" "Of course I remember. You also know of the matter?" Han Li asked with a trace of astonishment. With a heart filled with apprehension, the woman looked at Han Li and softly said, "In fact, Junior has continued to stay here in large part due to Senior. However, I hope you'll forgive me as I cannot speak forthrightly until your promise with Miss Xian is fulfilled." Pang. Han Li expressionlessly tossed a wooden box onto the table from his storage pouch. "This?" The woman felt her heart jump as she wasn't sure what Han Li intended. Han Li calmly said, "There is no need for fellow Taoists to be so flustered. The box contains the head of the Fu clan ancestor. The direct lineage of the Fu clan have been exterminated, and only a few distant Fu clan members remain. The Fu clan no longer holds any power in the state of Yuanwu. Is the promise considered fulfilled?" The woman cried out in shock. "What? The Fu clan ancestor has already been killed?" She looked at the box with gritted teeth and opened the lid, filling the air with the scent of blood. The woman's face paled, but upon recognizing the face of the head, she smiled. "It truly is the Fu clan ancestor. Many years ago, I stealthily caught sight of the villain from a distance." Han Li smiled and said, "Because I killed him several days ago, word should have already spread. So long as you talk to someone you're familiar with or go to a market city, you should be able to verify this. Then Senior must have brought the head here too." "That's right. I came to this old place to honor Miss Xian and fellow Taoist Qi. I haven't made many friends in my life, and now that I've taken revenge on their behalf, I may as well follow it to completion." Han Li's voice grew sullen and his expression became earnest. "When Miss Xian and Sir Qi learn of this in the underworld, they will certainly be pleased. Please wait for a moment. I will be right back." The woman's expression became dim, but something soon came to mind and she hurriedly left. Han Li was baffled but nodded his head and watched as the woman rushed out of the room. This time, the woman walked to a building in the back and began to dig below a tree, eventually taking a faint green jade box from within the dirt. She then carefully brought it back into the room and placed it on the table in front of Han Li. "What's this?" Han Li narrowed his eyes and waited for her explanation. "Senior Han, before Miss Xian died from her illness, she left behind a message for my ancestor. She wished to give this box to Senior if he managed to fulfill his promise and exterminate the Fu clan. As a result, my ancestor remained here, as this would be the place Senior would make an appearance. Many years later, Senior hadn't yet returned and my ancestor passed this matter on to me. She even left behind a portrait of Senior so that we may recognize you. Now that you've personally arrived and fulfilled your promise, I will naturally act in accordance to Miss Xian's words and hand this item over to you. At long last, I am finally free of this burden." The woman spoke serenely and her expression appeared relieved. It appeared this matter had weighed heavily on her mind. Han Li felt moved as he gazed at the box on the table. He swept his spiritual sense past it and was somewhat astonished. He grabbed onto the box and opened it without any further reservations. There was a faint azure jade slip sitting in the box with a yellow talisman attached to it, and silver lines of talisman characters faintly floated up from the box. At that moment, the woman gazed at the jade slip with a curious expression. Han Li raised his head and asked, "HM? Has fellow Taoist never seen this before?" "I won't conceal this from Senior." Because Miss Xian hadn't left behind any words that restricted the protectors of the jade slip from looking at it, in a moment of curiosity my ancestor thought to take a look. But after reading it for just a short moment, she spat blood and lost consciousness for an entire day. Soon after, my ancestor used a high-grade restriction talisman to restrict any of her descendants from reading it. Although I am quite curious, my cultivation is far inferior to my ancestors when she was alive. I didn't dare to touch it. Han Li nodded his head in response. He then blew a mist of azure light onto the jade slip and effortlessly removed the talisman. The woman was astonished by the sight. She had personally attempted to remove the talisman during an idle moment of curiosity, but her efforts had been completely in vain. However, Senior Han was able to remove the talisman with just a breath of spiritual qi. His cultivation must be unfathomable. Having heard that Han Li was a Foundation establishment cultivator in the past and now he had been able to exterminate the Fu clan and the Fu clan ancestor, his cultivation must be at late core formation stage at the very least. It was quite possible he was even at nascent soul stage. The woman felt awe emerge from her heart. After looking through the jade slip, Han Li put it away in a flash of azure light. Not bad. This jade slip is truly useful to me, so I will be taking it. However, fellow Taoist must have waited here for many years for me, and I feel regretful at the matter. Are you living here by yourself? Once the woman heard Han Li's question, she grew excited and eagerly said, "Of course not. My husband is also a cultivator, but his aptitude is poor and his cultivation is similar to my own. However, my son Quanzi is young and his aptitude is not bad. However, he never had an expert's guidance and was unable to enter a cultivation sect. If Senior could, regardless of herself or her husband, so long as her son could become a disciple of this profound and mighty figure, it would be vastly beneficial." As such, she began to mutter her intentions in a roundabout manner in hopes that she wouldn't offend him. When Han Li heard this, he waved his arm and interrupted her. "There is no need to continue. I understand." In the woman's alarm, Han Li calmly continued, "As you're a descendant of Xiao Mei and have watched over this item for so long, while I cannot take him in as a disciple, I can bestow him a Foundation establishment pill and 2 bottles of medicine pills useful for qi condensation cultivation. Your son's success in Foundation establishment will depend on his own luck. Once he succeeds in Foundation establishment, he should have no problem entering a cultivation clan or sect." Han Li took out 3 bottles and handed them over to the woman. "A Foundation establishment pill?" The woman rejoiced and repeatedly uttered her thanks. Her previous disappointment had completely disappeared. Then, with a change of tone, Han Li asked, "Ah yes, when I exterminated the Fu clan, I killed 2 Devil Flame sect cultivators in passing. Although I don't fear the Devil Flame sect, I don't wish to attract any trouble. Does anybody else know of this matter?" As if aware of Han Li's worries, she hastily replied, "Senior, please be at ease. When my ancestor passed this matter on to me, no other outsiders were informed out of fear it would bring trouble to Senior. I have always been silent on this matter and mentioned this to neither my husband nor my son. Since you won't be wantonly speaking about this, I will be paying my respects to their memorial tablets before heading off." Han Li nodded with satisfaction and stood up. "Ah, if Senior is about to leave, please wait a moment. My husband and my son will soon." Pong! Just as the woman stood up, white light flashed from behind her and she lost consciousness. Han Li had flung his sleeve as if he were already prepared for this and caught the woman in a mist of azure light. At that moment, the white light behind her disappeared to reveal Silvermoon's fox body. After glancing around, Silvermoon mysteriously smiled and said, "Master, why did you have me knock this woman unconscious? Do you feel uneasy about something? Or does she just catch your fancy?" Han Li appeared annoyed as he coldly snorted, "Drivel! I am neither suspicious of the woman nor do I hold malice towards her. However, it would be better for me to erase any memories of meeting me today. If any rumors were to leak, not only would it trouble me, but it would also attract calamity upon herself." With nothing else to say, his face glowed with azure light and he pressed his fingers against the woman's head, employing the profound Yin Arts Dream Tear technique. It would seal a few related memories and falsify them, causing this woman to believe that she managed to luckily acquire the medicine pills from a magnanimous expert. Any memories relating to Han Li would be completely sealed. This soul-altering secret technique was comparable to the soul control technique and the worry-free needle, given that they were used by someone with far greater cultivation than his own. However, this technique required that the user possess far greater cultivation than their target. Otherwise, the target would suffer great damage to their soul. As for Han Li, he had no problem using this technique on the woman as her cultivation was far too shallow. A quarter of an hour later, Han Li was finished and the woman remained asleep. After placing the woman back in her chair, Han Li took the opportunity to properly pay his respects to Qi Yunxiao and Xian Ruyan. He then turned the Fu clan ancestor's head into ash and secretly left. Back in her artifact spirit form, Silvermoon curiously asked, "Master, what does the jade slip contain?" Master seems to view it with great importance. Han Li quickly flew into the sky as he leisurely said, "It is a spell formation record from the age of antiquity that describes many grand and profound formations. Even with my current attainments in spell formations, it would take me quite some time to comprehend them. In addition to spell formations, there is a truly peculiar secret art I am quite interested in." Secret art? With Master's current knowledge and the entire set of the profound arts, what secret arts could provoke your interest? Silvermoon softly smiled, but her voice possessed a heavy curiosity. Han Li smiled and said, "Have you ever heard of the outstanding reputation of the Three Truths Severance?" Silvermoon's laughter instantly ceased and her voice trembled with excitement as she asked, "Could it be that it holds the greatest Taoist profound art?" "Of course not," Han Li flatly denied. "Oh? Then why did Master mention this divine art? Are you deliberately teasing me? Of course the Taoist sects couldn't possibly allow this heaven-defying art to leak. They themselves don't even know if this technique is extinct." Silvermoon grumbled. Although the Jade Slip's secret technique isn't the Three Truths Severance, it is a similar type of ability from the Devil Tao. It is called the Profound Nascent Formation Arts. Han Li's originally calm expression began to reveal excitement. Silvermoon paused and said, "Profound Nascent Formation Arts? What kind of technique is that? It seems I've never heard of it before." "I've also never heard of this technique before. However, this cultivation art is a genuine secret technique for cultivating a second primal soul. Later, one may even be able to nurture a second nascent soul." Han Li's tone became solemn at the end. "A second nascent soul. Is this true? If that's true, it would be considered a great divine technique at the very least, even if it is inferior to the Three Truths Severance." Silvermoon's spirits were greatly roused. The greater Han Li's ability, the closer she would be to her objective. Han Li's surging emotions quickly turned calm once more. "I still don't know if it is true. I'll have to return to the Drifting Cloud sect and carefully examine it once through. However, the spell formations recorded in the Jade Slip are genuine ancient formations. I have a few duplicates of them in a similar Jade Slip, so they shouldn't be false. TCH, Master's luck is truly quite good for this technique to be directly delivered to you. However, secret Devil Tao arts may be powerful, but they always tend to favor hasty benefits at great cost later on. The greater the divine ability, the more obvious this becomes. It would be better for Master to have a proper look at this technique and see if there is anything amiss." Han Li soberly agreed. "I am aware, and it's natural that I will be careful. If there is anything amiss about it, then I will forego cultivating it." When Silvermoon heard him, she relaxed but soon appeared baffled as she asked, "Master, it doesn't seem like you're flying in the direction of the state of Xi. You aren't planning to return to the Drifting Cloud sect?" Han Li sighed and said, "For the time being, I will not be returning to the state of Xi. I wish to take a visit to the state of Yu. After all, it is my birth country. I have a few secular attachments there that I must sever myself from. Otherwise, there will be worries weighing down on my mind that will interfere with my future cultivation." After a moment of silence, Silvermoon agreed, "That is also good. At this stage, Master can only pursue the supreme Tao after he severs himself from all worries of the secular world. That's enough nonsense for now. I am going to travel as quickly as I can." Han Li ended the conversation with a cold tone. He then enveloped himself in a streak of azure light and increased his speed by several times. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. Unknown to Han Li, in a place far away there were many green-clothed cultivators that were secretly searching through a forest. They each wore a terrified expression. At that moment, a burly man spoke to the others in a tone filled with dread. "What can be done? It's already been many days, and there hasn't been the slightest information on the spirit nascent. If we don't find the spirit nascent within 3 months, the sect will send enforcers for us." A stern-eyed, middle-aged, scholarly man said with an icy tone. "Humph! The declaration to find the spirit nascent in 3 months was merely said in a moment of anger. Everyone knows that recapturing the wood spirit nascent was no longer a matter that a Foundation establishment cultivator could handle. But if we don't find even a trace of its whereabouts, I fear calamity will fall upon us all." A green-robed woman with a common appearance fearfully said, "This matter wasn't even our fault. It was Marshal Uncle Ding, the guard of the spirit nascent, that sent us away and attempted to merge with the spirit nascent against orders. He even died from the backlash. Let's hurry. The spirit nascent's tracks have already vanished. Although we have a few magic tools to track and restrict it, the spirit nascent was far too quick, and we were unable to chase it down. Now that the spirit nascent is isolated from restrictions, we are even more hopeless." The scholarly man snorted and said, "Junior Marshal Sister should leave those words for when an enforcer comes. Fortunately, Marshal Aunt Han and Marshal Aunt Lu will come to assist us. Those 2 martial aunts have wood spiritual roots. They should have some way of searching for it. However, I am quite curious how someone could possibly control something as fierce as the wood spirit nascent without a special magic tool. It is truly inconceivable. Enough. Regardless of who restricts the spirit nascent, we must find its whereabouts in order to save our own lives. Did you not hear the voice transmission that Marshal Ancestor Kwang personally sent?" The burly man frowned and revealed a trace of anxiety as he said, "Second Senior Marshal Brother is right. It would be considered good if we managed to preserve our lives. However, the transportation formation along the way was broken, and the 2 martial ants will need 2 days to arrive at the next transportation formation. Do you think that the cultivator who captured the spirit nascent will have left the state of Yuanwu during this time? After all, we don't even know what country this cultivator is from." "Hee hee. Junior Marshal Brothers seems to not know. Marshal Aunts Lu and Han were candidates to fuse with the spirit nascent. Many years before, they cultivated a secret technique in preparation to fuse with it, and are able to sense the direction of the spirit nascent from far away. The cultivator that restricted the spirit nascent won't be able to escape the awareness of these martial ants." The old man spoke with a sullen tone, but his words seemed to hold confidence. Once they heard the old man, the other 3 appeared relieved. However, the scholarly man's eyes brightly flickered in thought, and he asked, "Do you think that the person who captured the spirit nascent and the cultivator who exterminated the Fu clan are one and the same? Could chance truly have it that the spirit nascent just happened to be captured several days before the Fu clan was exterminated? Could this person have realized that we had a relationship with the Fu clan and exterminated them to prevent them from helping us? Ninth Junior Marshal Brother, you think too much. Even with such vast abilities, how could he possibly know that the spirit-controlling sect had a relationship with the Fu clan? It was most likely just a coincidence." The woman shook her head, but after some further thought, she became doubtful. However, for there to be 2 nascent soul cultivators to appear in the same place isn't very likely. Perhaps it truly is the same cultivator that has done this. "Oh, could you perhaps tell us about this?" A young woman's lazy voice came from the direction of a large tree. Then, in a blur of white light, 2 beautiful white-clothed women appeared before them. The 4 green-robed cultivators were shocked upon seeing the 2 white-clothed women that just appeared, but quickly rushed to salute them. "Marshal Aunt Han, Marshal Aunt Lu." The frail woman with a pale face and wide eyes softly said, "That's enough. No need to be overly polite. Junior Marshal Sister Lu and I have heard a bit of what you've said. Tell us about it and include all the details." Her voice sounded otherworldly. This woman was Han Yunji, a woman Han Li had encountered several times in the past. Although her face was entirely the same as before, her body now appeared fragile and well-developed. Along with her beautiful body transformation, her cultivation had made great leaps as well, rising to early core formation. Many thanks, Marshal Aunt Han. Marshal Nephew will obey orders. The old man in charge of the 4 green-clothed cultivators replied on the group's behalf. Han Yunji nodded with a smile and stepped forward. After finding a clean spot on the ground, she took a seat. The other beauty had phoenix eyes and long eyebrows. She was a beautiful woman with a carefree expression. With a smile, she said, "Your crimes are not light. If you truly are incapable of finding the spirit nascent, I fear your master wouldn't be able to plead for your lives." Her words startled the female cultivator among the group of 4. The old man bitterly laughed and wore an earnest expression. Marshal Nephew knows that his guilt is inescapable, but we were truly treated unjustly. I hope Marshal Ants will be able to speak a few words to the martial ancestor in our favor. The woman stretched herself while her lips glistened as she spoke. Oh? Then how about you give an explanation? The person who restricted the nascent soul is now 500 kilometers away, and we won't be able to catch up to him anytime soon. We are in no hurry for now. Yes, when we brought the spirit nascent to the Kunmu Mountains, Marshal Uncle Ding used an excuse. The old man respectfully gave a detailed explanation of the spirit nascent's escape, the spirit nascent's later capture, and the Fu clan's extermination. Han Yunji calmly listened, but her face remained completely still as if her heart was already steeled. In contrast, the woman surnamed Lu occasionally revealed a curious expression, and her gaze flickered as if she held great interest in the old man's words. A streak of azure light flickered over the border between the state of Yuanwu and the state of Yu. According to information Han Li had acquired, the state of Yu had fallen under the rule of the Ghost Spirit sect, and their headquarters were at the previous location of the Masked Moon sect. As for the Taiyu Mountains of Yellow Maple Valley, it had become the location of a side branch. After Han Li entered the state of Yu, he flew straight in the direction of the Taiyu Mountains. Nothing has changed. As Han Li stood on a huge pile of rocks, he felt an expression of faint loneliness. In the past, he had destroyed the mountain housing his previous cave residence over fear that the Devil Dao cultivators would discover it. Now that so many years had passed, it appeared to have become a desolate area. Of course, who could have possibly thought that there was a cultivator's residence concealed underneath the rubble? After muttering to himself for a moment, Han Li raised his arm as his eyes flickered with white light. Several huge ape puppets were released that began to quickly clear away the rubble before them. The puppets cleared away the rubble by blasting a path through it with various colored beams of light, quickly clearing a way down towards the cave residence that lay beneath. With a narrow passageway formed, Han Li ordered the puppets to stand guard as he flew inside. The cave residence remained exactly the same as when he hastily left it. He couldn't make out any signs of entry, much to his relief. He didn't come here solely for nostalgia, but for the spirit well spring that was located in his hidden room. Although he already had the Jade Spirit Well as well as the highest rank Spirit Well, the Spirit Well tree, one always had more room for another Spirit Well. Although this Spirit Well was somewhat small, he naturally wished to bring it along with him since he was already in the state of Yu. The Spirit Well spring was intact and emitting strands of white spiritual qi. Han Li wore a complicated expression as he looked at the Spirit Well and unconsciously recalled when he had just entered the Foundation establishment stage and how he discovered the Spirit Well when he carved out the cave residence. He vividly remembered it as if it had happened yesterday, raising all sorts of emotions in his heart. Han Li remained in a daze for a short while before recollecting himself. He then grasped his hands in an incantation gesture and struck the Spirit Well with several magic seals, instantly causing it to glow brilliantly and quake the nearby ground. Han Li then sat down with an unchanged expression and formed a strange hand seal as he stared at the Spirit Well. Water from the Spirit Well began to whirl as if an invisible hand was stirring it, causing the water surface to rise and form a profoundly deep black whirlpool. An astonishing wave of spiritual qi spread throughout the room. Han Li's expression stirred. This spiritual qi was beyond what he had anticipated. But after a short moment, he recovered from his surprise and quickly began to resume the extraction. The trembling of the nearby ground became increasingly severe, and a blinding yellow light began to envelope the spirit well. This yellow light faintly deformed as the spirit well shrank and shined even more brilliantly. A short moment later, the light faded away and Han Li let out a sigh. The deep yellow, fist-sized ball floated in the air. There was now a huge, pitch-black hole beneath it where the spirit well had been. Han Li smiled upon seeing this, but his expression suddenly changed and became sullen. The puppets he had placed outside were under attack. Although they had not yet been destroyed, they were at a clear disadvantage and wouldn't last for long. Han Li instantly took out a jade box and carefully placed the yellow ball inside. He then flew out as quickly as he could. Once he arrived outside, he saw several black-clothed cultivators that had surrounded his 8 puppets about 100 meters away. A sullen, gray-clothed, middle-aged man wore a puzzled expression as he observed the battle. Han Li's sudden appearance instantly shocked the cultivators at the scene, and the gray-clothed cultivator shouted for the attack to stop. The black-clothed cultivators hastily ceased their actions and withdrew to the man's side. An azure light arrived in midair and faded away to reveal Han Li. He expressionlessly gazed at the several cultivators in silence and revealed his nascent soul cultivation in an imposing manner. The gray-clothed man glanced at Han Li and felt his heart drop. His shock was soon replaced by a smile. "Senior, please do not misunderstand. Us juniors hold no malice. We merely felt that the spiritual chi here became abnormal and we curiously thought to take a look. I am the ghost spirit Sex Yu Hun, disciple of Master Splintered Soul. We do not hold any bad intentions." Master Splintered Soul. Han Li frowned and felt as if this name sounded familiar. After a moment of thought, Han Li suddenly recalled something. Wasn't this the name of one of the ghost spirit sect nascent soul eccentrics? He recalled that the drifting cloud sect's silver-haired old man had mentioned that this person was ruthless and wasn't to be trifled with. As Han Li's mind wandered, the gray-clothed old man noticed that Han Li reacted to his master's name and he grew far more at ease. However, he was still apprehensive and forced a smile. "Senior recognizes my master. Could he be an acquaintance of him? I must have acted far too rashly. I had no idea that Senior was handling business here. Else I wouldn't have dared to bother you. If there is anything that I may do to assist you, I will do my utmost to obey. Otherwise, I would like to ask for myself to be excused so that I may get out of your way." Although the gray-clothed man had an intimidating appearance, he was rather cunning and sly. After asking a few probing questions, he acted extremely deferential. In the end, the appearance of an unknown nascent soul cultivator had caused his back to run with cold sweat. Han Li expressionlessly stared at the gray-clothed man and didn't respond. Instead, he released his spiritual sense within the scope of 100 meters and found that there were no other cultivators. It seems that this party had truly discovered the nearby disturbance by chance, and they had come alone. If that was the case, Han Li suddenly felt an urge to kill. Regardless of his previous identity as a Yellow Maple Valley cultivator, he was now a drifting cloud sect elder. He couldn't possibly release these ghost spirit sect cultivators from his grasp. In addition, the young master of the ghost spirit sect had once nearly taken his life, and the stifled grudge was still buried within his heart. There was also the fact that he had entered the state of you in secret. If his entrance to the state of you reached the ears of the ghost spirit sect's eccentrics, he would attract their attention, producing nothing but trouble. He didn't wish for several nascent soul cultivators to chase him throughout the state of you. This person is... Just as Han Li prepared his silent attack, an old man amongst the party of black-clothed cultivators suddenly cried out in shock at the sight of Han Li. A strange glint appeared in Han Li's eyes. He glanced at the old man and indifferently asked, "What? You recognize me?" The old man shivered underneath Han Li's icy gaze and hastily answered, "No, I am mistaken. How could Junior have possibly recognized you? You've admitted to be mistaken?" Han Li indifferently rubbed his chin and swept his gaze past the others as if he believed the old man. The gray-clothed man seemed puzzled as he glanced at the old man. Although he felt it was odd, he couldn't afford to pursue the matter. He could only think of flattering Han Li and somehow taking an opportunity to flee. Before any of them could respond, Han Li slowly said, "Since you are ghost spirit sect cultivators and have discovered my trail, you're just out of luck. I will be taking your lives." As soon as that was said, Han Li's expression grew dark and he waved his sleeve, releasing over 10 streaks of azure sword light. As soon as these sword lights left his sleeve, they transformed into over 40 sword lights in a blur, and engulfed the black-clothed cultivators in an overwhelming strike. When the gray-robed cultivator heard Han Li's voice grow harsh, he knew that matters had taken a turn for the worst. His complexion grew pale upon seeing Han Li's momentous attack. Of course, he wasn't about to submit to death. He instinctively whirled his body, releasing countless stands of black chi to cover his body. A gold and a silver prong soon flew out from the mist and transformed into a gold and a silver python to guard the front of the black chi. The gray-clothed cultivator then did his utmost to fly backwards in a streak of black smoke, abandoning the rest of the black-clothed cultivators to their fates. Apart from the old man, the rest of the ghost spirit sect cultivators were helplessly beheaded by the assault of azure sword streaks. As the old man was paralyzed from fright, Han Li flicked his finger, launching a slim azure strand from the sword streaks. It instantly bore into the old man's body and caused him to collapse on the ground. When Han Li saw this, he no longer paid any attention to the old man and focused on the gray-clothed cultivator that had fled over 300 meters away. Han Li sneered and casually pointed at the sword lights and had over 100 streaks of sword light converge together, instantly forming a huge azure sword. "Go!" Han Li softly uttered. The huge sword trembled and released a muffled hum before launching itself forward at an unfathomable speed. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling explosion of azure light erupted from the black smoke. The strike from the huge sword annihilated the black chi and the pythons at the same time. With a wretched scream, the gray-clothed cultivator was rend into a mist of gore. Han Li recalled the magic treasure and his expression grew sullen as he glanced at the old man lying unconscious on the ground. After some further thought, Han Li raised his hand and drew the old man's shriveled body into his grasp. Azure light flickering from his free hand, he pressed it against the old man's head without any reservations. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, fire flared from his hand and turned the old man into ash. Han Li floated in the air with his arms held behind his back and wore a flabbergasted expression on his face. That disciple left behind to the Harmonious Bond sect, Dong Shenner, actually formed a core. However, it is truly odd that she would send men after me. The old man's origins were quite complicated. He was once a disciple of the Harmonious Bond sect, but because he had greatly violated the sect's laws and feared that his soul would be refined, he changed his appearance and identity. He had remained hidden inside the ghost spirit sect ever since. Naturally, Han Li didn't care for such matters. What shocked him was how the old man along with many other Harmonious Bond sect disciples were sent to frantically search for Han Li by the core formation stage Dong Shenner. These people were even sent into the Nine Nations Alliance in order to search for traces of Han Li. It seemed the old man had shockingly recognized Han Li due to having seen his portrait before. At the time, Han Li had been in the scattered starseas and the matter was ultimately left unresolved. As of current, Han Li felt greatly confused. He wasn't so vain as to think that Dong Shenner fancied him. As such, he felt that there was a deeper reason for her continuous search for him. It was only a pity that the old man's status at the time wasn't high and he had no further information on the matter. After pondering for a moment, Han Li couldn't think of a reason why Dong Shenner would send men to search for him, and he shook his head, placing the matter at the back of his mind. Now that so many years had passed, this matter didn't affect him in the slightest. There was even less cause for concern since he was now a nascent soul cultivator. With that thought, Han Li dealt with the ghost spirit sect cultivators' corpses and glanced in the direction of the former location of Yellow Maple Valley before departing from the Taiyu mountain range. Unbeknownst to Han Li, at the same moment he killed the gray-clothed cultivator. A black-robed, shriveled-skinned cultivator awoke from his meditation with a frown inside. He then took out a dull, pitch-black bone medallion from his robes. The black-robed cultivator fiddled with the bone medallion and glanced at it with narrowed eyes. A stern expression appeared from his face. A moment later, he stood up and walked out of the secluded room. After walking down a long corridor, the black-robed cultivator arrived in a large hall, and he calmly took a seat in a stone chair. With a white flickering light emitting from his hands, he took out a small bronze bell. A loud clang rang out with a casual swing of the bell. A deep ring continued to reverberate from it, spreading over an unknown distance. The black-robed man put away the small bell and remained still inside his chair. A short moment later, 3 core formation cultivators hurriedly entered the hall from 3 side doors, 2 men and 1 woman. They deferentially stood in front of the old man with their heads face down with solemn expressions. Just now, the light from your 6th junior Marshall brother's life medallion was extinguished. It seems he met a vicious end. Although I don't know what exactly happened, he was a disciple of me, splintered soul. I cannot allow his death to remain unanswered. Find the killer and bring him to me alive. I wish for them to give me the story behind what happened. The black-clothed cultivator indifferently spoke as if he were discussing a trivial matter. The 3 cultivators were initially surprised, but they soon saluted him with bowed heads. As you bid, master. We will immediately depart. I hope the next time I see you, you will have already placed the killer in the Immortal's hold. The black-robed cultivator nodded his head and left the hall without another word. Only the 3 core formation cultivators, the disciples of Splintered Soul, remained in the hall. After a moment of consideration, the cultivator with a bold and clear appearance orderly arranged, 5th Junior Marshall Sister, send a voice transmission talisman to the sect branch in the Taiyu Mountains as soon as you can. Let's see whether or not they know about 6th Junior Marshall Brother meeting with mishap. If they are unaware, have them send men to investigate the whereabouts of the killer. Junior Marshall Brother K, your relationship with the side branch master is quite good. See whether or not he can send men to investigate if any unfamiliar high-grade cultivators have recently entered the state of you. Also, we will all send our own competent disciples to investigate the last known location of 6th Junior Marshall Brother and see whether or not there are any clues. Once this information is relayed back, we will set forth together to capture this person. Since he was able to kill 6th Junior Marshall Brother, his cultivation should be high. It is best to be careful. The other 2 cultivators were a middle-aged woman who still possessed beauty, and an eerie scholarly man wearing embroidered robes. The woman smiled upon hearing him, but the scholarly man frowned and revealed a somewhat unsightly expression. A moment later, he reluctantly nodded. As if feeling worried, bold-faced cultivator stared at the embroidered-robed scholarly man and coldly said, Junior Marshall Brother K, I know that you were on bad terms with 6th Junior Marshall Brother. However, this matter was personally given by the master. You should know what will happen if you disobey. Don't forget that 2nd Senior Marshall Brother and 7th Junior Marshall Brother were also punished for mishandling their affairs. The scholarly man wryly smiled and chuckled. That isn't the case. Although we didn't get along, he is dead now, and this matter is now assigned to me by the master. Please be at ease, 3rd Senior Marshall Brother. I will definitely try my hardest. The bold-faced cultivator slowly said, If Junior Marshall Brother knows how things stand, then let us set off. The 3 then left the hall to attend to their own matters. Several days later, the Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators had tracked down where Han Li killed the party of cultivators. After further inspection, Han Li's original cave residence was also discovered. When the 3 disciples of Splintered Soul heard this, they rushed to the Taiyu Mountains with a group of disciples in tow. After entering, they looked at each other in dismay as they stood in front of the large hole where the spirit well used to be. At that same moment in a land far away, Han Yunji and that woman surnamed Lu were hurriedly crossing through a series of towering mountains into the state of Yu. The Jing province was located in the northwest of the state of Yu. Because it was a remote region, there were few cities but many small villages, and many small mountains and hills within the province's borders, as well as many desolate areas few ever came across. As a result, the Jing province was also home to far more bandits than other provinces, and was also where Jianghu martial artists lingered the most. While there had never been a great Jianghu faction that managed to unite the region, this area had produced many formidable characters. Bodyguards and caravan escorts rose in opposition to the many bandits. One day, on the side of a desolate dirt road, a rather common scene in the Jing province was taking place. There were over 100 brawny men wearing rough clothes, each with black scarves covering their heads, surrounding 30 azure-clothed men with various weapons. The azure-clothed men were in turn protecting the several carriages at their center. It was a scene of a group of bandits fighting a group of caravan escorts. There were 3 black-clothed men with similar appearances standing at the bandits' rear. They coldly glanced at the scene with malice occasionally showing on their faces. Near the carriages there were several men, young and old, wearing similar servant garbs. They each had a club in hand and wore nervous expressions. Inside the 4 carriages, there were many women and children wearing magnificent clothes, but the carriage at the very front had a calm middle-aged man wearing scholar's robes. With his long and glossy beard and mustache, he appeared to lack the strength to knock over even a chicken, but he possessed an indescribable air of authority. None that saw him dared to underestimate him. The middle-aged scholar was sitting across from a man with blue embroidered robes and a thick, pointed mustache and beard. His arms were thick and he possessed a spirited gaze. He was a rarely seen peak Jianghu expert. These obviously unordinary characters both wore calm expressions and were the only ones inside the large carriage. Although the 2 were silent, they were examining everything outside from the half-shut curtains, and occasionally heard bloody wails and clangs from the outside. While the black scarf bandits were great in number, the azure-clothed caravan guards and the servants were greater in skill. For a time, both sides found themselves in a deadlock. The scholarly man smiled upon seeing this and spoke to the large man. It seems there is no need to trouble Brother Li to take action. The martial sky escort should be able to handle it. Ha ha! If those 3 leaders of the black scarf bandits don't take any action, it is only natural for the martial sky escort to be able to deal with these small fry. But if the 3 black scarf leaders were to attack, they wouldn't last. After all, the 3 leaders are renowned for their fierceness in the Jing province. I heard they are brothers by blood and are experts in united techniques. Ordinary experts are no match for them. After the large man said this, his face faintly revealed a trace of excitement. He bent his stretched finger, producing loud cracks from his hand. It was clear the man was highly skilled in external martial arts. When the scholarly man saw this, he unconsciously laughed. "Brother Li, your eagerness to fight is exactly the same as your father." The large man responded with a helpless smile. "Little brother Han, that is to be expected. Our Li clan is one of martial heritage. If we come across an interesting opponent, it is only natural to wish to measure their might. It is just like how your Han clan has always been one of great literary repute, and how there is always 1 or 2 from your clan that manages to enter the imperial court as an official." The large man then crossed his hands and said, "Still, I am quite puzzled as to how our Han and Li clans have managed to form such bonds despite having so little in common. This friendship has lasted deeply for many generations and has yet to fade with time." The scholarly man smiled and said, "Ha ha! In the past few days, I flipped through a few letters and unintentionally discovered a few events from the past. If Brother Li wishes to know about them, I can tell you about them, but I don't know how much of it is true." When the large man surnamed Li heard this, he said with a curious expression, "Really? Our Li clan has no custom of recording our ancestry. Apart from leaving behind a few martial teachings, there is little else left behind, let alone the history behind our clan's friendship." The large man gazed into the distance and his expression changed. "Not good. Those 3 leaders have decided to attack. We'll have to put this off for now. Tell me about it after I take care of those 3. He then shot out of the carriage as if he were being launched from a crossbow. Soon after, the large man's howls of laughter could be heard, followed by mournful screams. The scholarly man sighed and shook his head before closing the curtain. He didn't feel the need to look outside as he held complete confidence in the large man. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the sounds outside came to a sudden halt. The carriage's curtain fluttered for a moment, and the large man reappeared in the carriage with a blur. He appeared a bit worse for wear. His shoulder was bloodied, as if he were slightly wounded, but nonetheless he heartily laughed to the scholarly man and said, "Those three were truly skilled. They had to make me do quite a bit, but having witnessed my might, the Black Scarf bandits have disappeared from the Jing province." The large man appeared to have enjoyed himself. When the scholarly man heard this, he wore an apologetic expression. "If I hadn't brought Brother Li along, I fear I would have passed on to the other side, with this route being my place of death. Due to the great hatred those enemies hold for me, I was forced to involve Brother Li." The large man, surnamed Li, casually said, "What do you mean involve?" The Li clan steadily established themselves at the top of Jianghu only because of the Han clan's great assistance. Helping each other is by no means an external affair. "That is true, but I was merely being contrary." The scholarly man's smile was replaced with an expression of calm. It seemed he was one of flexible mind. As the large man smeared a bottle of ointment on his back, he suddenly recalled the matter before the battle. "However, Brother Han, don't forget to tell me about our clan's past. I am quite curious about this. Of course, when mentioning it, our clan's friendship is quite unfathomable. Do you recall the Seven Mysteries sect, the hegemon of the Jing province many decades ago? Our ancestors were martial brothers inside this Jianghu faction. According to what was said in the letter, my great-uncle was sworn brothers with your ancestor. Our clan's friendship stemmed from their own friendship. It was also said, my great-uncle was quite the formidable character. It was said." As the middle-aged scholar calmly spoke, the azure-clothed men buried the corpses from both sides and had the carriages move once more. The carriages soon grew distant and disappeared from the desolate road. Green Ox Village? Han Li floated a kilometer in the air with his body covered in azure light. He looked down at the village below with a trace of doubt. Although this village was once pathetically small, only spanning a few kilometers in area, he was no longer able to draw any similarities to the streets that he remembered, but he did manage to remember its surroundings. It did seem to truly be his home village. In his many years of absence, the village had turned into a bustling town. After staring at it from the sky, he hesitated for a moment before descending into a desolate alleyway under the guise of a concealment technique. Afterwards, he walked out of the alleyway with a swagger and slowly headed down the street. Seeing the unfamiliar houses and buildings as he walked down the street, Han Li muttered to himself, "It is quite different." For some unknown reason, he knew that if he were to head west, he'd be able to see the forest and verdant mountain where he had spent his childhood. However, his steps grew hesitant and slow as he took in the vast changes that had occurred to Green Ox Village. At that moment, Han Li's expression was calm, but he hoped that he would soon find something familiar. However, Han Li was only disappointed until he arrived at a three-way intersection. He stopped and stared at a small shabby restaurant at the side of the road. The restaurant was worn and only 2 stories high with a yellowish signboard that had the words, "Spring Fragrance." It was the restaurant that Han Li's third uncle, Fatty Han, had once managed. Han Li glanced at the restaurant and faintly remembered walking through its sliding doors. There was the round face of his third uncle, the narrow courtyard behind the restaurant, the dimly lit side room and the tasty food, the black carriage with the banner Seven Mysteries sect, and many more memories began to clearly appear in Han Li's mind. Han Li glanced at the restaurant with a complicated expression. A trace of sadness was betrayed within his eyes. He stared at the restaurant for a moment before discovering that a few strangers on the road were glancing at him with an odd expression. Came as no surprise. A youth was motionlessly staring at an old shabby restaurant after all. With a moment more of thought, he calmly walked into the restaurant with his hands held behind his back.